disturbed now. I mean, I'd understood it if she sort of looked at some other puppets on the television. Not that I thought that the Wombles were actually puppets. Paul Gascoigne's agony. He's had £140,000 jewel theft from his house, and it was while he was on the television, because he was in the audience for Vinnie Jones. And he's blaming Piers Morgan, who said, oh, you know, Gazza's in the audience and all the rest of it. Well, it's a pre-recorded programme, isn't it, Gazza? I mean, I'm hoping, although I think unlikely, that you would actually have insurance. Remember that nice word, insurance? Definitely getting chilly. Definitely getting a bit nippy out there. Definitely. And I've got a feeling I've got a parking ticket. I've just got a feeling. I got a in the bus lane ticket the other day for Twickenham. 8:37 in the morning. I couldn't remember going out in the car at 8:37 in the morning. In the high street. I did a U-turn in the road. And, of course, if you do a U-turn, there's no sign that says, do not do a U-turn. How are you supposed to turn a 17-foot car round, on a sixpence? You turn the car round, I happened to go into the bus lane, and then there were cars coming down, so I had to wait for them to go, and then I moved into the lane. Oh, no. That's the council grabbing every little bit of money they can get so you can stick your Christmas tree, OK, where the sun doesn't shine. 65 quid that's cost me. Not the first time either, but there's no sign. If they had a sign up there saying no U-turn, and because there's no way that you could actually turn the car and stay in the lane. You've got to go into the bus lane to come out of it again. But you know what Twickenham and Richmond Council are like? Thieving little so-and-so. 65 quid. It's 130, but if you don't, I mean, like, who stupidly pays 130? Or you can pay for sort of doing it within 14 days. But it's a bit of a con, really. But they have to do something, I suppose. What else we got? The new BBC boss plans a big shake-up. Yeah, believe it when we see it. Apparently Emily Maitlis is going. So it says in the paper today. They've also said Chris Packham is going. I think that's highly unlikely. Well, somebody who provokes and promotes all sorts of great things to do with wildlife. Why would they get rid of Chris Packham? Emily Maitlis, admittedly, ghastly interview with Prince Andrew. I mean, that was the interview of all interviews that were dire, wasn't it? So, do you think he'll be going to speak to the FBI? Oh, yes, I think I'll go and talk to them. No, she didn't. Nothing happened there at all. And then he showed around like she was sort of cannon fodder or something. It was all a little bit embarrassing. Also, what was the other one? Oh, Brummies are the tightest people in the UK, says a new survey. How do they work that out? Do they go round and say, would you spend more than threepence on a Greggs steak bake? You know, because I should imagine Greggs is terribly popular up north. It's fairly popular down south too. And Howard Donald, do you remember Howard Donald from Take That? He's launched a foul-mouthed tirade against a salon boss, hairdresser, who wouldn't cut his son's hair because he wasn't wearing a mask. Well, the law is, if you're 11 and above, you wear a mask. Howard Donald's son is 4. Why would you have to wear a mask? I mean, I got my hair cut, as you can see, if you're listening in stereo. I got it cut on Saturday. I booked in. I'm doing it all properly. I phone up and I go, Kasha, can I have a haircut tomorrow? Yes, Steve. She sends me a thing back saying 8 o'clock. And in there I was, gowned up, you know, with my mask on and all the rest of it. And very lovely I look too. So there you go. Also, what was the other one? Oh, Harry and Meghan in a Diana show talk for Netflix. Hilarious, because having bent over and taken the golden shilling from Netflix, apparently Netflix are going to do a hatchet job on Diana, calling her a tart and things like. Really? It was in the papers the other week, and I remember thinking, wait a minute, so Harry, in theory, should turn round together with Meghan, although I shouldn't think she cares at all, and say, well, we're not going to work for Netflix. If you're going to do a programme on my mother, which is calling her a tart and things like that, we don't want to work with you. I'm hoping it's a joke. But it seemed to be fairly serious. It's a bit like The Crown. Because is The Crown Netflix, or is that something else? I can't remember. I watched a bit the other day. They don't look anything like the people. They had a bit the other day on Margaret. Now, there was a bit of an old tart, it has to be said. We like Princess Margaret, though, because she never stood any chance of getting to sort of sit on the throne, so she just went out and had a bit of a good time. And a good time she had with all sorts of people. All sorts of people, including Roddy Llewellyn. And I can't begin to tell you what Private Eye said about that relationship. Also, the F-word chef. Have you ever seen Gordon Ramsay doing these programmes in America where he goes in there and there's a restaurant falling apart and he then's got to turn it round? Kitchen nightmares. He uses every profanity under the sun. You know, the food comes out, somebody's cooked it, he doesn't like it. Admittedly, you go in the kitchen, these places should be burnt to the ground. I've never seen such lack of hygiene. And so quite naturally, he swears. And it seems to work, because eventually they then go, all right, this is the new menu. after they've had the place done up. So overnight, his team go in and they erect all sorts of scaffolding and they put new booths in and all the rest of it. And then he shows them the new menu. And then it's up to them if they want to run with it. If they don't want to run with it, then they're going to close. But don't eat all the toffees, not with your weight. All right, I've told you before about that. But it doesn't matter. I don't want to make a big deal about it, okay? I'm just saying, if you've got some Quality Street sitting there, of course they are. They're Quality Street. They've got chocolate on. Okay, chocolate is addictive. You can find the effects of chocolate in your brain nearly as fast as cigarettes. It's got something in it, something in chocolate. It's sort of like, I don't know what it is. I try not to think about it. It's far too depressing. Somebody said it's an aphrodisiac. I said, wasted on me. Wasted on me, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, see how you get on. If all of a sudden the lights start dimming your side and a curtain comes across, I shall start panicking. I shall feel as though I've wandered into an Amsterdam show. You know what I'm talking about? Some of those shows where they do live stuff on stage. Daniela Westbrook has apologised for making her kids' lives hell. Well, forget the kids, Daniela. What about the rest of us? We've all had to suffer with your embarrassment, I'm afraid. And what was the other one that I quite liked? I've lost it. Something to do with... Oh, yes, lunchtimes are about to get brighter. Steph McGovern's back again, I'm afraid, with the show that was such a dire waste of time and money that they had to do it from her home because we were socially isolating. The neighbours eventually went, I'm sorry, can you get these stupid trucks out? She couldn't interview for toffee. The trouble is, she is a professional northerner. Don't have a problem with that, but she's made a career out of it. Oh, they're going to get rid of me from, BBC breakfast time, because I taught Northern. Now, we've gone completely the opposite way. The woman who has commissioned this show on Monday has decided that Steph McGovern is a personality. Well, I don't know what year that happened, but it certainly hasn't been in my lifetime. And so they've got her dressing up in all sort of funny things. Oh, look, I'm so funny, I'm a northerner. The show will be dire, I promise you, dire. They should axe it, but they've invested money in it, so you're going to have to suffer with it. And they think that she's the one who is going to brighten up lunchtimes. I think not. I think you find that Sheila Fogarty brightens up lunchtimes. She doesn't need to dress up and do, oh, look, I'm so kooky and I'm so this, because we know she's not like that. Also, what else do we have? Oh, Laura Whitmore. Remember Laura Whitmore? She's lined up for Holly Willoughby's job on Celebrity Juice. I mean, I thought there was about 3 or 4 people up for it. And Laura Whitmore, the only reason that you're hearing about her is because she had this brilliant brainwave to go out with the bloke who does the voiceover on Love Island, thus securing herself a job at the same time. It's brilliant. I mean, it's nothing that we would not expect. Priti Patel has ordered the police to protect print plants. Do you know, if I open up the papers today and see another Priti Patel story, oh, she's going to do this, we're going to send all the people back, so they're going to come out and then we're going to send them away. 90% of people who arrive in this country, whether they arrive in a dinghy or whether they arrive, in the back of a lorry from Sandgate, get to stay in this country. We don't tend to get rid of people that often because they come up with excuses. And if you remember, we have that brilliant bloke a couple of years ago, and he'd been in the country illegally for, I think it was something like 18 months. So they then go, we're definitely going to send you back to where, I can't remember where it was. It might have been, I can't remember where it was. But anyway, he gets as far as the airport, he gets on the plane, and then he suddenly remembers the reason he can't go home. He's gay. It's fantastic. I mean, you've never heard anything like it in your entire life. All of a sudden, heterosexual man, poof, like that, gay. So they take him off the plane. Because apparently, where he was going back to, they're very anti-gay. How do you prove you're gay? I mean, I've got a few little tricks up my sleeve that would manage to find out whether or not somebody was gay. But I mean, it's sort of, what, you've gone all this way, you've been here, you're on the plane, you're going to be going, and you can go home and do whatever. Oh, I've just remembered I'm gay. It's the kind of thing you'd think about all the time, isn't it, really? But obviously not. And the other one was Malin Anderson. Now, you won't know who Malin Anderson is, but she was on Love Island, as indeed were so many. And luckily, her ex has been jailed for beating her up. She was complaining about it for ages. Nobody did anything. Finally, they're doing something. It's just that I should imagine it goes on all the time. I mean, some of these people... who was it the other day? Wes Nelson, who was something to do with Love Island. He said he doesn't need to work ever again. He's made $1 million. He's made $1 million, and he showed them how he did it. He invested in bitcoins. he was doing Bitcoin investing. So much so that Pip Schofield, you know how excited Pip gets. Ever since he came out, he's got more excited. And he was going, I'm going to try that, because I think they actually made a few £100 in a very short space of time. So they've decided they're going to go for it. You put in a minimum £190, and then you've got to pay this and that, and then, you know, sometimes your money works and sometimes it doesn't work. But most people seem to be doing it. I couldn't recommend anything like that at all. I think you need to seek financial advice. Much easier. Also, Prince Philip telling what he really thinks. He never liked Sarah Ferguson. He absolutely hated Sarah Ferguson. In fact, he did say, I think, when they were up in Balmoral, you know, that woman will never come into my house. Unfortunately, when he's in another house on the estate, Sarah Ferguson has been going, Philip, I'm telling you now, she's been nipping into the house. Somebody said in one of the papers today, which is quite right, she's either the biggest genius in the world or she's balmy bonkers and needs locking up. Because she comes up with some of the biggest drivel you've ever heard in your entire life. She's the one who managed to go out with Prince Andrew, get married. Her father, you remember, used to frequent those massage parlours. Old Major Ron was sort of quite an addict at those sort of things. And luckily managed to see her down the aisle, though, to be honest, it was touch and go whether he'd make it to the altar, because he looked a bit doddery. And so we managed to get her down there. Then we had the toe sucking. We had all these embarrassing things which embarrassed the royal family. And that's when I think Philip said he's had enough. Mind you, now you've got Harry. The embarrassment that is Harry, the embarrassment that is Meghan, the embarrassment that is so many members of... I mean, Prince Andrew, for example, had to have a meeting with the Queen, we were told the other day, to try and explain what his relationship was with Mr. Epstein, the one who mysteriously hanged himself in his cell whilst being watched by security guards and having CCTV cameras on him. And I began to wonder, actually, whether or not Andrew is actually going to finally come out and actually go and talk to the FBI. They just want to ask him some questions. He's not being charged. They haven't got any other interest apart from the fact that they were obviously close buddies. He'd have to be. He flew over to New York to walk through Central Park. You'd think, actually, if you've got half a brain cell, the last thing you'd be doing is walking through Central Park. You'd be going to one of his houses and having a meeting behind closed doors, basically to say to him, I'm terribly sorry, I can't be your friend anymore, because you're just out of prison, you're a convicted paedophile. But no, he flies over there and goes through this charade. So there's a new book coming out, written by Ingrid Seward, and she used to get Diana's ear. Diana would sort of tell her things. Diana told lots of people things, lots of things. But I don't want to see any programme on Netflix which is going to be dissing her, because that wouldn't be right, especially if they've just signed up her son for about £112 million. But Netflix are going to want to see results. 90% of people questioned said that they would cancel their Netflix subscription. Mind you, not that I think they were, if this signing goes through. Because apparently everything that Harry and Meghan do has to have the approval of the palace. They have to go through it and say, wait a minute, what are you signing? Because he's not the brightest penny in the box. So, you know, you have to sort of check all these things. So we'll check them in a moment. We went on the Steph McGovern website, and it's not there. Oops, sorry, things haven't gone to plan. Basically, the page is not found. What does that tell you about the show? Not looking very promising, isn't it, really? Because they had the other... Oh, dear, it's all gone pear-shaped. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? We were so hoping to see all those hilarious pictures of Steph. You know, the woman who obviously thinks she's got more personality, but sadly, it's not working so far. You can't force-feed the British public a show that they're not interested in. We were saying earlier on, if they're going to put Laura Whitmore on Celebrity Juice, biggest mistake they've ever made. The programme should be put out to pasture, leave it. It died years ago. OK, it's neither funny, interesting, it's just a piece of cheap, tatty schoolboy filth. That's all it is, you know, where they embarrass Holly Willoughby, you know, and they obviously... I mean, the only reason she had to do it is because her husband's the producer of the blooming thing. Not anymore, I don't think. I think he's sort of moved on, which is obviously Dan's, you know, to his advantages. The many exes of Katie Price, I mean, almost on a daily basis, I think, have been warned she plans to write about them in her first autobiography for 5 years. See, the trouble is, I think they should write about her. Here she is, that total old has-been, never had 45 million, can't write for toffee, no command of the English language, gets drunk, falls over a wall, might not walk for years. Yes, so intelligent. How many children? I've lost track of it. You know, but at least Harvey's back living at home now. So that's good. But she did tell us the other day another staggering piece of news from the woman who is more intelligent than you can ever imagine. The sex, apparently, with the latest boyfriend is fantastic. I'm so pleased for her. It's a bit embarrassing because he was only saying a short while ago, I don't want to be... He talked like that. I don't want to be in, like, showbiz. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, do you know, you're either a liar or stupid or a combination of both. He's having to push her around in the wheelchair. Normally you'd have to pay for something like that, but she's getting it for free, which is good, isn't it? But, I mean, we don't want to read any more drivel, I'm afraid. Poor old soul. She thinks she's going to make, oh, by the way, millionaire status by getting her boobs out. Darling, we've seen them. I don't want to be rude about it, but we've seen so much of your body now. There must be men everywhere going, oh, they've gone off women. Because it's she's going to join this site. You know, the one that Kerry Coke Toner went to? And you pay 20 quid a month or something and she'll show you her boobs. And you think, how tacky is that? She's got children. What an embarrassment. You know, I mean, but no, you might as well get Jordan doing it as well, because she's already had the porno film out, so she might as well sort of, you know, reveal everything else to us. Although who's going to go for her, I can't imagine. She seems to have a particular type with men. They all look slightly, you know, left of centre. They've all got sort of immaculate hair, immaculate little sort of beardy type things. It's all a little bit too camp, you know. Try and find some butch ones, darling. But there again, we were told by one of her exes that she spends the entire time looking up herself, as it were, on the internet. She types in Katie Price or Jordan, just to see what people are saying about her. She's Googling. That's right, yes, not looking up herself. That'll be something completely different. So, what was the other one that I quite liked? Harry, Meghan, James. Oh, have you seen the All Creatures Great and Small? That's quite nice. That's not bad. I quite like period drama. I quite like that. And then I did see something that did look like a period drama. It was Vinnie Jones talking to Piers Morgan. God, what a boring conversation. It was the dullest ever. I mean, I think, you know, to be honest with you, I don't know why they picked Vinnie Jones. He's no interest to anybody at the moment. And then they have to have Gaza, because apparently Vinnie Jones looks after Gaza. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, in the series, you're also going to get Captain Tom, who's pushing the boat out a little bit, but we like Captain. I mean, how much did he raise, incidentally? What did he raise in the end? Because I read a thing the other day, and it said 18 million, and I thought it was 30 million. I just had a number in my mind when we were reading about him, and I remember thinking, I'm sure he raised even more money than we could ever imagine. 33 in May. Yeah, somebody did a piece in one of the papers the other day, and it said he raised 18 million. No, he did much better than that. It just kept on going. He only wanted to raise £1,000. Only £1,000. And he raised, so it's 33 and still going. Phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, absolutely phenomenal. Now, him, I'd be interested in hearing about. Vinnie Jones, who cares? The hard man of football. Oh, yeah. So hard he went to Hollywood and apparently thinks he's a movie actor. And yet when they did a dreadful reality programme, they went, oh, he'll be interesting, won't he? Because he knows all these people. He didn't do anything. He sat with his feet up watching the television all the time. About as boring as it gets. You know, we want to see a bit of action. If he's trying to sell himself as some sort of personality, well, do something. At one point he said, shall I go shopping? And they went, would you normally go shopping? And he went, no, not really. And they, well, don't go shopping then. Dreadfully dreary, honestly. Roger says, it seems that anybody entering any bus lane or bus stop bit of road in the TW postcode areas will get a ticket. There is no discretion. Oh, right. Well, it's the second one I've had. Only because it's not physically possible to turn your car round. It just isn't, because you've got the lane, which is traffic, and then you've got the bus lane. And it's got cameras on it. And you think to yourself, and there's no sign that says do not, so they're obviously encouraging you to turn, but you have to go into the bus lane. I can't do it any other way. It's not physically possible. So that's the second £65 ticket, honestly. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it? They're a bit mean. I mean, if you don't want people to turn right, but of course you do because it's part of your income, well then, put a big sign in saying no U-turn. Otherwise, don't waste everybody's time on it. So, happy birthday. Oh, Kerry Katona's 40 today. 40 today. Yes, she's crammed a lot into her life. Most of Colombia, by the sound of it, and other things like that. And she's got the children, and she's going to get married to the new boyfriend, which is lovely. She doesn't own any property, of course, because she doesn't have any money. What's that? Did you hear that? Where was that coming from? It can't come from my phone. Doesn't make any. No. Where's that? Is there a piece of equipment? We did this once years and years ago when we were back in Hammersmith, actually. And Mike Dickin used to hate musical Christmas cards. So if you open up a musical Christmas card, there's a little round plastic white disc in there which has got the tune on. And so I took it out with the batteries and I hid it behind a notice board in the office. And every 5 minutes this thing went on. That 3 days drove him crackers. Absolutely crackers. And eventually I did admit, I said, I'm terribly sorry, that's me. I did that. And when I picked myself up off the floor, I was feeling a bit better about life, actually. So Elaine is the one who says, happy birthday, Kerry Katona. Good God, you must be the only fan she's got. She's got nobody else. Steve, in Wales, the last Prince of Wales was Prince Llewellyn. Many did not accept anybody else. They embraced Diana, Princess of Wales, and many have said that, many say a wonderful princess, but putting her as a tart. This is this Netflix programme, supposedly. I mean, it's supposed to be satirical. Well, I'm afraid I don't think it is satirical. I think that's disgusting. And if it's true, then I would expect Harry and William to do something about it. Harry to pull out of the deal, but of course he won't, will he? Because they haven't got any other income at the moment, and they need this money, but it's backfired on so many members of the royal family. Even Princess Anne's daughter's at it. How many pictures can you have taken with a Land Rover? There you go. New musical. Set to air on Netflix. Diana, a new musical, will see the monarch slam the late princess while Diana's seen in bed with James Hewitt. The monarch can be seen to say she's going out dressed up like a tart. It can't be true. I mean, it doesn't even sound very likely to me. Why would the Queen? Because every conversation I've ever heard or read about the Queen and Diana, when Diana complained to Her Majesty about Charles, she went, I know, but what can you do? The Queen never gets involved with these sort of things. The stage show previewed in New York in March, but the production halted due to coronavirus. However, Netflix is said to be planning on recording the musical at a New York theatre next month. It will air early next year. Has somebody told Harry? Think somebody ought to tell Harry? They're lampooning your mother, love. I'd pull out immediately. But you won't, of course, will you? 84850. Somebody says, surely you didn't need to see a sign to know you would not be able to enter the bus lane driving a Bentley. Peasant. What's that got to do with it? They stick these huge buses in there, gas-guzzling things and all the rest of it. Actually, what did I see the other day? I saw a woman getting on the bus, and she had a face mask on with a picture of a dog on it. So it looks like her mouth became the muzzle of the dog. There's all sorts of novelty things. I quite like the ones from TfL, which have got all the maquettes patterns, which you see on the buses and the tubes and all the rest of it, the seat coverings and things like that. They've made those into masks as well. I think you get 3 for 15 quid. Seemed a bit expensive. But I quite like it because I've got some of the cushions. If you go to the British Transport shop in Covent Garden next to the museum, they sell all the cushions and the runners and purses, and they just sell everything, actually, incorporating all the different patterns that they've used on the Underground and the buses over the years, which is nice. David Walliams is in a threat to quit Britain's Got Talent over a job for the arch-enemy Piers Morgan. I don't know why. Why do people not like Piers Morgan? He's perfectly pleasant. He's very witty. He's very funny. But, of course, the one... oh, Lord. What on earth's that for? That's James O'Brien in a face mask of him. Is it really? That is actually a face... It is a face mask. Good Lord above. Well, how does that work? Do you get them made or something? Do you take a photograph of your face and then somebody sort of prints it up? That's quite clever, isn't it? That is very scary. In fact, it's scary without the mask. It's even scarier with... That is the oddest thing I've ever seen. Have they sprayed his hair again? They've started spraying his hair. Have you noticed? Every time he has official pictures taken, that all of a sudden hair appears out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. It's in a can. I think it's got candy floss written on it. You go like that, and all of a sudden you end up with a head of hair. He's on holiday, actually. He's got another week's holiday. See, look, there you go. There you go. Go back. Look at that picture, top right. That's spray. That was when he was doing some programme on the telly. He's got another week off. He said because he's finished his book... Actually, now he can go to bed at night and wake up in the morning and not have to worry about anything at all. Which is good, isn't it? Whenever you've got loads of things, because I have certain things to do, mainly doctors, and we've got one of those InVision doctor things next week, which is lovely, actually. I'm quite looking forward to it. I'm going to sit there in my pants, I've decided. Just wait to see if anybody freaks out completely. And so we have to do this every so often. So the 3 of them and 1 of me. and because they don't like face-to-face contacts in our doctor's surgery. I can get it with the diabetic doctor, and I can get it when I have my bloods taken, obviously, because you can't do it any other way. But the one I'm having on Tuesday is with 3 of them, so they'll be sitting in an office, and I'll come up as a little picture in the top row. Can't wait to see how this is going to work. I'm thrilled by this. I said to them the other day, I said, is it okay? Have you done it before? She said, yes, just in the morning. They'll send you a link. You click on it on your telephone, and the next thing, there they all are, 3 of them. We've got the senior diabetic nurse. You can stream it on the website, actually, yes. Learning my innermost secrets. I've got the... Oh, I was late for this blooming news, honestly. I love all these different masks. It's amazing. Poor old Albert says, why don't you lay off Harry and Meghan? I hold no brief for them. I bet you do. But your continual snapping is boring. You're clearly short of ideas. Oh, dear God in heaven, Albert. I mean, you must be over 70, mustn't you? Because I've never been short of ideas, believe you me. If it's on the front page of the papers, Sunbeam, it gets done. OK, and that's it. Says, I suggest you find a new script writer. Oh, you are a bitchy little person, aren't you? Goodness gracious me, honestly. I wonder where you learnt that from. Probably your lonely existence sitting on your allotment staring at your courgettes. That's the way it goes. It's on the front pages of the papers, Albert, but I'll read it to you, shall I? I bet you'd like that. Claims that Netflix deal will include TV documentary about the mother is all here, and we'll do it for the benefit of Albert. We'll dedicate the show to Albert. Also, if this does go ahead, it may further antagonise the fallout with William in the newspapers, Albert. In the newspapers, OK? I can only read out. I don't know them. I'm just reading it from a newspaper. Yeah, just basically to annoy you, which seems to be working a treat this morning. Also, Gaza. Gaza said he'd been the victim of a £140,000 watch robbery. And he was raided while he was at a TV studio. Said, I'd give somebody the shirt off my back if they needed it. And he says, I'd like them back. He has a seaside flat. Knowing he was not home, thieves... How did they know he was not home? That Piers Morgan show's pre-recorded. How do they know that? It included... So £140,000 worth of property. It included a £40,000 diamond-encrusted watch he bought with his his Spurs paycheck and a championship medal, but they took a cigar cutter and a gold watch. He said, please believe the picture Piers posted of us together filming in London could have alerted burglars I was away. Well, you know, I mean, would you have it on display or something? I mean, come on, love. A £40,000 diamond-encrusted watch. Was it just lying on the table or something? I mean, get some insurance. You know, don't blame other people for your own misdemeanours. Also, Angie's Fury. Who's this? This is... Oh, Angelina Jolie. Do you know, I can't work out if I like Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. And then they split, and Brad is with the wife of some bloke who owns restaurants, who has given his blessing to her having a friendship with him. And that's all I can tell you. I only know that bit. She looks like Jennifer Aniston. Yeah, isn't she a Russian model? Czechoslovakian, something like that. But she wants to get into movies. Doesn't everybody? And so she apparently bumped into Brad at something. What she was doing there, I've got no idea. Her old man's a restaurant owner. And they swapped numbers. And then it turns out the old man of this woman has given his blessing. So Brad whisked her away the other day. What the hell's going on there? Is that what they call threesome? I don't like that kind of thing. I think that's really bizarre. Don't you think that's odd? I think that's very strange. You've got a wife. Brad Pitt goes, I'd like to go out with your wife. And you go, yeah, just take her away for the weekend. That's called pimping. I mean, that's ridiculous. I've never heard of anything like it. I mean, if you're married to somebody, surely you don't let her wander off with Brad Pitt, who's got a bit of a reputation, but she's obviously desperate to make it in the movies. I mean, I just find that... I thought that was the oddest thing I'd read all week. Well, actually, it wasn't the oddest thing I read all week. I've read quite a few other things. Mark Steele, Albert, ready? Brace yourself. Another bit for you. Harry and Meghan have secured this deal with Netflix. Mark Steele can't work out what it is. We think it's 112 million. He's upped it. He says, their statement said their lives have allowed us to understand the power of the human spirit. This really is Harry and Meghan saying this. It's hilarious. Of courage, resilience and the need for connection. And we're all touched by the courage and resilience of those who aren't blessed with the good fortune to be born second in line to the throne and have to overcome the hardship of being born only third in line to the throne. What on earth are they on about? What are they on about? I mean, in other words, Harry's very bitter. Very bitter. It's an old picture Mark Steele's using. Harry's got hair in this one, and you know it's dropping out faster than his brother William's did. Oh, dear. Apparently eating potatoes was Jerry Horner, formerly Jerry Halliwell's, favourite Spice Girl moment. When asked about her favourite food, she said, it's a baked potato with beans in it. Well, I have to be honest, I would also share the enthusiasm. I love a baked potato with beans in it. Or failing that, actually, I quite like baked potato with chili con carne. And they do it at Costco. Costco do a baked potato. I think it's £1.45. You get it in a polystyrene box. You have to take it away because you can't sit and eat in there. And you get butter. They always put the food in, though, and then they give you the butter. There's supposed to be the butter first and then the food. But anyway. And they do chili con carne. And it's £1.45 for the whole thing. Ready to go. Yeah, it's already cooked. They always have the hot potatoes. Hot potatoes. And they do cheese. They do beans and cheese. I think they might do sausage and beans, and they do chili con carne. It's cheap. It's cheap. It's good. And you can get a pizza for not very much money as well. But the baked potatoes are brilliant. Unfortunately, the only downside is that all the cutlery in there is plastic. I defy anybody to eat a baked potato. Take your own knives and forks and eat it in the car. It's much easier. I've had a slice of pizza before now, which is quite nice. I've had that. In fact, I've tried everything. I did try the mango drink. They do a mango drink and Cokes and Diet Cokes, everything. But the mango drink had too much sugar until I checked with my diabetic nurse and she went, you're not supposed to be having mango. So, another avenue of pleasure denied me. But they do ice creams and everything else. You can have a hot dog for, with a free sort of drink as well. Where have you been? Just wandering off. Get some water. I'm not surprised, actually, the amount of chocolate you've eaten. You need the... You haven't had 3. You took about 10 when we were sitting out on the desk. Hello? Oh, and those as well. Oh, since the show started, we've only had 3. How many are left in the tin? Let's have a little look. Oh, well, that's gone down considerably, hasn't it? I've noticed. No, you eat them all up. I've got oranges if you feel better having a bit of vitamin C. That's good for you. Good for you. Although apparently the rumour and the myth about an orange being good if you've got a cold is rubbish. You would need to eat an entire orange grove for it to have any effect at all. The amount of vitamin C in an orange is pitifully small. Pitifully small. So they think Laura Whitmore could get $250,000 for doing Celebrity Juice. I wouldn't mind, but she's got no record on presenting at all. It's pitifully small. Pitifully small. She took over from Caroline Flack on Love Island. And she says, money goes into my limited company and I pay myself from there. Oh, yeah. one of those ones as well. So she takes a wage from her firm. That's not called taking a wage. That's called taking dividends, isn't it, I believe? Are the HMRC not looking at those sort of things? It's totally legal, but they're just curious as to how these things work. But she says, I like a bargain. Well, yes, but presenting maybe might have eluded you completely. So lunchtime's getting a lot better. Steph McGovern's chat show. They say it's going to be... Now it's from a fancy Leeds studio rather than from her house, which I thought was very disappointing. A rather pokey little affair in a little cul-de-sac. I thought they'd have more room than that, but obviously she's not made the money. And so they're going to be doing it. And so we're now going to see Steph McGovern as something wild and wacky, which is going to be so exciting. It's just, really, it's not what you want lunchtime. No, I think it must be tomorrow. It must be... Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. I can't remember when it said. Oh, yeah, from a week tomorrow. You've got a week to brace yourself for this. She's being, hello, we'll be going, oh, there, clear the diary, don't bother going out anywhere. Won't be worth it. Steph's on the television. Why can't they call her Stephanie, or does she like... And Steph sound a bit more, sort of appealing, actually. And... somebody says here, wait a minute, let's try and find another one of these things. Oh, best thing is the barbecue chicken pizza slice from Costco, says Jack in Hull. You have Costco in Hull? Do you know, I've got about 4 round me. Farnborough, Watford, if you sort of push the car really hard, Southall. Southall? No, Southall's quite local to me. Quite local. Farnborough's straight down the motorway. I just get on the motorway and it's straight down. At 10th junction off. And then the other one's Sunbury, which is... You do need a card to get in, yeah. I have a card. I have an executive card. You have to be sort of a company or something like that. So I'm Steve Allen, trading as Steve Allen. It looks a bit ridiculous on the back of the card, I have to be honest with you. Even I think it sounds hilarious. Steve Allen Limited. No, I'm definitely not limited if my accountant's listening. I'm definitely not limited, but I do pay VAT, which is very good. So, happy birthday, Idris Elba and Pippa Middleton. Pippa Middleton celebrates a birthday today. And Idris Elba. I saw Idris... Is that the... No, that's Mo Farah, isn't it, who does the thing in the air? I always get confused with all these different... Actor. Oh, right, actor. 84850. Oh, Albert's back again. Albert's back again. Oh, so sweet, honestly. Can't stay away, can you, Albert? Idris Elba, there he is. Do you know he's 48, born in Hackney, 1.89 metres. And he did The Wire, DCI, John Luther. Oh, look, he's got an OBE as well. So wait a minute. Here we go. Here is little Albert back again. I suggested a scriptwriter because you obviously need one. You are repetitive. Well, you mustn't keep listening then, Albert. Try and be an adult. What's the point of being as boring as you, for goodness sake? We all know Harry and Meghan are a joke. Well, that's a blooming insult. You should go straight to the tower. I'd throw you in there immediately. He said, some of us are intelligent enough. You're not, I'm afraid, Albert. I hate to break it to you, dear. I hate to break it, but never mind. Now you've got no friends. Nobody to write to anymore. What a shame, poor soul. What was the... Oh, I've got the same... I wonder why I was looking at the paper twice. It's got the same story. I've got the same paper twice. Oh, look. Where will Meghan's grand ambitions end? Probably in Albert's sitting room, I should imagine. You can be in there with the cigarette smoke and everything else, and the cat sitting there and the dog. Oh, God, it sounds ghastly, doesn't it, really? Also, the Mail today, Mary Berry's comfort food recipe pull-out. And also, PM's chief negotiator warns the EU in an exclusive interview, this time we won't blink. Britain will not blink in crunch Brexit talks this week. Boris Johnson's chief negotiator has declared... Oh, look, Albert, just for you again, Popsykins. You're going to love this one. Front page of the Daily Mail, Royal Book exclusive. Prince Philip despair at Harry and Andrew's damage to the monarchy. Woo! Harry will be out buying that one straight away just to check and see how many mentions he gets. And Albert will be buying it just so he can keep up with his sort of sad little life. Also, a lonely... You'll love this one. This is a most peculiar story. The most peculiar story. A lonely heart has met the man of her dreams after her horse told her where to find romance. A talking horse? Actually, there used to be a talking horse. Do you remember Mr. Ed? A horse is a horse, of course. Yeah. An animal whisperer gave Caroline McCain a detailed description of the man she would meet just months before the lovebirds' paths crossed. I have to be honest, it's about the only thing I quite like, horse whisperers. I've seen it. Somebody said to me, you know when you see these horses and they're all over the place, and the horse whisperer goes up to them and blows up their nose. Because that apparently, the horse is a greeting. It's a greeting. If you blow up a horse's nose, it's a greeting to a horse. You know, I can't tell you any more than that. That's just what it is. No, seriously, that's what you do. They did it in the Australia Zoo. They had a little pony on there, a little tiny miniature horse, and he said if you blow up its nose, it makes them... That's a greeting, so they then know you as a friend. Sorry? Been conditioned? Who has? Horses? No, that's just what horses do. You can read... If you've ever seen a horse whisperer working... Watch them. It's really interesting. At one point, they're holding the horse, and the horse is, like, trying to pull away. So they let go of the thing, they turn their back on the horse, and they walk away, and the horse follows. They obviously don't want to be by themselves. They obviously like a bit of company. And so it follows the horse whisperer, and then gradually you get round to being able to put a saddle on, and then sort of, a little bit of weight on the saddle, until gradually the horse comes... It's fascinating to watch. It is a science. I'm thinking of trying it with the producer. Think we could get something working there? I see no reason why not. We could train him event. We could get a saddle on you. But is that what it does? That the person drops the piece of halter and then walks away and the horse will follow. You don't need to sort of turn round. It'll be right behind you. Well, there you go. Yeah, he was investigating. It's horse whispering is fascinating. I think it is. It's an acknowledged science. So it really works. Steve, great idea. Sorry? Oh, another... Do you know, it's just non-stop breaks on this programme. It really, honestly, I'm only here till 7. So here it is. This is the hard and fast rules on horse whispering. Rule with confidence and calm rather than cruelty, because I've seen people doing cruel things to horses, and it's not very nice. It's body language. Not theirs, but yours. You have to use gentle pressure, talk in low, hushed tones, reprimand the horse with a shh. About that's enough to sort of shush them up. You want to exude confidence and also befriend your horse, so maintain your cool and use positive reinforcement. Horses enjoy a gentle massage of their ears, nose and mouth. You're hearing this, Albert? That's what we're going to come and do to you. Observe and listen to your horse. A good horse whisperer recognises that horses are complex animals. And it's everything. Literally, the horse's head is held high, a relaxed horse. Bright and wide open eyes indicate your horse is alert. A horse who feels threatened will prick forward the ears and flare the nostrils. I mean, it's a complete and utter science, and people who've learnt it properly can do horse whispering. So a horse that is completely, you would think, untamable is just amazing when you watch somebody actually do it. And so good horsemanship does not neglect the basics. Groundwork is important for establishing boundaries. So there you go. I mean, but they had this horse that they took on the Jimmy Fallon show, and it was a miniature horse. It was about the size of I was going to say a Great Dane, but there's a woman who walks around my way. She's got a Dachshund and a Great Dane. And this Great Dane, I mean, it's just enormous, absolutely huge. And the Dachshund is a little tiny thing, but they seem to get on quite well together. And this miniature horse was not as big as this Great Dane. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Steve, it's been 11 years, says Joanna, but I do miss the news of the world on a Sunday. There's sometimes immoral journalism made fantastic reading. Well, it's because people like reading about the scandal, don't they? You know, the people. I mean, if the ones that the news of the world used to concentrate on would be anything to do with footballers who've been having a fling away from home. You know, and they go, and here she is. This is Mavis. Mavis met so-and-so at a party and decided to go home with him. And then decided to go straight to the newspapers and sell the story. Which I always thought was a bit sad, actually, because footballers are generally known for being a bit thick anyway. And so, you know, meeting Mavis, you know, is obviously sort of one of their great... And Thelma. Thelma was another very popular name for people. And they always had a picture of the person who'd been sort of, you know, oh, I thought it was awful, he was horrible to me and all the rest of it, but I'm making money out of it. They always posed them on a bed in a bikini. You know, sort of lying there, sort of gazing up at the cameras, and I thought, we can imagine what you do for a living. So I don't miss the news of the world for that. I miss it because it was another tabloid, and because it was a bit of fun. But then, of course, they had the trouble with the fake sheikh, Mazir Mahmood, and some of those sort of things. I mean, some of the setups were basically people being greedy. You know, the amount of people who got set up by the fake sheikh was almost, you know, embarrassing that people can be that dumb. In fact, it killed a few people's careers. You know, I seem to remember there was one lad from London's Burning, and he got caught into the old cocaine thing. I can't remember what his name is now, but he's only a young lad, but it killed his career, stone dead. And because he was sort of saying, oh yes, I can get it. It turned out he was just bragging, oh yeah, I can get this and get that. But it was enough to put him in the papers, and once things like that hit the newspapers, it generally goes pear-shaped, and unfortunately went pear-shaped for him. Steve, you just mentioned two of my favourite 3 baked potatoes. Beans, chili con carne, the other is butter. Yeah, but you know the best thing to eat in a baked potato? The skin. The skin's the best bit, but it's like Kentucky Fried Chicken. Take the skin off, which is the fattening bit, and you're left with steamed chicken, which is very good for you. Then they put the coating on, and now it's not very good for you. But you're supposed to have it in moderation. It's like pizza. I mean, I see people in some of our local pizza places every day, people with 2 bottoms because they're hanging over the seat, because they're just, you know, people don't realise this stuff is really fattening. You can have pizza, but only every so often. I mean, I haven't had pizza for months. Haven't had Chinese for ages. Haven't had KFC for ages. My life is so dull, so boring. Can't have sausages. I might have sausages today, actually, yes. I shall call into the garage at the bottom of the Hammersmith flyover and pick up my 3 little cartons of sausages. And then I buy some pita bread, M&S, yeah. And they've got to be the luxury sausages, 3 for £7. And you get quite a few in there. And I then pop into the toaster. It's making my mouth water now. I'm so excited by it. In anticipation, I put a pita bread in, or pita bread, cut the top off, because otherwise you try cutting it when it's come out of the toaster. It's like you take your fingers off the skin and everything else. And then you put a little bit of cheese at the bottom of it and then drop some of the sausages in. It's so good. So good. And then sometimes it's really healthy. Really healthy. Well, it's healthy because I'm adding the mayonnaise. After you then give it a good old of the mayonnaise afterwards. Or failing that, if I'm really feeling decadent, and really feeling as I should sit there in my dressing gown, tomato ketchup. Tomato ketchup over sausages and cheese is like, it's manna from the gods. It really is. Sorry? Sauce. What sauce? No, not brown sauce. No, we don't do brown sauce. That's very common. We don't do that. No, we only do red sauce, brown sauce. There used to be a place down here, down Charing Cross. You go down to the bottom to the embankment station on the right-hand side. Why it closed, I've got no idea. It was always busy when I was in there. And they would do you a baguette, either a bacon baguette or a sausage baguette. And I used to eat it on the underground to annoy everybody. And they'd always go, red sauce, brown sauce. And I used to think, was it tomato ketchup? You know, the brown sauce, is that daddy sauce or OK sauce? You have to know the difference between the different sauces. And I never liked daddy sauce. It was a bit too spicy. No, you probably like that. Do you like, right. Do you do mustard as well? See, I can't, I do Senf, which is German mustard, which is sort of nice. It's like a mild mustard, which is quite nice. Or I did try that American mustard, which is just called yellow mustard. Don't ever buy it. I'm telling you now, because if you bite something and it goes onto your shirt or whatever, you'll never get the stain out. It's like, you know, those lilies, when they open up, they've got little stamens that stick out. Cut them off, because if you get that on your arm, on your clothing, you'll never get rid of it. Nightmare. Absolutely. I'm just mentioning that, you know, in passing, just being helpful on a Sunday morning. And, Steve, have you ever been annoyed or bored senseless by radio adverts? Absolutely not. No. I work in commercial radio. Of course. Oh, and I did look the other day. I can't find them. Mince pies. I've got to find mince pies today because Corey has got a thing about mince pies, and I've set, and he'll be angry. I was being threatened last week. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I've installed CCTV cameras everywhere. Yeah, pinned up against the wall. Get me the mince pies, Steve. And so I think I'm going to have to find a Sainsbury's. But I don't know where we've got a Sainsbury's around my neck of the woods. One down where? I can't go to Charing. I finish at 7. They're not going to be open at 7, are they? Are they? Oh, a local one for local people. How lovely. No, I don't want to go to Sainsbury's at 7. It's probably got the oddest people hanging around outside. Like McDonald's. They have to have security on McDonald's in the Strand for some of the oddities that turn up. Oh, ghastly. People draped in blankets and all sorts of things. And so the security guess, I think not. But I did promise Corey I would try and find these mince pies, and I'm going to get him some thick double cream as well. I bought him smoked salmon last time. He was so excited. He never had smoked salmon before. It's a bit of an education for him. But I'm going to try Sainsbury's because I can't think of anywhere else. They've not got them anywhere else. I've been to Iceland, been to Waitrose, been to M&S. And so none of them. Very disappointing because Iceland got an award 2 years ago. They were the most packed mince pies. You can't make them for this price. £1.50 for 6. You can't make them for that price. Not to the standard. Packed full of fruit and everything else. You just have to sort of pop them in the microwave or the oven. And then either drizzle. You could have custard over them, actually. I think I'm going to be sick. You could have custard, cream, squirty cream. What else could you have? Double cream, yeah. Oh, no, I don't like brandy sauce. I never think it's got any brandy in it. It's like, do you remember I told you the other day? Don't go anywhere. Stay there. Oh, God. Oh, blimey, we've got the news as well now. I'll have to come back and tell you about this one. Because I'm quite disappointed in this Ribena. Because they tell me the bottle's made from 100% recycled plastic, which I'm very pleased about. And then it says, concentrated blackcurrant juice drink with sugar and sweeteners. So I'm thinking, well, it's obviously got tons of stuff in it. 32%. 32% is blackcurrants. You know, and they're calling it blackcurrant drink. For 32%. I got one the other day, lemon, 10% lemon. It's a joke. Monday the 6th of September, it's another day of well, and it's very dark at the moment. It is dark, isn't it? Very unusual. We're so used to walking out and it's brilliant sunshine, but it's going to be another day of mixed, I think, sunshine and showers. So today, partly cloudy and a gentle breeze. Is that 10% chance of rain, do we think? Oh, no. No, it's not. Wait a minute. Yeah, 10% chance of rain today. 15% chance of rain tomorrow. Tuesday, no, it can't be 17% chance of rain, is it? 17 degrees. 17 degrees. Oh, right, 17 degrees. I was reading the wrong thing. But so this week is sort of a bit mixture today and tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. Come on, it's Sunday. It's Sunday. Steve, the guy from London's Burning was John Alford. Yeah, actually, Joe just said to me he saw him in a Frost programme. I don't know how old he is now. He could be in his 40s, I should imagine. And Steve, there is a Sainsbury's along from where you used to go to get your coins counted in their machine. You're right, it's at Hampton. I'll have to take the car up for a journey and then go in there, wander around. I'll probably have to buy a few boxes of mince pies for Christmas, only because I promised it, and he'll be so cross if I don't actually get it, which is a shame. Asda are doing mince pies now. Oh, good. Okay, there you go. And Dave says Iceland 6 for £1. Not in our Iceland, and our one's full of tins of Quality Street. 48. John Alford is he really? He's he was sort of a young-looking boy when he was younger. He was sort of very, very good-looking boy. And 48 now. We tend to forget, don't we, that you see people on the television, because you see all these... I was watching Coronation Street the other day, which was an old coronation. They all look about 15 in it. They're all so young. Ken Barlow looks so young. Deirdre was in it. Everybody was in it. All the people in the corner shops. But, you know, that's the way it goes, isn't it, nowadays? Mavis. Well, I don't really know, Rita. Why? I don't know why they didn't want to bring her back. I mean, I wasn't aware that she was killed off or anything. I mean, she left. Was it in protest? Oh, right. Oh, that's right, because she made a comment a short while ago about she thought it was a bit rude, I think. Some of it was sort of a little bit near the knuckle. She didn't like that kind of thing. But she did very well with Dinner Ladies, working for Victoria Wood, and I liked her. But everybody used to take the mickey out of her. They're doing an impression of her, which I thought was very sweet, actually. But she was good in that corner shop. Oh, I don't know, Derek. Because he actually died in real life. Steve, so a lot of people are telling me where the thing is. Jim says, how about bratwurst dipped in scent and then dipped in fresh grated horseradish? Oh, I can't do horseradish. It just drives me insane. But actually, bratwurst dipped in scent, yes, absolutely. I used to buy hot dogs in Vienna, and it was a baguette, and they put it onto a spike, which is hot. So it opens up the baguette, and then you just literally take it off, put in some mustard, and then drop the sausage in. Delicious. You could just keep eating them. As long as they could keep making them, I could keep eating them, which has probably been my downfall, I should imagine. But definitely not fresh grated horseradish, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Steve, somebody else asked you if you've managed to find these mince pies. I'm going to find them, I'm telling you. Steve, can you tell Albert he's barred? He can't be in the Groovy Gang. I shouldn't imagine he's in anybody's gang, really. Poor soul. Gino D'Acampo. You remember Gino D'Acampo? Yes, everybody does. They've unfortunately made the biggest mistake of their life. They're going to let him front Family Fortunes. Well, he is the most undisciplined presenter I've ever seen. He's never heard of some of the former hosts of Family Fortunes. He didn't know Bob Monkhouse or Max Bygraves, so he's done his research well, hasn't he? I predict it will be absolutely ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Former Bake Off winner Nadia Hussein barely watches the show now. She said it doesn't feel like the same tent because it doesn't have the same people in it. Who hosts Bake Off, actually? I don't know who's hosting Bake Off. Noel Fielding, that's the one we don't like. Just not funny. How many people do you need to present a programme? Dreadful. Strictly's star signing Nicola Adams is topping up her earnings by charging fans for video messages. Also, listen, we had this problem the other week. People going, oh, it's dreadful, people paying for a video message from a celebrity. And I said, but if you're just supposing you're a fan, as I said last week, of Dick Van Dyke, from Mary Poppins, God blimey Mary Poppins, up on the roof, he charges just under £1,000. Well, listen, you don't have to have it. You don't have to have Nicola Adams's video message for 166 quid. But if you're a fan of hers, that's a little personal thing for you. I could spend 166 quid and have her saying, hi, Steve, this is Nicola Adams. I just want to say I listen to your programme every day. Glad Albert's not. And I'm a big fan of yours and hopefully see you around my place for lunch, And that would be, you pay 106. What's the matter with that? I think that's a brilliant idea. Everybody must have who would you pay for, Joe? Come on, who would you pay for? Who would you... You pay for Nick Ferrari. I can get it for free. I'll get that one free. Leave it with me. What do you want him to say? Anything? Strangely, I thought of a few things. None of them repeatable. Who would be a big fan? Come on, who would be a big fan? Who you pay for a video message? You know. I know I put you on the spot, but surely when we started the conversation, you must have realised at some point I was going to turn it round and go, so who would you want to pay for? Sean Connery. Yes, shaken, not stirred. Yeah, Roger, you can't have Roger Moore, no, unless you can contact the other side. Who would you fancy? Come on, who would you fancy? Who would you like? Who would you pay money for to get a video message of? Come on. Come. Well, no, dunno is not an answer. We don't know a celebrity called Dunno. Is that Ian Dunno? Caricatona. Yeah, Caricatona. Just like to say, big fan of yours. Yeah, thank you, love. That'll do. 20 quid? Good. Sorted. But people pay for it. There are huge agencies who are charging, you know, I mean, somebody like, who was it they did the other, I can't tell you who it was. It was a radio presenter, 10 quid. 10 quid, they would do a video message. And I thought, listen, that's okay, because you move up the scale. If it was somebody I really, really wanted, I'd pay for it to have a personal message from somebody. You know, I mean, that'd be lovely. I could get all sorts of people to do an endorsement for me. In fact, actually, to be honest with you, it could be the best bit of money I've ever spent. Unfortunately, I didn't win the money the other day. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but it went to somebody in Europe, okay? That's all I'm saying. Because it was the Euro Millions, and so obviously, you know, Euro person got it. It doesn't bother me, seriously. But then I have got notification that I've won more money on the lottery. It says, congratulations, the ticket that you bought has won a prize on the National Lottery. You've won a prize. Why doesn't it tell you straight away? Why do you have to log in? Why doesn't it just say, I'll check it now. Okay, it might not even be open, actually, at this particular time of the morning. But accept all cookies. Yeah, all right, I've done that. Cancel that. Accept all cookies. So sign in. Wait a minute. Sometimes it takes forever to sign. Oh, wait a minute. Sign in. Here we go. Sign in. Sorry, we couldn't find an account with I didn't enter any details. There we go. That's what I'm doing. I'm entering that one there. Okay, here we go. Brace yourself. And I have got the princely sum the other day of... I'm so excited. Oh. You've won a free... Oh! £108. Eat your heart out. And 2 free lucky dips. 3 free lucky dips, but £108. Well, the baked potatoes are on me. £108. The most I ever won was £4,000. But that was years ago when it was a bit easier to win. Now, £108. That's probably 6 numbers plus 1 star or something stupid. And you think, you know, only one more and I'd have had 20 million. But no, £108, not complaining about it. Eat your heart out, Albert. And £108, I tell you. Woo! I think I'll go and buy the biography of Harry and Meghan. A short read, I should imagine. Steve, I'd love a video message from Tina Turner. Kira. Yeah, female, by the way. Well, I knew that. Yeah, a video message from Tina Turner. What's love got to do with it? Have you ever seen her in concert? Fantastic. There's a bit of her live where she does this mad a new job in the city, and she does it very slowly, and then gradually it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, she goes like that, and she's got boundless energy. She's fantastic. Fireworks are going off, the crowd are going mad. Big wheels keep on turning. She does Proud Mary. Very good. But she wears a wig. Yeah, it must be a wig. Of course it's a wig. How many women do you know of that age who've got hair like that? She's 80. It's a wig. She's 80. Is she really 80? Well, I'm with you on that one, Kira. Definitely. And, Steve, I'd like one from an unknown actress called Samara Weaving. It says, I bet you get many requests for a video. I've done loads. I don't charge. I feel that would be a bit mean, actually, but no. And Steve, how much do you think Gemma Collins would charge for a video message? £1. Okay, £1. No, I mean, no more than that. You can find her propping up most sort of wimpy bars around the Brentwood area. I mean, it's not difficult to get her. What about the train spotters? Are you a train spotter? No. No, they used to get them years ago. You don't get them now. They would sit at the end of platforms on all the big railway stations. You know, it was kids, men, all sorts of things, and they would write down the number of trains. It's like, have you ever seen plane spotters? Go up Heathrow Airport. There's on one of the ring roads near Hatton Cross. They all sit there with their cars and they're listening in, and they go, oh, this plane here coming in now. It's coming in from Geneva. And you go, yeah, and? Of course it's got to come from somewhere. It's not come from the moon, has it? And they write this stuff down, which I think is slightly peculiar, but that's probably me being a bit mean-spirited. But, you know, horses for courses. Steve, there's a massive Sainsbury's down Manor Road, Richmond, which I think might have mince pie, says Lorraine. No, I'm not going on some sort of... petrol costs money nowadays. I can't afford to go out all the time, heavens above. What do you think I am, a multi-millionaire? I've got £108, though. That'll just see me through the end of the month with petrol. Yes, actually... Get yourself a Rolls Royce. Oh, have two. £108. Of course, if it had said $1 million, I'd have been leaving the studio now. I'd be opening that door, shutting it, and screaming the most loud obscenities you've ever heard in your entire life. Because I've never, just the fact of winning. Oh, look, Nick Ferrari's column is in the Daily Star, and it's also in the Express today. He talks about Lizzie Harper, the very brave Lizzie Harper. Do you know she's got 700,000 signatures already, which is good. And what was the other one, actually? Extinction Rebellion, who came to town this week, but numbers were dramatically down. Might be because we've been visited by a pandemic that's infected nearly 26 million people and killed 858,000. Or perhaps it's because they can't protest from home. Yeah, who were those lovely protesters the other day? They sat on the ground and superglued themselves there. And my answer was, leave them. That's what they want to do, sit on the ground, superglued, stay there. I couldn't care less. Eventually they're going to want to go toilet. And you're just going to deny them the little bit of solution that will free them from the ground. You can sit there and wet yourselves. I couldn't care less. Might seem a bit harsh, but frankly, you want to disrupt my life? I'll disrupt yours. We can do it, and we can do it better than you. Steve, American wrestling. What would be your wrestling name? Do you know, funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention American wrestling, because I watched it the other day. What a bunch of frauds. What a bunch of frauds. Here they go, and they make a lot of noise. And it's men of a certain age with long hair. And there's something very peculiar about that. They've got names like, whatever they've got names like. But it's this, they sort of run into the back of the thing and then they run forward and they jump on somebody. And you think, oh, what a pile of rubbish. It really is awful. So definitely not American wrestling. Definitely. Steve, I used to ride my chopper bike down to Hatton Cross and watch the planes coming into land, but in my defence, I was 14. Well, that's okay. Steve, like you, I got a message saying my Euro Millions had won a prize last week. Off a £2.50 ticket, I won £2.30, says Andrew in Carlisle. I got £108. Look at me, honestly, being all clever. I might buy some thins, actually, to have today. How many lines on the Euro Millions do you buy each week? I'm just curious. I did 7. So, I think it's £2.50 a line. I did that. You seem to be able to do loads of them, because I had some winnings mounting up, and so I have a fair stash in my little pot, which I can transfer to my bank account if I so choose, but I use it just in case I have a bad week, which is most weeks. I'm terrible. Steve, Frogmore House, there's a travel lodge down the road. Not quite Royal Lodge, but who cares? I certainly don't. I despair at their audacity because I admire the royal family. Linda in Chislehurst, I mean, I should imagine the only member of the royal family is the Queen. Seriously, I can't think of anybody else who I admire as much. She has to go through all of this. She shouldn't have to go through anything. But remember, says Linda, what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. Yes. I mean, Harry has let them down badly. Very badly. But, that's what he wants to do. He thinks he's being very clever. Good for him. I mean, if you seriously think that sort of going to America and giving up your family is the way forward, good luck to you. Good luck to you. Frankly, for most of us, I should imagine most of the country, it's a case of family comes first. But of course, if you're tempted by money, Harry, which we know quite a number of people are in the royal family, as I say, having watched Zara Tindall the other day, she's endorsing things left, right and centre. Land Rover hand out free cars to the royal family. So that's why you'll see a picture of them posing with them at Badminton and stuff like that. It's terrible, really. It is absolutely disgraceful. Because I wouldn't mind, but they do have money. They do have money. Steve. Paul O'Grady would be the best presenter for Family Fortune, says Sarah. I think so. He's very, very good. You're going to get Alan Titchmarsh back on is it Sunday morning, I think. 3 numbers paid £108. Really? Well, there you go. You've told me something we didn't know. 3 numbers paid £108. What was 4 numbers? Just a matter of interest. So for 3 numbers, you get £108. God, that was a bargain, wasn't it? feel as I've done something quite well, actually. Oh, here we go. You're never going to find it, are you? You're never going to find it. You don't know. He can't even find the toaster at home. He's got no toaster. Of course, I feel guilty having won money enough to buy, a couple of toasters. If you're buying the Dualit ones or something. No, actually, you can't even buy a Dualit toaster, I don't think. Here's a picture. Danny, what's her name? Daniela Westbrook has admitted her drug taking made her a bad mum. Couldn't care less, dear. Couldn't care less. That was your problem. That was your problem. You had to deal with it. And also, prepare to be vajazzled. Yes, it's coming back again. Get your stilettos on as Towie turns 10. And it's a bit embarrassing, really, because they're so old now. And here it is, Lauren Goodger sitting right next to Mark Wright. I don't know why I'm so fully hating it. Mark Wright, who's never managed to learn how to smile properly. He's always done one of those it's a fake smile. It looks a bit creepy in this picture here, actually. But fancy putting Lauren Goodger next to him, and she's obviously got her hand on his shoulder and their knees are touching. Michelle, check this picture out in the paper. OK, so here we go. So, match 2, and you get £2.60. Actually, it get quite a lot before you... When was this? Was this the other day? Friday? Oh, wait a minute. I was going to say, because I haven't seen my my £108 sitting up there. But it must be. Wait a minute. It's gone again. It'll be coming back. This is so exciting. Here we go. Friday. This was Friday. Oh, right. Oh, where's my £108 then? Obviously not. There is no 100. It jumps from match 4 and 1 star, £89.80. 3 stars, apparently is £6.80. Oh, here we go. Look. UK cash... Oh, no, 106 million.
Is it Friday?
I don't know. I've got no idea. Now you've asked me. I'm very confused by the whole thing. This is on the 6th of the 9th. Oh, it's probably last night. Probably last night, I think. Yeah. National Lottery. It must be, actually. Oh, right. National Lottery. So I've got a lucky dip. It says it's on its way. From where? I've got no idea. So I've got all these lucky dips. A lucky dip, and then a lucky dip and a lucky dip. So 3. And then the £108. So here we go. So it's 3... Do you know, trying to understand this. Match 3. Where are you? Yeah. And there you go. Roll down price, 108. What's that mean? Does that mean that somebody has to win or they start distributing the prizes? So normally it would be less. Could be £30 and you got £108 because nobody won the jackpot. Oh, right. So the jackpot was 20 million. Oh, right. Oh, that's quite good, isn't it? And so there was nobody matching 6. 5 in the bonus paid 1,200,000. But that's 5 in the bonus. I mean, the chance of getting that is remote. So in other words, I'm very happy with what I've got. Very happy. Now, Michelle Keegan needs to check, why did they put Mark Wright sitting next to that stalker, who is Lauren Goodger? If you remember, she wouldn't leave him alone for years. I want to go out with him, And now she's sitting next to him in the photo. Michelle's going to be having words, Mark. Smacked legs, definitely. What else we got here? It's another picture of Kate Wright and Rio Ferdinand. I'm so bored with pictures of those two. I really am. I couldn't care less. And Shirley Ballas charging 83 quid for a short personal shout-out. See, I think that's good. And a weak handshake could be a warning of diabetes in later life. A weak handshake, as opposed to a butch handshake. Scientists from Bristol and Finland tested 776 people over 20 years and found the risk of type 2 diabetes was reduced by a stronger hand grip. I've never even thought about that. I mean, you can't do anything like that at the moment, can you? You can't touch people. I mean, I just grab them, come here, ooh, snogs, everything. But no, I mean, I haven't shaken hands with anybody for ages. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I should start getting used to sort of shaking hands again. But I mean, perhaps in Finland they're allowing people to do that. Bit worrying, isn't it? I've been to Finland. It's nice. Not a lot of people there, but it's quite nice, if you like going to that sort of place. Where else did I go to? Oh, yes, we went to the Arctic Circle. Not on £108. We went to see Father Christmas, before you ask. Sorry? It's very cold. Very cold. We had, on the wind chill factory, when we took out these skidoos, or whatever they're called. Skidoos? I don't know what they're called. It's like a motorised thing. It's like, you go through the snow and all the rest of it. Because they have snow for 6 months of the year, up the top of Finland. And wind chill factor was about 32. It's so cold. I can't begin to tell you. All the hairs in your nose freeze. A skidoo. That's it. I went on one of those. And it's got heated handlebars. But it makes no difference at all. Literally, you've got a thick coat on, a scarf, a hat, thick gloves, everything. I had little packets in there that you put in which heat up. And I was still frozen to death. Frozen to death inside the Arctic Circle. It is beautiful, though, up there. It is absolutely stunning. It's pine forests, you know, and where Father Christmas lives, it's like really like ace. He's got his He's got his elves up there, and then you wait, and it's all beautifully done, because apparently you take the presents over for the little child, and the hotel whizzes them out to Father Christmas. So when the child goes in, he can go, Steve. I mean, what's obviously not for me, but for Nathan and for the others. And he then gives him, of course, Nathan was apoplectic. He was so excited. Father Christmas knew his name and had a present for him, which was brilliant. It's so well done. It really is lovely. And then you can see, you can have hot Ribena, I think, or blackcurrant juice. There was no alcohol, I know that. And because it's so dark all the time, it's permanently dark. You go to bed early, you look at the clock and it's like 6 o'clock. Because normal routine for me, quite normal routine. And then I stood outside and I saw the Aurora Borealis, and it's lovely. It was really lovely, but the whole place is deserted. They have cabins in the woods, but they're so well separated, and each one's got a sauna in. They're very big into saunas. Very big into saunas. And I didn't stay in one of those. I stayed in the hotel, which was the biggest log cabin hotel, apparently, in the world. And it was lovely. But it just meant that every day when they came up for breakfast in the hotel, and there was about 8 of them, they used my room for taking all their jumpsuits off and everything else. Because when you first land at Luosto, is it Luosto? No, Kittila. They then take you in a coach to this huge aircraft hangar, and you go in and somebody looks at you and goes, da, 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 and they bring out your size in boots and a jumpsuit and everything else. Well, I mean, it's ridiculous, honestly. Obviously, I thought I was fatter than I was. And they give you that, and then you have to take your own hat and everything else, and then you keep those for the duration. Then you leave them at the hotel, and they send them back there. This is only of interest if you're going to see Father Christmas this year, which, of course, you might not be, because they might have cancelled that as well. Because I know a lot of places are not doing Father Christmas this year. He's fairly old, and also he has helpers. But I know a place down near Southampton where they're not having Father Christmas, but they're having 2 real reindeer in there, because the owner of this particular garden centre keeps reindeer. They're very small. Have you ever seen reindeer? They're really quite small. I was quite surprised, actually. I thought they'd be, like sort of Monarch of the Glen or something. I'd be absolutely annoyed. Yeah, seriously, they're really quite tiny. Oh, dear. Right. Oh, look, another picture of Rita Ora. God, I bet you spend all your time, dear, looking at pictures of yourself. Zoe Ball's boyfriend is claiming benefits after being ordered to pay 20 grand in child maintenance arrears. He's a former construction firm boss called Michael Reed. He's been accused of signing on. I tried that once. It was such a horrendous experience. I decided I couldn't do it. It was awful. Steve, £108 is okay, but what sum would be life-changing for you? My guess is at least 10 million. About 140 million. That would be life-changing. 10 million? What would you do with 10 million? That's not life-changing. It wouldn't. No, it's not. It's not. You look at the houses in London, you look at the prices of things. If you want something that's really nice to signify the fact that you've done really well on the lottery, 10 million's going to get you absolutely nothing. Seriously, you'd be looking at a pokey little place, I should imagine, for 10 million. But no, I would think 149 million good, because then you could be a benefactor. And you could see something in the paper going like, somebody hasn't got enough money to buy a toaster, and you could go, I'll send you a toaster. You could do. I'd quite like to do things like that. I think I'd definitely be a benefactor to people. Help people got on the ladder, if somebody was... But I know I'd be inundated with begging letters. Because somebody said to me, what do you do about the begging letters? I said, well, I'd keep sending them. I'd be one of those sort of people. You have to, because there's no point. Every time somebody wins money, they get inundated with letters from people saying, I haven't got any money, I can't afford to eat anything, can you send me some money? And so you have to get rid of them. You can't help those sort of people out, because some of them are professional beggars. You know, and you don't want to fall into that. I'm looking at the clock, all right? I'm looking at it. 7 this Sunday morning, coming up with Andrew Castle with breakfast at 7. As Extinction Rebellion protesters block newspaper printing presses, he'll be asking if it's a step too far. He'll also be discussing a drop in public approval for the government over their handling of COVID-19. And he'll have the latest on tougher lockdown measures being introduced in Bolton following a rise in cases. That's all coming up. Weekend breakfast with Andrew Castle from 7 here on LBC. Another one here says, you're right, my mate Bob won only 2.5 million in 2012 and was inundated with begging letters from distant family and strangers. Well, that's the embarrassing thing, isn't it? So in other words, could you keep it quiet? If you won the lottery, could you keep it quiet? Would you? I mean, if I all of a sudden moved house and changed the car, I don't think anybody would be at all surprised. So in theory, you could keep it quiet. Somebody at the bank could probably tell, though, which is not so great. But, you know, if you're going to win something like 149 million or 139 million or 160 million pounds, somebody's going to find out about it. They're just going to notice. They're going to notice. But if I changed the car, it wouldn't make any difference at all, actually. I keep saying I'm going to change the car. I haven't quite got round to it yet. Also, what have we got here? Very quickly. Connie Yates and Chris Gard, the parents of terminally ill baby Charlie Gard, have welcomed a new baby boy, Oliver, and he's been given a clean bill of health. Strictly fans in for a treat. This is a bit of an old story. We told you this weeks ago. Sunday people go, Bill Bailey has signed up. Weird but wonderful. He'll be brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And then Gazza's heartache as Raiders take his father's treasure. I mean, I thought the programme was pre-recorded anyway. Pre-recorded, so why it would make any difference. But there again, you know, never let anything spoil a good story for Gazza. He said he just wants the stuff back. But one of the pieces of jewellery is a £40,000 diamond-encrusted watch. I mean, who in God's name wears something like that? And where would you wear it? Where would you wear it? I mean, you know, if you had sort of a watch that was worth £40,000, and that would be considered cheap by some of them. We found one that was worth millions a short while ago. I'm a Celeb will be a real spooktacle. Spooky sightings are commonplace at this Welsh castle. What a pile of old rubbish. There's no such thing, okay? No such thing. This castle runs ghost hunts and workers have told of terrifying experiences. Of course they have. They're running a business. No point in saying, I'm a worker, we don't have anything. We're just saying it because it's a lie. So they have to lie and go, oh yes, spooky goings on. One volunteer called Jenny claimed, here we go, first liar number 1. The handrail gave way to nothingness, and I felt something propel me to the top of the 3 stairs. It's a Stannah stair lift, dear, all right? That's what got you up there. My colleague told me the butler died right there on that staircase. Duty manager, Dewis, said, I heard the chain on the main gate rattle, and then footsteps began to advance towards me. It was pitch black. It is somebody walking towards you, dear, OK? It was pitch black, you couldn't see them. The castle claims ghost encounters by visitors are commonplace. One is said to be the Countess Tower, said to be haunted by the Countess of Dundonald, Winifred Cochrane, who died in 1924. I know. Paranormal investigators visited in 2018 and claimed to have encountered the spirit of a horse. Well, of course, they're paranormal investigators. They're mad as a box of frogs. Have you seen them? They do them on Yvette Fielding's programme. Oh, sorry, what was that? What was that? Was that some... Is there... And then she stares into the camera. She's barking mad. Is there anybody there? Do you have a message for us? Of course it hasn't. It's the producer dropping his phone on the floor. There is no message. It's just confusing poor people who are deluded anyway. Apparently, other reported ghosts include gatekeepers and a former servant girl. Oh, thank God somebody can bring you the booze. That'd be the thing, wouldn't it? Get the servant girl out and the servants and all the rest of it. Anybody going on the Stannah stair lift again? Anybody want to do the creaking doors? What a load of old chronically awful things. Steve, if you won 160 million, you wouldn't be able to hide a slightly happy face from those that know you best. Yeah, but the trouble is, I don't think it would affect me in any way. Because I've always wanted to win it. So I think that'd be quite nice, actually. Matt says, if I won a lot of money, I'd keep quiet. What's the point of winning it then? Give it back. You're a waste of space, aren't you? Oh, I've won a load of money, but it's not going to change me. Well, give it back. Nobody wants things like that. Goodness sake. The whole idea of winning a lot of money is that you can sort of go out there and it changes your life. Not to have the same... You've heard people before, oh, I've just won 30 million, but I'm staying at the same council house I've lived at all my life because I like my neighbours. Well, bully for you. It's not for you. A wrestling fan? Oh, cool. Hello. Well, why not? This is the sort of person... They put... Have you seen the outfits that the wrestling people wear? And they throw themselves on top of each other. It's just a way of getting man-to-man contact. That's all it is, OK? We all know. You flew to New York. You need to get help. You really need help. It's tragic, isn't it? I mean, I wish we could offer a crumb of comfort, but we can't. No, I think personally, wrestlers just like to get in contact with other men because they spend a lot of time hugging each other on that floor. Let me tell you, all of a sudden he'll sort of throw, and then they bounce off the corner posts. And then there used to be a woman used to go years ago to the wrestling, and she used to dress up as a princess. This is donkeys years ago, and she'd sit at the front with a wand, and if the wrestlers came anywhere near her, she'd bang them over the head with her wand, and she became a fixture. And, you know, in the days when we had giant haystacks and, I'm trying to think of some of the other wrestlers. Big Daddy. Big Daddy was a big one because he was big. What do you know what his real name was? Shirley Crabtree. Shirley Crabtree. In the days when you could have a girl's name, because Johnny Cash did a song about a boy named Sue, and he said it toughened you up, because if you were called Sue, you ain't going to take no stuff from anybody at all. And there was another one, Kendo Nagasaki, used to wear a mask. Yeah. So I've been there. I've done it. I could have been a wrestler if I'd really wanted to be. Just didn't want the contact with everybody. I probably could still do it now, but the trouble is, I know what had happened. They'd push me off. I'd burst into tears and go rushing off into the dressing rooms and stay there probably for the whole duration. But they used to have it on television all the time. We don't see it so much now, do we? I mean, I know we've got other channels, and so you can probably get hold of sort of wrestling programmes, but I do see that it is slightly bizarre. It is slightly bizarre, I think. Oh, well. Some you win, some you lose, as you say. But listen, people like it. People go train spotting and plane spotting. And some people collect photographs of radio presenters, which is equally bizarre. I still get people now writing in and saying, oh, could you send a signed photo of yourself too? But of course, we don't have signed photos anymore because you can go to the internet and download a beautifully photoshopped picture of me. And in fact, when I went to see my godchildren last time, they had the brochure from my tour, which we did back in 2007, called The Bitch Is Back. Can't imagine where we got that one from. But the pictures inside, I'm so airbrushed, even I don't recognise myself, which is great. I did look quite butch, actually. I think the glittery jacket kind of gave it away. A sequin jacket does not go with really butch looks. But no, so my godchildren got the programme out and put my Global Award next to it as well, like a shrine to Uncle Steve. Comes with money, I suppose, for Christmas. Frustrated Scarlett. This is Scarlett Moffat. Reckons she's stereotyped for being thick because she's a northerner. You see, another feeble excuse, dear. You're not stereotyped at being thick because you're a northerner. It's because you are thick. It's got nothing to do with being a northerner or whether you come from down the road in Gants Hill. It's got nothing to do with that. She says, being a woman in the TV industry has its challenges. Well, there I have to challenge you. You're not a woman in the television industry. You know, you were on Gogglebox, OK? Then you got lucky. Then you conned us into buying that DVD where you lost weight without telling us you'd been to a Swiss boot camp for 3 weeks to achieve the weight loss. And then, of course, you piled it all back on again. It's got nothing at all to do with being a northerner. You know, you can be I mean, look, there's loads of people from up north, but they don't moan about it like you do. They say she's not the first to suffer regional accent woes. I'll tell you what I was more horrified by, watching her on Gogglebox the other day, and she was with, might have been her mum and dad or something like that, and she was swearing, using the F word. I thought, in front of your parents? Good God, is that a northern thing as well, Scarlett, or is that something different? Apparently, BBC host, not anymore, Steph McGovern said a viewer sent her 20 quid asking her to fix her accent. Tess Daly vowed never to give her Stockport accent a makeover. And Stacey Dooley hit back after viewers criticised her awful Luton twang. Luton twang. Hello, is that have you tried to reinvent yourself, darling? Luton twang. Never heard of anything like it. No, the reason, it's because you come over as a bit dim, Scarlett. You know, it's got nothing to do with you being northern. I'm sure there's some very nice northern people listening to the programme, but, you know, you can't use that as an excuse all the time. I know there's not that much work on the go at the moment. What have we got here? The serial killer, Nielsen, who's being portrayed by David Tennant, uncanny. But Nelson's vile jail boast was, I'm more famous than David Beckham. But for all the wrong reasons, dear. For all the wrong reasons. I have a sneaking feeling, actually, that the kitchen of his flat, the cooker, I've seen the cooker. Because I think his cooker is in Scotland Yard's Crime Museum. I think with a load of other things, because I used to know the man, I still do know, who used to run the Crime Museum. It used to be called Scotland Yard's Black Museum. It was only open to police officers, and you could go there, and they had all these things, including this cooker, which he used to have a pot on for boiling the heads and things like that when he was trying to get rid of stuff. And they have it in the Crime Museum now. They have everything. They have all sorts of, they have a gun that was used to shoot somebody, but built into a walking stick. All sorts of strange things. Very, very odd. I've got some breaking news for you, which I must tell you now. Multiple people have been stabbed in Birmingham city centre. Police have declared a major incident. West Midlands Police have said there were a number of victims, but the severity of their injuries was not immediately known. Officers were called to reports of a stabbing at around 12:30 a.m. this morning. We'll have more on that. Steady company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You've got 11 minutes, so we'll have details of that incident up in Birmingham at 7 o'clock in the news this morning. Steve, don't forget giant haystacks. His famous chant was "No more Mr. Nice Guy." Well, do you know, if you'd offered me £1 million, I could not have told you what that was. Mick McManus, for Mark in Mill Hill, he said wrestling. I remember those days. Mick McManus, I remember. I mean, but it became a staple diet. Mind you, there were loads and loads of things that appeared on the television that don't appear anymore. Like, for example, circuses. Every Easter on the television there would be Billy Smart's Circus. And you'd have Norman Barrett and various other ringmasters and all these acts that came in from abroad. And it was fantastic. We don't get that anymore now. Absolutely nothing at all, which is a bit of a shame. Steve, everybody would know if I won the lottery. Says Robert, I'd be swanning around in a Ferrari, a Lamborghini and a Bentley and a Bugatti. Wow, blimey, you're going to go mad, aren't you? But that's the whole idea, though, of winning the lottery. This is all based on my win earlier on. Of £108. I mean, hardly going to change anything. Not going to change my life. But it's a case of it's meant to change your life. That's the whole idea. If you win, 100 million or 40 million or 30 million or 10 million, it's meant to change your life. Don't go, I'm not going to change it. Well, give it back then, because it's wasted on you completely. Steve, I won 100 grand on a scratch card in February. Oh, right. And then somebody says, if you're going to change your car, what are you going to get? I'll guess an Aston Martin or a Range Rover, like Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari doesn't have a Range Rover, as far as I know. And he says, please don't buy one of those stupid electric cars. It wouldn't suit you. Why would I want a silly electric car? And I certainly wouldn't be buying an Aston Martin, and I certainly wouldn't be buying a Range Rover. I'm not interested in climbing up into a vehicle, thank you very much indeed. I'm quite happy where I am, quite close to the ground on my one. So, if you would... somebody said, talking about... for my 50th birthday, the other Elaine, in the original Spikers group, says we went on a long weekend husky riding. Husky riding. In Finland, being pulled by a team of huskies at breakneck speed in minus 17 degrees winds was invigorating, but the icing on the cake was seeing the Northern Lights. Oh, once you've seen them, have you ever seen the Northern Lights? It's ever so pretty, ever so pretty. It doesn't work all the time. It depends what the atmospherics are like, but we saw them every night. We didn't have any problem. They just sort of dance all over the place. These sort of green. Yes, it would be very annoying to go and miss them. A wrestler, says Patrick, called Tibor Zakak used to run the Lord Palmerston in Chelsea, and you had to behave, otherwise it was 3 counts and a submission. There was something about it, wasn't there? Something about, wrestling that was on the television that we don't see. I'm trying to think what other programmes we don't see on the television now. There must be loads of sort of programmes that we've had over the years that all of a sudden they disappear because they're outdated. I mean, now that you've got the new bloke in at the BBC, and he said, we're going to be doing this and doing... The thing he seems to be concentrating on is comedy shows which have a political bias, a political leaning. But it's always been like that. More so now than ever before. I think now I could run through a cast list of radio presenters, and I could tell you what their sexual persuasion was. Sorry, not sexual persuasion. Got a bit carried away with it. I could probably do that too, actually, if I thought about it. That was an accident. I could tell you what their political leanings are, because people tell you on air. Yeah, the first one's much more fun, isn't it? OK, let's start. But no, I mean, you would know what somebody's political leanings were. It was, I remember when Pete Murray was with the station, and people were sort of saying, oh, do you think he's Labour? I said, don't be so stupid, he's Conservative. I'm a big fan of Margaret Thatcher. Mind you, loads of people were. Roger says, I'm afraid there is only one step up from a Bentley, Steve. It's a Phantom. Well, I thought maybe it could have been a wraith or a ghost, I think. But then I've looked at wraiths and I've looked at ghosts. And I think it's going to be... I'd love a Phantom. I really would. But I think it's going to be too big to park anywhere. It's just, you know, I think, the garage where I get my cars from, he said, you don't want one. I thought, yes, I do. The more somebody sells me I don't want one, the more... Exactly, he's talking me out of it. The more I say I want one, the more you go, you don't want one of those, Steve. It's not for you, really. I think, yes, it is. Why shouldn't it be? But I think if you have a Phantom, you have to be driven, like Simon Cowell or Alan Sugar or somebody like that. The thought of little old me perched behind the wheel is going to look a bit ridiculous, isn't it? But I'm willing to give it a go. Matt says, does Nick Ferrari have a Ferrari? No. Not as far as I know, unless he's changed the car. Because now he's sort of down the road from me in Twickenham. You know, I see him almost... In fact, to the one point, I saw him 3 times in a week. I mean, I see him in here every morning, but 3 times in a week on your home territory, it's like being stalked. Honestly. 5 to 7 people, front page. Gaza agony over jewel theft. Sun on Sunday. Amanda, my fears over stricken Cowell. He'll be fine. He fell off his electric bike. His £20,000 electric bike. I tell you, I see people going, why are the police not pulling people on these electric scooters? They're illegal to use on the roads. They're illegal to use on the pavement. You can use them only on private property. Why are the police not stopping them? I've got no idea why not. Far too dangerous. There's going to be an accident. There really is. Daily Star, Mystic Nag. More truth in that than meets the eye, I should imagine. The Mirror. I've got Harry and Meghan in Diana show talks. This is after Netflix have announced that they're going to be running this show that was in America, which is basically pulling apart his mother. You know, why would he want to work for Netflix if that's what they're going to do? That really is awful. Also, a Royal Book exclusive, Prince Philip despairing at Harry and Andrew's damage to the monarchy. Absolutely. But the trouble is, you cannot tell the monarchy. You cannot... you can legally ride an e-scooter on the streets of London since July. Not on the pavements, you can't. You can't ride them on the pavement, surely not. And aren't they supposed to... Sorry, on the road. They're supposed to be to a legal speed limit, aren't they? Is it 15 miles an hour? 15 miles an hour? The internet's playing up. Typical, isn't it? Coming up to the end of the programme, the internet starts playing up. So Prince Philip's despair at Harry and Andrew's damage. Well, Andrew, because he's never been... Nobody's ever told him he's hanging around with all the wrong people. And Harry, because he thinks he knows everything but knows very little, which is a shame. Screen. An e-scooter to with small electric motors. Big. You can buy them £100. There you go. Currently you can buy one, but you can't ride it on a UK public road, cycle lane or pavement. The only place an e-scooter can be used is on private land with the permission of the landowner. Hello? That's what I said. I didn't think they were legal to be on the roads. There's no tax or insurance, and they've got an engine on them, which is the dangerous thing. So perhaps we have conflicting evidence. So with people told to avoid public transport, rental e-scooters become legal on roads from the 4th of July. So 1 minute you can use them, next minute you can't use them. So rental ones you can, private ones you can't. I wasn't even aware you could rent the blooming things. Wasn't even aware you could rent them. What do we got here? Priti Patel ordering the police to protect the print plants after climate extremists sabotage newspaper distribution. Yep, well, fat lot of good that is. We've had her promising all sorts of things. And apparently, middle-class eco-rabble who want to kill off free speech, they can't deal with anyone who isn't as hysterical as them. They are hysterical. They think they're doing us a favour. They're not doing anybody any favours, just make themselves look a bit stupid. Student leader says stay home unless you're black or poor. Well, there you go. And this is Larissa Kennedy, president of the National Union of Students. There's also a story about Meghan overheard asking, don't I have a voice? Oh, do you ever, dear? Do you ever have a voice? You really do. But whether or not Harry is sort of towing the party line, I've got no idea. Also, I love the idea, your guide to autumn arts in the paper, with David Tennant, Steve McQueen, Tracy Emin, who apparently is coming back with something. I can't remember what it is. Kate Winslet. And also you can meet the pet doctor, the cat guru of Japan. And that, as they say, is about it for this morning. I think we managed to get it all in, haven't we? They've got... Have you heard of flexitarian dishes? Have you heard of flexitarian? Is that a vegan or a vegetarian who is basically eating meat as well? So flexitarian, yes. It's like Luke. Luke, of course, who is vegan, but who classed himself as flexitarian, and I didn't realise it means you can eat basically... What's the point of calling yourself a vegan, then? You're either a vegan or you're not a vegan. He eats creme brulee. He's a big vegan. How can you eat creme brulee? He does all sorts of naughty things. He ate a whole box of Jaffa cakes not 3 weeks ago. Goodness sake. Not vegan. That's not vegan, is it? That's what I thought. But he does fast. Apparently to lose weight. Yeah, I trust you had a nice weekend. Everything going well for the weekend? Everybody had a nice time? The weather was so, which is nice. And what am I going to do today? I might get the car washed today. You know, because it's just one of those kind of days where you get the car washed. Because I bought this new polish stuff, which I saw advertised on JML. I sort of avidly scan all these things. They say, this is a product from Germany. And I remember thinking, I'll get some of that. So I bought 2 packs just in case I like the first one. And later on today, it comes with wipes. It's got the polish impregnated in the wipe, and you wipe it all over the car. Then you've got a cloth, which is sort of like one of these fibre cloths, and then you rub one side, and then you turn over on the other side. So I'm looking... It's a bit like a sham... Yeah, but there's no water involved. You don't do any watering or something like that. Well, whatever. But apart from that, it was all very lovely, actually. All very lovely over the weekend. I was able to put my feet up. I was able to bring my blood sugars down, so that was quite good. And then this morning I let myself down completely. I had a mince pie. And I had another one. I found the mince pies. It took me hours to find them and loads of money spent on petrol, but it doesn't really matter. I was willing to do it for the producer, lest he shout at me again. Don't want another repeat of last week, thank you very much indeed. The bullying was of a level I've never experienced in my entire life. But it was awful. So I went in the car and... the first thing I did, I decided to get on the bus to go to Sainsbury's, because up the road from me at Hampton there is a big Sainsbury's, very big Sainsbury's, and so I get on the bus marked Hampton. 45 minutes later, I'm still sitting on the bus. It goes nowhere near Sainsbury's in Hampton. But a very lovely lady who I speak to on a fairly regular basis in Twickenham, her husband, she said, oh yes, Sainsbury's, this is the right bus for it. Well, I'm going round the back streets of Hampton. We go, and I'm at one point, for about 20 minutes, I'm the only one on the bus. I'm waiting for the bus driver to go, end of stop here, you have to get off. Because I was in the middle of a housing estate. I had no idea where I was. No, I wasn't in the depot. I didn't go near Fulwell. And we're going round and round and round. And then we get to one particular stop. By this time, I've grown a beard. My hair has grown, so I've got to go back to the hairdresser. And I'm thinking, what am I doing on this bus? And it stopped and he turned the engine off. And we're in the middle of bloody nowhere. In the middle of nowhere. And so I thought, well, this is a bit strange. So anyway, I thought, stand your ground, Steve. Don't go anywhere. Sit on the bus. Eventually, it's got to go home. And then all of a sudden the bus magically turned into the, whatever it was, R70 to Richmond via Manor Circus. So I'm now I've gone all the way round the houses and I'm now heading back on the same route that I'd taken to go out there, and I'd still not found the Sainsbury's. So eventually it dropped me off in Twickenham. So I thought, I'll go and get the car. So I got the car, drove up to Sainsbury's and walked in there. Most people wearing masks. There was some old so-and-so who wasn't wearing a mask, and they shouldn't have been in there. And then loads of people in the Bentall Centre in Kingston not wearing masks. What are the security doing in there? Standing around like a bunch of numpties. It says, there's a big sign, you will wear a mask in this building. They're not enforcing it at all. They're not enforcing it on buses. Not enforcing it on trains. Producer saw loads of people. You know, producer went into a Tesco where they sell masks at the door. You know, the idea is, a brilliant idea, you get a mask at the door. But of course, the peasants who don't want to wear them are the people who are now becoming ill. And I don't want to be anywhere near them, because they're selfish. And there's all these new cases we got. Was it 3,000 cases or something? I think of people testing positive. Just under 3,000. Mainly young people. Ta-da! What did we say? All the young people, you see them out in the pubs. They're not socially distanced. Yeah, 2,988 new cases in the past 24 hours. What are they? Young people. Hey, thickos. Do you mind if I tell you something? Wear a mask. Don't hang around with people with no masks on. You'll pick it up, okay? And you don't want to pick up coronavirus. You really don't. I mean, it's like saying, here is my loaded gun. Would you like to pick it up and put it to your head? Of course not. Too dangerous, but that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Stupid people, thick people, people of limited intelligence, people with no brains, people with heads stuck firmly up their rear end. Ridiculous. So anyway... So I go to Sainsbury's, and it's the same Sainsbury's I've been to before. Do you remember where I changed my money up in the Coinstar machine? And then the girl said, well, we won't change this in future. Met your match here, love. Yes, I will. So I called the manager. Get the manager. Get the manager. But I was very nice. Very nice. Could you get the manager? Because I'm not being preached to by a 12-year-old, thank you, in Sainsbury's. And the manager came over and she said that they're not going to change this money in future. Oh, she said it's too much money. I had about £400. I'd saved up over the months, and, I could have saved it up. It could have been my entire life savings. Nothing to do with her. Mind your own business, you nosy little so-and-so. And so she said, we won't be doing that. And I said, is there some ruling on how much money you can change up? He said, no. I said, would you like to tell her? She, of course, then went, long for the job. Ridiculous, honestly. So anyway, so I buy the mince pie. They've got a whole shelf devoted to mince pies. So I bought, I've got a couple of boxes of mince pies. Yes, I went to all that effort, spent about 40 quid on petrol, spent 45 minutes of my life on a bus, which I shall never get back again, all to get you a bloody mince pie. And so, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it ruined my day yesterday, because by the time by the time I got back home, I was so exhausted, I had to sit down and have a cup of soup. And it's Zora Suleiman's birthday today. Did you know that? Was it yesterday? Yesterday, yeah, I wished her a happy birthday and gave her 2 satsumas and a card. She seemed fairly happy. So I bought the mince pies for people who don't like Christmas. Okay, we don't really care. These are deep-filled mince pies. Okay, whoopee, whoopee, whoopee. And the other ones are filled with brandy-infused mincemeat. 6 mince pies with all butter pastry. But not only do we have the mince pies, we have the squirty cream, and we have the thick double fresh cream. I mean, it is just too much, isn't it? I mean, honestly, how much more generous and how much more petrol can I put in the car? But for the producer, everything. You know what it's like on this programme. We have to sort of, keep the little so-and-so happy. Yes, I'm the best. I'm the best. But I thought you could have the squirty cream and then you can have games with it afterwards. If you don't use it all up on the mince pies, you can have a bit of fun, you know what I'm saying? Make up your own jokes at home, okay? I'm here all week this week, just in case you're worried about it, thinking, maybe not. Okay, the numbers, wait a minute, the numbers we need next door, boys and girls. First one is... add 1. Now, add 6. No. Oh, sorry, no. It's, no. Yeah, thank you. Then we're back to, again. Then we've got, and then another. Yes. Oh, it takes ages to do this. This is just to log on to the computer. Seriously, our security is fantastic. Warren says... guess where I am? Guess where you... I mean, do you know where you are? He says, Bonnie knows. So, well, she's in Portugal. You're not in Portugal, are you? Because she was in Portugal the other day. I wonder if Warren's in Portugal. It's the sort of thing he would do, just go down and get on an aircraft as one... Oh, and I've got some satsumas for us later on, because we're doing healthy, which is very good, isn't it? I love the picture in the paper today of a dog who's given birth to one of the largest ever litters after an appointment to have her spayed was cancelled because of COVID. And so they've now got 16 puppies. 16 gorgeous little puppies. They're absolutely... Oh, wait a minute. In New York. Warren is in New York. He says, had lunch with Cliff, and we spoke about you. Everybody talks about me. Honestly, I'm always talked about. Cliff Richard, yeah. I would just call him Cliff. And he's got a picture here, and he says, Cliff's asked after you and says hi, and he's looking forward to seeing you soon. Whee! Well, look at you lot. Don't you look good? How lovely just to be in New York. Sorry? Can you fly to New York? What do you think you do? Hitch? Of course you fly to New York. No, you can fly to New York, can't you? Yes. I mean, Warren probably went as baggage or something like that. No, you can swam. Yeah. Wonder how long it would take you to swim to New York. Where did you go last weekend? We went to New York. We went swimming. We went swimming to New York, which is lovely, isn't it, really? Monty Don. You know Monty Don? Lost his dog. Remember that dog he used to have in the programme? He lost that. But he suffers from SAD, which is seasonal affective disorder, which affects a lot of people who don't like the dark mornings and stuff like that. To be honest with you, it doesn't actually bother me. It really doesn't. Steve, social distancing went out of the window at university many weeks ago. Seems like people don't care. Also, Steve, channeling your inner Karen, says Jack. Absolutely. I mean, put it this way, 3,000 new cases, the majority of them young people. I mean, you know, if they turn out to be university students, well, more fool them. And they're supposed to be the intelligentsia of society. I think not. Did you know the most expensive vehicle to operate by far is the Costco shopping trolley? Oh, right. I bought orange and cranberry Jaffa cakes in there the other day. I don't really do Jaffa cakes. I'm a diabetic. I look after my body. Orange and cranberry. Sounds a bit naff, isn't it? A bit trash. Not my sort of thing at all. They did do some sausages a short while ago, long, like a Frankfurter type sausage, but I think it was like a bratwurst, with bacon wrapped around it. Not for you. That's a high-end meal. You just have a mince pie and enjoy it. Yeah, it's a very, very big pig in black. Warren's... I think you'd be better off with a cocktail sausage. No point in depressing yourself. Warren said he did swim to New York. And he also said... He said, it's Labour Day here today. Labour Day in America. Woo! Look at you. Look at you. How fantastic. How fantastic. Well, I hope you're all well over there. Steve, there are many restaurants where the kitchen staff aren't wearing masks. Well, they don't have to, apparently. Also, the people in shops don't have to wear masks. They don't have to do that because they're in shops and they've got access to all the things. I mean, funnily enough, this morning I sneezed in the car. I always sneeze. Every morning I'll get halfway because you've got the mask on. And and you try and stifle it, and it's so annoying. The driver immediately got his hand lotion out while he's driving and did his hands, and then offered it to me. I said, no, I have my own, thank you. Try not to share with stuff like that. I did see, actually, was it Djokovic getting defaulted at the US Open? Didn't he hit a ball and it hit somebody? Yeah, by accident. Well, obviously by accident. I mean, if you're going to really hit the power of these balls, you could have killed her, I should imagine. But, yeah, he's been defaulted at the US Open, which I used to think was something completely different, but turns out not to be. Apparently it's something to do with tennis. And Walsh says, locked into the spike, what a long journey you had after all that, still not there. But I mean, sitting on the bus by myself all the time, I could have taken a colouring book and started colouring it, because I'm looking at this journey we're on, and it's supposed to be fairly straight. I've now discovered it's a bus 290. Because as I was coming out of Sainsbury's, I looked at a bus that had pulled in there, and it said 290 on the front of it. I should have remembered. You'd think a bus, saying Hampton on the front would be going to Hampton Sainsbury's. Does it? Yeah, I think it goes on from us to Staines. I don't want to go there, thank you. I used to live in Staines. I lived in Staines for a few years. Lovely place if you like that sort of thing. Well, it's not called Staines, it's called Staines upon Thames. They've tried to upmarket it, but if you've seen the Elmsley Centre, no chance. That used to be the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. They used to sort of go in there and look for people and go, you'll do. Well, me? Yeah. You've got enough tattoos and your teeth have all fallen out. You'll be classic for our show. Do you think it's ever going to make a comeback? Do you think we're ever going to put the Jeremy Kyle... No, you don't think so? I mean, where have all these shows gone? I mean, I'm not saying that we want that particular one back, because it did turn into a confrontational show where they'd drag out people, they were just, some of them were mad as broomsticks. They really were. It was a subculture. And he kind of thrived on it. And then it got taken off very quickly. And then all of a sudden, those sort of shows disappeared. And we don't have there. Trisha was very good. Of course, you know what you got to look forward to today? The biggest personality in the entire universe. Only Steph's show. God in heaven. I watched the trailer again. Yeah, Is it? Oh, it's a week today. That's right, week today. And they've done the trailer where they've dressed her up as different characters to try and make out she's a bit kooky. Unfortunately, she's bloody boring. And that's why the last time when they took the show, it wasn't to do with the neighbours complaining, it was the audience complaining. The audience who deserted it. Are they going to come back? Because you know what's happened? Somebody's thrown a load of money at that programme and they're determined to make her into a celebrity. Not going to work. Not going to work. Lunchtime, they're all listening to Sheila Fogarty. She's the woman what knows. She's here. She's like the Mystic Meg of LBC. You don't need Steph McGovern. No, she's not like Mystic Meg at all. We'll take a short break, shall we? Oh, look at that. I'm scared. I've got the wrong bus on a few times. Well, I mean, I knew that we were going, completely in the wrong direction. There might have been a Sainsbury's at some point on my journey. In fact, actually, the lady on the bus said to me, she said, "You're going to get the mince pies?" I said, "Yes," at vast expense. And it was, because eventually I got back to where I started from, but I hadn't actually got off the bus. So little Sainsbury's, yeah. But the one on the big roundabout is enormous. It's vast. Vast. Really is lovely. Steve, you are God sent. Of course I am, super. Have you ever cooked roast duck? No, it's too fatty duck. You've got to do it on a tray. That's why whenever you see the duck hanging up in the window of all the Chinese shops in Soho, they're hanging up for a reason, to dry them out, because it's so fatty. And so you need it dry. I love crispy duck. Do you not like crispy duck? Oh, you just don't like duck? No, I mean, to be honest with you, the only duck that we ever used to have years ago was called duck à l'orange, which is, I mean, nobody ever called it duck with orange. They called it duck à l'orange, like bœuf bourguignon, beef bourguignon, something French, and the duck was with orange. How boring was that? I mean, seriously, But now crispy duck with hoisin pancakes and cucumber and spring onion. That's quite. We could eat that at this time of the morning. Why can't we just open up the canteen and go and do chips? I'll go up there. I'll do the programme and cook chips at the same time. They've got to be really, an OB from the canteen. They've got to be really crispy chips as well. Because at this time of the morning, crispy chips are like the way forward. And then we could have a bit of doner kebab meat or something and just wrap it around the chips. And then not bother doing the programme. We'll just sit here and eat and then go to sleep, which is what people do. Steve says, Sunil, in Camden over the weekend, it was heaving. Nobody wearing masks, just like a normal day. I know. Oh, dear. Dale in Birmingham says, yes, Channel 4 still insist on flogging a dead horse with Steph McGovern. Due back. Well, it's not, it's a week today it comes back. But they've sort of done it. The actual graphics at the beginning, they're really obviously invested money in it. It's done now in a studio, no audience. But the trouble is, she's not very good. She's okay. But, but they're sort of dressing her up as if she's some comedy character. Which is great, if only it transferred itself through the little screen, but it doesn't, I'm afraid. And I believe it is flogging a dead horse. It's like Gino D'Acampo, who's doing Family Fortunes. He's not a game show host. To do a game show, you need to be very experienced. Gino D'Acampo just plays the fool. And so he didn't what? He didn't know Bob Monkhouse? No. I shouldn't imagine he knows anybody in his tragic little world. He just, I'm sure he's all right. But listen, you don't give a man's job to a child to do. It's as simple as that. I'm not being rude about it. But to be a game show host, as anybody will tell you, ask the Masters, ask, the Bob Monkhouses, dead. Ask the Bruce Forsyths, dead. I mean, there's so many good people. Ted Rogers, he learnt that show 3, 2, 1 backwards. Gino D'Acampo just going to wander in on it. He can't be disciplined, so the show will lose any of its momentum. You watch. I'm never wrong. I can tell by the way somebody presents. That's why when they say Steph McGovern, and I look at this very carefully crafted thing, what they're doing is they're wrapping the Christmas present in the most expensive paper that they can find, with the ribbons and the bows and the tinsel and everything else. Once you've unwrapped it, it's going to be dead boring. And it's not going to go any further. You watch. They'll be saying, well, it's sort of... The trouble is, if she's got any sense, and she's not really working at the moment, is she? I don't think she works on BBC Breakfast Time. They've still got poor old Naga Manchetti on there who trolls on, doesn't she? She does her best. But most people seem to like, the other side, because it's a bit more racy-pacey. The BBC, to watch them sort of socially distancing, is a bit mamby-pamby. We know they're supposed to do it. But, for God's sake... And have you noticed, they never give their own names. So he'll go, hello, I'm Steve Allen, and with me, Naga Manchetti. She just has to sit there saying nothing. She's a bit mute, until eventually it's her turn. OK, now you can speak, Naga. You know, because you've been on all the programmes and it still hasn't worked, has it? There's a stalker jailed for harassing a woman. And she decided she'd had enough of being literally, on a daily basis, he would send loads and loads and loads of texts. They just sent him to prison for just over 2 years. Fantastic. I've submitted 2 names to the police. I did it over the weekend. I've got a couple of names. One of them's in Scotland, and the other one's not, which is good. Steve, can you fix a query for me? What is the Eddie Mayer, Steve Allen soundbite of the day all about, says Warren. I tell you what it is. Eddie Mayer is a huge fan of Steve Allen. You know, back from, a long time ago. Long time ago. And we didn't know anything about this. And they just started doing it. So every day they have a little soundbite and it'll be something taken from this programme. I mean, to be honest with you, it's actually fantastic publicity for me. Fantastic publicity for me, yeah. And it's a case of they picked up. We've never got it right so far. We always have a go and somebody will write in and say, that's going to be the Eddie Mayer soundbite. What it is, it's called cross-fertilisation. So in other words, I talk about his show, he talks about my show. More difficult at my time in the morning to get an audience, but I think you'll find we kind of cracked it. And so every day they will pick something that he said, because he listens every day. He listens every day to the programme, as indeed does James O'Brien, there's so many people do, which is quite nice. And they all, sorry? Fridays. Yes, Friday, exactly. They'd say, what's Steve talking about? Can we get mileage out of it? No. He spent the first 10 minutes talking about mince pies and his journey to try and find them. Hardly going to be award-winning radio, is it? But I mean, at least we made the effort. And so that's all it is. It's people talking about everybody on the station. Because then, you know, you'll hear me talking about somebody and then somebody else will go, I'll have a listen to that, and so you listen to it. But every day we get the Steve Allen soundbite. And this is what it was on Friday, it must be. We're terribly sorry we can't bring you the Steve Allen show today. He's passed over. And that would be it. That would be part of a monologue. And he just pinches little bits and pieces. That's what I bet Cliff said. I've heard that Eddie Mayer thing. What is that? He does it every day for me. Every single day he goes, this is the Steve Allen soundbite, and up it comes. And sometimes it can be about a minute long and sometimes it's only short. It's lovely, isn't it, really? Lovely. I like being talked about. You have to be at my time of the morning. Steve, what's your garden doing? I watered it all the other day. Watered everything. I've got the fountain going. What I did, because I've got a glass ball on top of the fountain. It's quite heavy, quite big. It's not big. And it's got a light underneath it which changes colour. So at night time, I am Mystic Meg. You know, lay your hands over my ball, which turns fairly fast. And it's slowed down. So you take the ball off. You just lift it off. It's only in like a little sort of receptacle kind of thing. And there's a jet of water up the middle and that keeps it turning. And it was just dribbling. Just true. It wasn't actually spurting as I would expect it to do. So I just lifted the top off, turned it off, obviously, because it runs on the mains, and I got a little brush and brushed the motor, because the little motor inside gets clogged up with algae and stuff like that. So I brushed that. Well, I tell you, I was spurting like a good one. You've never seen anything like it. It was. I thought, well, that's good. So I put the ball on the top. Well, you can't slow this thing down now. It's like the runaway train. It's going great guns. So I've done that, and I've seemed to ended up with some more butterflies. Don't know how. Every time I go out somewhere, I see another butterfly, and I think, I'll buy that, you know. I don't know. It's an obsession, but I love it. I absolutely love it. So the garden's doing very well. All the begonias, they're very pretty. They're in orange, dark leaves, little orange flowers. No dropping anywhere. It might be a couple of little leaves and flowers, and that's about it. And all the other stuff's going well. So I'm quite pleased with the way it's all turned out. But the baskets get to that stage where, unfortunately, beginning of September, the weather takes a downward turn. So it's a bit nippy out there at the moment. It'll probably warm up later on, and you need to sort of clear the baskets off. So, in fact, I was quite wise to take photos rather than a couple of weeks ago, which was good. I've just come out of a Coles supermarket, says Shane. He's in Sydney. I bought a packet of mince pies, went next door to the coffee shop. I'll have coffee and a mince pie. What, you're taking your own mince pies in? Oh, you can't stay in there, can you? Are you allowed to stay in there? I do like the idea, actually. I've noticed a lot more young people, Steve, wearing those sunflower lanyards from Sainsbury's. Oh, right. Those things to highlight hidden disabilities to staff. The same people wandering around shops without masks on. I don't think I've seen the sunflower lanyards. I don't think I've seen those at all. But isn't it funny, though, that you put a mask on, which we all do, and so when somebody says hello, and you go hello, and you smile, they can't see you smiling. And so I've now learned that I can nod my head at the same time, and that sort of intimates that I'm smiling. Well, I hope that's what it does anyway. So still to come. The council, who's offered the father of some autistic boys 100,000 quid to move out of the county. Rock legend Jimi Hendrix apparently was a huge fan of Corrie. Yeah, right. Purple Haze. You ever remember Jimi Hendrix? I never liked Jimi Hendrix. It's a bit too rough for me. He used to live in Mayfair. I'm sure there's a Jimi Hendrix museum or something. No, he lived in Henley. Sorry, he lived in Mayfair. Oh, they all do, champagne socialists. You know what they're like. You know, we're with the people. Yeah, right. It's like Harry and Meghan. And we want to tell you, people, how to live your lives, even though we both come from dysfunctional families. And, oh, by the way, we're not running that thing that would have run on Amazon. Nothing to do with the fact that Amazon is a rival of Netflix. You know, and we will be still taking the golden shilling from Netflix, even though they're going to do a musical about my mother calling her a tart. You would have thought that the first thing he would have done is pulled out of that deal. But being the introverted, shy, retiring couple who really got out of this country so they could get away from the press. And so let's go to that quiet place called Los Angeles. No press there, either. LBC News Time, just gone 4:30. It's Zora Suleiman.
It's reported Boris Johnson is drawing up legislation that'll override the Brexit withdrawal agreement on Northern Ireland, a move that threatens trade talks, which the Prime Minister will warn today must be completed within 5 weeks. Mr Johnson will also say if there's a no deal, both sides should accept it and move on, and that will still be good for the UK. Police have spent the night searching for a man after 8 people were stabbed, one fatally, in a knife attack in Birmingham city centre on Saturday night. Detectives say they have several fresh leads after releasing CCTV footage last night. LBC weather overcast with showers across Scotland and the north of England, dry and bright at first across the south and east, clouding over a little later, highs of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
Xero is the beautiful alternative to your old accounting system, providing a real-time view of your business cash flow. And because it's kept securely online, you can manage your business finances from anywhere. Your accountant can even log in so you can both work on the same set of accounts at the same time. Purchase Xero in September and get a free set of headphones, a printer or a coffee machine. Visit xero.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Universal Credit and other benefits could provide you with financial support if you've lost your job or you're earning less. Search employment and benefits help. Eligibility criteria apply.
Sustainably sourced Arabica beans, freshly ground to order. And organic milk, all for just 99p. Because quality coffee shouldn't cost a fortune. A freshly ground McCafe white coffee, now just 99p. Unbelievable. Price and participation may vary. Delivery orders not included. Discount follows government's VAT reduction.
A nice weekend. A nice walk. A nice relax on the sofa. Is nice what you really want, or is nice not satisfying you? You're always thinking, can I do more? Life as an RAF reserve could satisfy that urge. With life-saving, mountain climbing, truck driving, helicopter flying weekends. So when Monday comes and Jackie asks what you've got up to, you can say you've had more than just a nice weekend. There's a role waiting for you right now. Search RAF Reserves. Find your force.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, 5th day in hospital with no sleep. I'm sure the nurses have a competition as who can raise the loudest bang. Anyway, thank you for keeping me company, says Adam. 5 days in hospital. Good Lord. It's not good, is it, really? With no sleep. I don't know how you could ever go 5 days with no sleep. I mean, I couldn't last 24 hours with no sleep. I've done long radio programmes before, and you do get to the stage at the end where you're just gibbering. Absolute rubbish. If you do a speech radio programme, it's very difficult. Very, very difficult. But I remember doing a programme, I think it was about 6 hours of speech. And 6 hours of speech was quite a long time. Quite a long time. So what do we got? Robbie Williams thinks he's going to go to America and conquer America. I think you've left it too late, dear. And then he was telling us the other day that his wife has to shave his bottom because he's so hairy. And I thought, I don't think the Americans want people like you. Thank you very much indeed. I know we don't. Also, they want to get crowds back into stadiums. Well, we all want to get crowds back into stadiums. And somebody has said, I think an MP, that they want to get theatres fully operational by Christmas. Well, how are you going to manage that? How are you going to manage that? The things have got to be disinfected from top to bottom. Everything's got to be done. And then you've got to get a production in there. And then you've got to sort of take it. I mean, it's really difficult. Pete Doherty, banned from driving again. What a buffoon this man is, honestly. He was riding an electric scooter whilst he was disqualified. He says he didn't know he was not allowed to ride an e-scooter. We should listen to an informed radio station then, mate. He's 41 now. He was stopped on October at 1:40am. Police asked for an insurance certificate, which he didn't have. They have to have insurance certificates? Oh, that's right. Because yesterday we discovered that the only ones you can ride on the road are the ones that you've rented, because they presumably will come with insurance. If you're stopped and it's your one, they're going to fine you. Like in this case, take heed. Take heed, little people who whiz up and down the roads. He was charged with driving whilst disqualified and with no insurance. And his lawyers said it was not clear what the rules were. Well, just go onto the internet. Just go onto the internet. He pleaded guilty to both charges and a charge of driving without insurance. How much was the fine? I could tell you now, he was banned for 2 years and fined £6,000. £6,000. So, Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden-Penderpiece saying that mass indoor events are now in my sights. We need to start filling seats in much larger numbers. Well, how are you going to do that? How is this going to be happening? He's described the initiative as Operation Sleeping Beauty. God, honestly. Such a drama queen, honestly. Operation Sleeping Beauty. And here come the chipmunks, you know. And he's adamant that testing is key to reopening spaces without distancing. What, so wait a minute, do we have to wear masks? So you can go in the theatre, have a quick test as you walk in the front door, which is going to take you forever. If you pass, you can go and sit in your seat. And you've still got to wear a mask. How are you going to eat your ice cream and slurp your drink? I've got no idea. I mean, I don't want to go and sit next to people in a theatre. I don't want to sit next to the producers. You know, if you don't want to sit next to them, because they might have it. You might have it. There's no symptoms, are there? I'm not looking at anything that I there's nothing physically that I could see and go, Corey, you look ill. You know, but I mean, you've looked ill for the last 3 years, so it doesn't make any difference, does it? We just have to get ourselves through it. Of course, now you're going to be ill and fat after the 2 boxes of mince pies and the cream, the squirty cream. You know, they do loads of different types of squirty cream. No, I've not filled up the desk with it. So excited. I know. You're so easily pleased. But, yeah, squirty cream. You can just see him tonight, can't you? So I have a squirt on the pie, and then a bit on me, and then, in the throat. Love it. I can't we have fish and chips now? I could eat fish and chips now. I don't think there's any... Just because we work at this time of the morning, and bearing in mind, because most people, they seem to ask the same question, seems to crop up at least once a week, is, do you go home to bed? I go, what for? I've already been to bed. I've been to bed. This isn't sort of the end of my day. This is the beginning of my day. Why do you think we sound so chirpy? Why do you think that people sort of, you know, like, woo, and all this kind of stuff? It's because we've been to bed. We've got up. We've got changed. We've come into work. We're here. We're cooking with gas. We're having a bit of fun. So that's why when somebody says, you know, could you eat fish and chips now? Too right. I could eat. If somebody said to me, we're going out, we've discovered a takeaway Chinese, and they're doing you sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour chicken, some char siu pork, which is quite nice as well. And what else would I have to eat? Quarter of crispy duck, chili beef, crispy beef, yeah, which is quite nice. And we'll have some... I don't do lemon chicken. Something about lemon and chicken that didn't kind of go well for me. And a pancake roll. I love a pancake roll. But not too big. Not too big. Because they get quite hot. Quite hot. So if you go to the Chinese, most of them cook them to order. And so you take it outside, you go like that, take the roof of your mouth off. It really is. It's very... I'm just a bit of a drama queen with it because it's like sort of... But you're so hungry, you want to... So most of the time, it's like soup. I did some haddock chowder. They put it back into Marks and Spencer's again, but they've changed the packaging. Very boring. And so I bought two pots of those. They were £2.50 a pot, and I had it. But the trouble is, it's got bits of chunky potato in and everything, and it's nice, but it's a bit difficult because I don't put soup in a bowl and then use a spoon. I put it into a mug and then drink from the mug. I quite like... Such a snob, honestly, you really are. You only have to look at his face. Not coming to dinner at my parents' place. Then the ones with the hot tub and their own bar. You know, like that's not common. And Yeah, so country. There you go. Smoked haddock. No, it's not like that now. They've changed the packaging, but it is very nice. All of these coloured things have gone. All those coloured labels. It's just plain. Very. In fact, I only knew that it was smoked haddock chowder because it was. But it's new packaging. So anyway, 22% fish and chip sales are up. 22% up. That'll put an extra 84 million portions on 2020 compared with last year, totalling 466 million. Wow. And we do 45 takeaways a year. I don't. They say 7 fish and chips, 7 kebabs, 9 pizzas, 10 curries and 12 Chinese. And KFC is where? And McDonald's is where? Do you seriously think people do 10 curries and they don't do a McDonald's takeaway? Go to the one in Richmond. They've got little people on motorcycles there with their learner plates on because they're learners. And they have it from Paul, you know, who's the boulangerie, whatever he is. And they do bread and everything. He also has a little scooter. But they have them, loads of them, outside KFC in Twickenham. There's about 6 of them who sort of deliver your KFC to you if you're too fat and bone idle to actually get out there and go and buy it yourself. Never had anything like it. Never had anything like it. We're the kids in America. Who's that? Kim Wilde, absolutely. And she's forgiven Shakin' Stevens. Why? Because Shakin' Stevens kept her Kids in America off the #1 slot. She's into gardening now, Kim Wilde. So I don't think she does as much. But she has a duet with her dad, who is Marty Wilde, who's got an MBE, who's, I think he's 80 or something like that. Really sort of getting on a little bit. But, no, we like Kim Wilde, but I know she does gardening. I know she's into sort of giving gardening advice and stuff like that, which is very nice. Very good. Also, Donald Trump's supporters rescued after a boat parade to back his re-election bid went badly wrong. Ha, 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 ha. Shouldn't laugh, really. And Ozzy Osbourne has dismissed his decades of cheating on Sharon as an occupational hazard. I mean, you have to ask the question, I mean, in God's name, he's going to be remotely interested in that old has-been. I mean, he was never particularly great looking some years ago. It's got worse. But good news for some paintings. 3 pictures destined for the walls of a student flat. They were lovely. 3 pictures handed down through family, but the current owner didn't like them. So he gave them to his son to put up on the walls until somebody went, these are worth a bit of money. These are by somebody called Ki Beishi. Excuse me, who's very collectible. Very collectible. These 3 pictures of flowers will go under the hammer. They reckon they're worth about £20,000. However, Bashi died in 1957, and in 2017, one of his works sold for 107 million. He's seriously collectible. So these £20,000 could be worth double. It depends if 2 people start bidding, they could go through the roof. 107 million, yeah, for a picture. I know. I mean, some bloke called Picasso, he apparently does quite well in the picture thing. Modigliani as well, which sounds like an ice cream flavour from Italy, doesn't it? What will you have? I'll have a double Modigliani with a flake. All these people apparently are quite well known. Caravaggio apparently was very well known for painting, you know, something. And Canaletto, all he painted was pictures of Venice. How dull and boring was that? Picasso, I'm going through my cubist period. You're going through your rubbish period, I'm telling you. Have you ever seen such pictures? I've seen 7-year-olds who can do better. None of them look like anybody they were supposed to be. I preferred the things which they've got, you know, hanging in art galleries. Anything that's called modern art or cubist or that kind of thing. It's rubbish. It's not evocative of anything at all. There was a picture the other day, it came up for sale, and it's a bloke who paints waves. But they're so fantastic, these pictures. It's waves crashing on a beach or something else. They're absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Is it Hokusai? That sounds like a Native American Indian calling or something like that. Hokusai. Show me. Show me a picture of it, and then I shall tell you immediately. Because it turned up in Country Life this week, and I looked at this picture, and you could seriously look at it, and you can feel the power of the waves in the ocean. It's quite stunning. Quite stunning. Oh, we nearly got something then. No, it's not that. It's not. No, it isn't. It isn't like that. It isn't like that. But it is a painting of waves. Let's have a quick look. No, all these look a little bit... some of them are quite nice, aren't they? They're quite nice. I'm having... See that one there, How to Paint an Ocean Wave by Sammy? It's a similar kind of thing to that, where you look at it and you can feel the power of the water coming off. And I'll find out for tomorrow. I'll go back through my country life archives, which I have many, and I shall tell you exactly what it is. Warren says he's just done his blood sugars. 8.1. Very good. He said, that's after 7 biscuits. What's yours? What's yours? I don't know, but I suspect it ain't going to be 8.1. I'll do it for you in a minute, actually. I've got to go and find the blooming thing. But it's much smaller, my latest one. Very, very tiny. Very, very tiny. But you did 8.1's good. Blimey, if I was getting 8.1s, I'd be very, very, very happy. Have you ever been to Highgate Cemetery, says Stephen? Yes. I had a few great hours there yesterday seeing the famous graves. It's lovely. Very nice. I like things like that. There's something nice about cemeteries. I don't know. I suppose one day we're all going to end up in one. This is a bit morbid. It's accompanied Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And, Steve, there are canalettos of the River Thames. Are there really? Are they really? We're having mince pies, are we, next door? Are they particularly nice? Are we having them with squirty cream? Are they particularly good? Fantastic. There you go. It feels a bit festive. I don't see anything. I want to put up mince pies, just a matter of interest, on Google or whatever it is, or Wikipedia or something. Because I don't know when it started becoming only available for Christmas, because you can buy mincemeat in tarts throughout the whole year. This is the same thing, and it's in a pie. So I don't actually have a problem with anybody eating mince pies, because they don't have to be for Christmas. In fact, to be honest with you, if we had some nice custard, the history of mince pies. There you go. Mince pies were originally filled with meat, such as lamb, rather than dried fruit. They were also first made into an oval shape to represent the manger that Jesus slept in as a baby. Sometimes they had pastry baby Jesus... What website is this? What madness. During the Stuart and Georgian times, mince pies were a status symbol at Christmas. Very rich people liked to show off at their Christmas parties by having pies made in different shapes, like stars, crescent, hearts, tears and flowers. Having pies like that meant you were rich and could afford to employ the best and most expensive. Now they're made in a round shape and are eaten hot or cold. And this person says, I like mine hot with some ice cream. Yeah, well, that's quite good, actually. So, on Christmas Eve, yeah, a custom from the Middle Ages says if you eat a mince pie on every day from Christmas to 12th night, you'll have happiness for 12 months. And also a belly you'll never get rid of. So, that's quite nice, isn't it? So, I mean, you don't have to have them at Christmas. You can have them now. That's why the supermarkets are selling them. Sainsbury's lead, others will follow. You watch, the next thing is they'll have the Heston Blumenthal puddings in Waitrose. Not that we ever get round to eating the Christmas pudding, we're always too full. But I quite like the idea. So, you can go and buy them. There's probably a few other supermarkets doing mince pies. They had about 4 different types. What? Nothing. Oh, right. They had about 4 different types in Sainsbury's. Then you have to go a few aisles down and pick up the squirty cream and the other double cream as well. But is he still squirting a lot? How many mince pies have you had now? You've just... Of course it makes it so much... Absolutely. But that's like giving you sort of, some smoked salmon and not giving you a lemon. You have to have the whole caboodle and squirty cream. I mean, to be honest with you, if you put it in a bowl, you could get more squirty cream on. And that would be quite nice. Is it nice squirty cream as well? Honestly, I've never seen 2 sort of people. It's like sort of discovering presents under the... Perhaps we should bring in some Christmas crackers tomorrow and we'll go for Christmas crackers and presidents. Very light. Very light. Oh, you what? It's only coming up 10 to 5. That box will be empty in about 15 minutes. Yeah. I'll get on the bus again. Because actually I don't have to do anything today. I can just go and sit on a bus. Go round and round and round. Colin says, if you know someone who banks with NatWest, get them to change your coins. They have a coin machine in the branch. We own NatWest, actually. I'm with Royal Bank of Scotland. We own NatWest. Thank you very much indeed. I have my own Coinstar machine. They also have it in Metro Bank as well. Oh, you've not dropped, have you? Have you dropped the cream or the chair? Oh, right, bit of pastry, okay. Yeah, so I know. That's the trouble. Once it goes all over the floor and everything else, it's terrible, isn't it? Never mind, you're doing well. Did you ever shop in the Wavy Line? No, I didn't. The Wavy Line was a little, I seem to remember, corner shop, and it had 2 wavy lines, and it was called the Wavy Line. You went to the Wavy Line, like now we go to Tesco or any one of a number of other places. But no, I didn't. I think it finished before I actually got there. Shane says, I couldn't get your show for 10 minutes. It cut out. I don't know why. I thought it might be the weather, but it's sunny. I got that yesterday, actually. I was listening to LBC, and all of a sudden it just went off during an interview. And then about 30 seconds later, it came back on again. So there you go. Steve says, Roger, I bought many cars at auction, but first one online without seeing it. Picking up at 1 p.m. today. We'll let you know if it's got an engine. Oh, dear. That's so you haven't seen it. What, you just looked at pictures? Oh, not so good. I'd be a bit worried, actually. Steve, I haven't been out to Marks & Spencer since lockdown, so I'm so happy they've started to deliver. Now I can get some of the things you mention. Oh, there's loads. Do you know, honestly, I could spend ages going through a supermarket and tell you my favourite little bits and pieces. You know, yesterday I went and got some sausages, surprisingly. Some of those little cocktail sausages. But they only had 2 pots, so I had to get a little pot of Melton Mowbray pork pies. They were quite nice. I'd eaten 3 in the cardboard box ones. I'd eaten 3 before I'd even got home. I felt a bit guilty. And then I put the sausages on. And I was so desperate to eat the sausages, I just put them into, after I'd heated them up and they'd sort of cooked off. They're already cooked. You can have them cold, but I like them hot. And then I squirted some tomato ketchup over the top. Delicious. Yeah. Warren says, I bet he's dropped cream on that chair before. Yeah. Oh, Warren, he has. He absolutely has. By the way, you don't want to know my blood sugars. Yours are 8.1 after 7 biscuits. Mine is 17.1 after a couple of mince pies. So we shan't be writing that one down in the book. I should be getting into trouble, I think. Steve says, Luke, I work in Morrison's. I've just put out mince pies tonight, so they'll be catching like a fever. Listen, if you put stuff out, people will buy it. The people who don't want to buy it are the ones going, why are you putting out, you know, there will be some moaning old Minnie somewhere who moans about it. You know, why are you putting out mince pies for Christmas? It's not Christmas yet. Well, somewhere in the world it might be, okay? And that's why we're doing it. That's how it works. Also, if you put something out, they're expecting it to sell. They're not expecting it to sit on the shelves while a few moaning Marys stand around going, oh, it's disgraceful. We shouldn't be having... I mean, I think they should have turkey on sale. You know, put a whole turkey on a spit roast and have that and go, we've got fully cooked turkeys. I think Costco should do that immediately. You know, they sell cooked chickens. Why not a cooked turkey? And that way you wouldn't have to worry about, oh, can you imagine? Eating it on the way home is delicious. Delicious. And, Steve... regarding your take on modern art, I completely agree to all these pretentious, overinflated artists. I say, I don't care what you're good at. There's a 7-year-old kid on YouTube doing it better. Yeah, I mean, I have to freely admit that I can't paint or draw for love nor money. I have no talent in that department whatsoever. Seriously, I mean, no, I can't. I can't, okay? I'm telling you now. Start on me, honestly. When I say I can't do something, I can't do it. I know I can't do it because I have no gift in that department. The only thing I could draw at school... We used to have odd art classes. They were odd because I was in them. And you'd have to draw little boxes, OK, all exactly an inch by an inch by an inch by an inch, mark in the middle, and freehand do a letter. So you'd have to do the whole alphabet like that. Whereas, you see, I wanted to do the one where you had a big piece of paper and you cut out different shapes in it, and then you stuck cellophane, different coloured cellophane, to make a stained glass window. That's the one I did. And then they hung it up in the window, and my shafts of light were coming through in different colours. I felt like I was in a church. It was very spiritual, except for a boy called, let's just call him Rowbottom. Anyway, he won't be painting ever again. And so, you know, I had this sort of, and very, very nice, and mine took pride of place. It was one of the better ones there. Some very odd things. I went back a short while ago to school, about 2 years ago, just to have a quick drive round, just to see what it was like. And so I drove it. It was on a weekend, obviously, so the school wasn't in operation. And it's co-ed. Girlies go there. Girlies, can you imagine? We'd never have had sports day. We'd never have survived anything like that. And it's now, but it's exactly the same as you remember it, just a bit smaller. And when I was on the bus yesterday, because I had enough time, I was taking all the schools that we went past. Some of them were enormous schools and nice roads of houses, but you'd never find them. You'd never find these houses. And they were really nice. As I say, by the time I got off the bus, I felt I should have taken sandwiches. You know, because I think next time I will take that and sit there. Because you see people sitting on buses eating food. Those are people who are lost. OK, they have no idea where they're going. They've all got their masks on, trying desperately to eat, but it's not working. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Anthony says, just the same, Steve, when people moan when Easter eggs appear on the 27th of December. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? It's what you want to do. It's like some people, would you eat sausages and beans and chips and bacon and everything else for breakfast, or would you eat a box of After 8? The answer is you can eat anything you like at any time. You just have to educate your stomach to accept something that's really fattening. Hence the box of After 8. You have to coax your stomach. It's not going to do it voluntarily. It's going to be rebelling against it. But a friend of mine, we went away, and we were in a hotel in Manchester, and he ate a box of After 8 for breakfast. Seriously, I knocked on his bedroom door, and he was sitting there, and there's a box of After 8 on the bed. And I said, "You're not eating After 8 now?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "It's breakfast time. It's sausages and toast and hash browns and beans and bacon and fried bread and stuff like that." Oh, God, I'm making myself ill. Seriously, I'll have to leave the studio. If all of a sudden it goes quiet, you'll know that I've left the studio to go. Because I reckon if there was a place in London right now that served cooked breakfasts, they'd get my business immediately. But the trouble is I have to sit here till 7, it says so in the contract, and then I can go and have a cooked breakfast. I've done it before. I've been into the Hippodrome and had something to eat there, which is quite nice. Steve, any luck finding bird's eye runner beans? No, I completely forgot about it. But I'm sure you can find them in Iceland. I'm sure that Iceland will do bird's eye runner beans. And Adam says, "Are Warren and Cliff listening? Does this mean Cliff heard me moan about my hospital stay? Fame at last. My mum will be so proud. Cliff's a legend, but not as much as you." I wish. I wish. Legend. Oh, well. Also, another one, somebody else saying, why should you not eat mince pies? Well, I don't know. I've never actually sort of bothered about it. I just sort of like the idea of eating a mince pie. And the boys like them, so they've had... How many have you had now? You've had one each. Yeah, they won't last much longer, will they? Because you've got the squirty cream to use up. And then you've got the other cream to take home and pour and drizzle over the other ones. How lovely, isn't it? It's little and often, yeah. Which pies did you start on? The regular ones. Okay. I loved going around because when they all come into all the other supermarkets, they do flaky pastry, they do lattice pies, they do all sorts of different ones. Heston Blumenthal did a selection of mince pies last year. I bought in loads of different ones so we could all have a little taste. Simple. Oh, well, yeah, just keep it simple. We don't want anything fancy. I'm not bothered about it's got candied peel in it or something like that, or lashings of brandy, because I could eat a whole box and I wouldn't be tiddly. I might be a little bit. Who's being offered £2,000 to gull-proof their seaside homes? And why, in God's name, is Greg Wallace taking his shirt off? Nothing worse. He's 55. He's got a real old man's body. It really is. He might think it looks good. It looks terrible. It really does. Poor soul, honestly. Steve, my mum used to moan at me for eating corn. Nice to have your company the 7th of September. 'Tis Monday. And it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. The Scout group have been forced to stop orienteering in a forest because apparently it's become a dogging hotspot. Has anybody asked the Scouts whether they want to not go into the forest? Andy Carroll, I think he's a footballer, called a rude word by a restaurant owner in a row over parking. Another one of these footballers who thinks that, they have a God-given right to park their cars wherever they want to. And so he rightly got sort of rounded on. We've got a poem today, which is coming up in 1 minute. And then a recent survey. I never tell you who the companies who survey it because it's just so stupid. But what would you choose as your final meal? Now, I'm not sure if this is final meal if you're just going to die naturally, in which case, how would you know it was your final meal? And secondly, if it's for your execution, in America, they offer you your final meal. You can have whatever you want to have, obviously within reason. I'm thinking, so you're going to execute somebody, you're going to make sure they're well fed before they go. How useful is that? 85% of people said they would have a burger as their final meal. Yeah, I could go for that. A burger with some chips, cheeseburger, something like that. Well, yeah, but what else? You don't want to get indigestion on the way to your own execution, do you? Don't want to sort of go there going, oh, I've got hiccups and all this kind of stuff. They're going, well, you ate your food too quickly, didn't you? That'll teach you. You could die. Oh, sorry, you are. But I never understand why they give people... Some people choose Kentucky Fried Chicken. Ice cream is very popular. Waffles, stuff like that. Or a steak. Yeah, but you don't want to, you know, they're going to be going, sorry, look, it's 2:00 now. Is there any chance you could speed up a little bit? Well, I want to savour this steak. It's a really good filet mignon. And you go, yeah, but take bigger pieces, all right? Otherwise you'll be taking it with you to the gurney. And that's how it works. It's an odd thing, isn't it, to ask somebody what would be your final meal? I don't know, whatever you fancied. I mean, I quite like tomato soup. So tomato soup and crusty French bread would be very nice. And that'd be quite a good thing. Poem for you. It's called Punctuality, and it's by Lewis Carroll. Man naturally loves delay and to procrastinate. Business put off from day to day is always done too late. Let every hour be in its place, firm fixed nor loosely shift, and well enjoy the vacant space as though a birthday gift. And when the hour arrives, be there wherever that there may be. Uncleanly hands or ruffled hair, let no one ever see. If dinner at past be placed, at past then be dressed. If at 15, make haste to be down with the rest. Better to be before your time than ever to be behind. To open the door while strikes the chime, that shows a punctual mind. There you go, Lewis Carroll's. I'm assuming it's the Lewis Carroll. Punctuality, it's called. It's part of our education on the programme. Steve, have you seen how big Richmond College along the A316 is now? They converted the car park into a massive new learning block. Just look like porter cabins to me. And then Mark says, will you carry on doing your show when you have your feet amputated due to diabetes? Mark's slightly, quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic. And as I say, I mean, do you actually assume, Mark, you must be a bit thick. Do you actually assume that somebody would cease doing a job because of their feet amputated? You can't be that dim, surely. You must have half a brain cell in there somewhere, but I suspect maybe not. Are you saying then that sort of, you know, if you've had your feet amputated, you can't do a job that involves your voice? How would you know? I haven't had my feet amputated. You don't know that. It doesn't come over in the voice, does it? A stupid thing. Ridiculous. Never anything so daft, but there you go. One more stupid thing and you've got nobody else to write to. Nick Hewitt's favourite painting was The Wave by Hokusai. No, is that the one we just looked at? Was The Wave painting by Maggie Hambling? We don't know. We'll have a look. I thought it was a bloke, actually. I could be wrong. Maggie Hambling. They were... No, it's much nicer. It's much nicer. Hers look a bit splodgy. They're good, but it's not... This other... I'll find out, 'cause it's going to drive me mad, actually. Peter says, did you know Jimi Hendrix and Cass Elliot, Mama Cass, both died in the same flat and the same room in Mayfair? Yes, Mama Cass choked, didn't she, in her sleep? I seem to remember. Loved Mama Cass. Mamas and the Papas, brilliant. Apparently, there you go, Jimi Hendrix lived on Brook Street. His home is now a museum, his honour. Thank you, Dion. I knew I was right. Brook Street in Mayfair. And it's now a museum. Very good. Also, do you have to insure your voice? Don't think so. I don't know any presenters who actually insure their voice. I don't know why. No, it's not that one either. No, it is just a picture of a wave. It's a blue sea. It's out in the ocean, and it's just, you can see the spume on the top of the wave. You could almost, they actually say you could reach in. You know this place. It's fantastic. I shall find out tomorrow, don't we? It's no good. Don't upset yourself. We'll find out tomorrow. Much easier. Also, what else we got today? Boris, no deal Brexit is a good outcome. Prince Andrew joining the family at Balmoral. Can't imagine why. And let's see why. Here he is. This is Prince Andrew, the embarrassment to the royal family. And he was among royals gathered near Balmoral. He was grouse shooting. Hunting, shooting and fishing. That's what they do. Close to the castle where the Queen is. Tim Lawrence was up there as well, and they were sailing their blue water yacht. Andrew has been accused of failing to help the prosecutors. Well, he's just a waste of space. All he has to do, they just want to know what he knows. It's as simple as that. But obviously, he's not interested in helping the police because he's Prince Andrew, and he does what he wants to do. 14 vehicles in the shooting party, just to bring down a couple of birds. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, really? Apparently, over the summer, Balmoral's been visited by the Queen's children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Even Prince George joined his father, Prince William. Boo, boo, boo. Why would you want to do that, William? You know, I thought you were trying to ingratiate yourself to the public, but quite clearly, People aren't remotely bothered, are they, really? They're not interested. My final meal would be an Austrian dish, Wiener Schnitzel. Yeah. It is a bit dull, isn't it, really? Not one of our favourites. Debbie says, Giles Brandford's got a book of poems. Recommend them to anyone. Right. Yes. He's just brought out a book of poems, actually. He's just brought out a book of... Only a short while ago. Only a short while ago. Mark, you've just been barred. OK, I thought I'd tell you that now. Top one. Top one, boys. Top one, lose forever, and then he'll have to go and get another telephone. I always love it when we can do that. I tell you, on a Monday morning, it makes me feel so much better about life. So Harry's pulled the £1 million Invictus concert. Would that be, Harry, because you're now over in America where you're trying to avoid the press like the plague? Because that's why you left this country, wasn't it? Or was that just a little bit of a smokescreen? Was that just because you thought that you deserved to be treated, like a big celebrity? You're not. OK, neither you nor the wife. Very sweet couple, but frankly, can you pay us back the money you owe us? OK, we'd like the money back for Frogmore Cottage. We don't want it paid over 20 years, thank you very much indeed. And the money we wasted on your wedding, can we have that back as well? Because if you were going to plan on living in America, you should have stayed there years ago. But I love the way that, we're trying to avoid the press. She's suing as well, an agency. We're taking a picture of her and the nipper out in a public place. I can't quite understand it. But there you go. They're... never grateful, are they, really, poor souls? Another one here that says a lot of people are guessing on who this wave picture is, but it's not by anybody that we know here. I can't find it, but it's once you see it, you'll go, oh, that is fantastic. Best thing I've ever seen. Best thing. Johnny Depp should put his next film on hold rather than delay his libel battle, Amber Heard has declared. Do you know, I really don't like you, Miss Heard. I don't know why. I have no reason not to like you, but I just really don't like you. Because he's suing her for... it's just backwards and forwards. Gaza is burgled after pick by peers. Yeah, whatever. Did you not put this stuff in the bank? A £40,000 diamond-encrusted watch. Just lying on the table, I suppose, dear. And... also a £2,000 gold cigar cutter, medals and a watch owned by his dad who died 2 years ago. 2 steaks were taken from the freezer. So we haven't heard from Gaza for quite a while, actually. And also, what was the other one I quite liked? Oh, sales of kiddie bikes are booming. We had kids the other day cycling on the road. There were loads of them. Loads of... Oh, dear, there's another bit of violence going on. Where's this violence? It's not Belarus, is it? I know that there was loads of things going... That does look a bit like Belarus, doesn't it? They've got riot police out. It is Belarus, I thought so. They've got riot police out, where they just they beat people with sticks and things like that. So Harry and Meghan, we're not celebrities, we just want to be treated like celebrities and huge international stars. Jade Goody's eldest son said his mum is smiling down on him as he forges a career as a top fashion model. Well, he's only 17... OK, we're a long way from being a top fashion model. And but they got it wrong. The exclusive by Stuart Pink. He says he's got 79,000 followers. He says, I get so many people saying about going on Love Island or similar shows, but I want to make a name for myself first, then we'll see about reality TV. Oh, dear. So when I'm further into my career and I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, call me up, I'll definitely do it. They say his mother... former dental nurse Jade, who died in 2009, became the first reality star millionaire. Sadly, she didn't. I know, because Jeff Brazier told me that she didn't pay tax. She thought you had to... I don't know where she thought it went from. Perhaps the fairies came round and took it. But so when she died, the HMRC nipped down, had a look through the books, and took a load of her money. And then Jeff said there was a little bit left. He said then they came back and took the rest of it. She owed a fortune. She never was the millionaire that people thought, which was a shame, really. Right. Steve winning on a Monday morning. Love it. Block him. Yeah, I'll tell you, we can do that now. Just go. And now he's got no voice. Poor little soul. Never mind. 84850. Steve, if the last meal was before execution, mine would be an authentic Chinese meal delivered from China on foot. Yeah, they did say... that your final meal had to be something that was, you can't go, oh, I'd like this or something which isn't available. It has to be something that's available. So that's why, yeah, it's got to be Joe Allen's or something like that, or KFC. You can have a party barrel Oh, I don't want that. I'd rather have it covered in caviar and then deep fried it. No, you're not having it. All right? Well, do your steak or do you... But most people go for fast food, cheeseburgers and stuff like that. Mainly because the sort of people they're executing are sort of the people who would eat KFC and all the rest of it. See, Joe in Hornchurch got the right idea. Bacon sandwich, crusty white bread. Job done. Job done. It's 18 minutes past 5. Steve, I remember Gaz's friends paying for him to go to rehab. Why didn't he sell his 40 grand watch and pay for it himself? Yet, well, do you know, I've only just been reminded of that as well. Because when Gaza went into rehab, wasn't it Gary Lineker and a few others who coughed up for that? And so he's sitting on a £40,000 watch. And then, Craig, he got about 175,000 after the phone tapping thing. Do you remember the news of the world phone tapping? Gaza got a load of money out of that. He thought he'd have paid the people. I seem to remember at the time saying, hope he's paying the people back, but knowing what he's like, probably not. I still think my favourite person was the person who was in a supermarket and denied him buying booze. He actually got to the checkout with the booze and she went, I'm not serving you. You know, because he was an alcoholic. I don't know whether he still is. Yes, you are. You're always an alcoholic. You never stop being an alcoholic. It's like being a smoker. You're always a smoker. It just takes the one to get you back on. So there you go. Steve, talking about the last meal, says Tony, do you think they'd let you wash it down with a nice bottle of Prosecco? I don't think they do booze. I have a sneaking feeling it's just food. You don't have to deal with a drunk on the way to the chamber, do you, really? I don't think so. What did I watch the other day? It was a war film. I've started getting into war films with sort of people like Telly Savalas and people like that in there. And it's just basically massacre. Massacre all over the place. But some of the things are quite good. I saw one the other day. Couldn't tell you what it was called, but it seemed to have Roger Moore in it. And, wasn't the Guns of Navarone, was it? Whatever it was, it seemed to be set in a village, which could be Italy or somewhere like that. Escape to Athena. Escape to Athena. It was a very, very good film. Very good film. Escape to Athena. A ragtag group of prisoners. Blah, blah, blah. Greek piano. Might be that one. I think they were all in it. They were in it. David Niven. That's right. Stephanie Powers. Claudia Cardinale. Elliot Gould. Sonny Bono. That was the one. Music by Lalo Schifrin. Now, you know who Lalo Schifrin is. He did the music for the film... Jaws. He did Jaws. And he did the disco version as well. Lalo Schifrin. I used to play Lalo Schifrin's Jaws in the discotheques. We were way ahead of our time. Way ahead. Born in Buenos Aires to a Jewish family. It was fab. Fab. Is he still with us? Yes. He's still going, I think. John Williams did Jaws. Lalo Schifrin did the disco version then. You put in Lalo Schifrin Jaws. Go on. Go on, never wrong. Never wrong. I know, I got the album. And always used to play. Shock horror, I'm right. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here all week. What have we got? What have we got for you today? It's a family was rescued by a kind-hearted hotelier after their tent was destroyed in a storm. Oh, that's quite nice. On the Isle of Wight. And a wannabe pizza shop worker blew his chances by nicking a £165 tips jar in North Pennsylvania. Oh, dear. Well, these people, you see, they get tempted by... Oh, look, there's more people from Extinction Rebellion pretending to be people from the sea. Quite mad, you know, these people, aren't they? They really are. This is like a dance kind of group or something. It's all a bit peculiar. But I'm sure if they're all happy doing it... You know, super gluing themselves everywhere and doing little bits and pieces. And that's right, Ocean Rebellion, they called it the other day. So they brought these dancers in to pretend to be fishes. There's a woman dressed as... It's just exhibitionism of the worst possible kind. Oh, look, Mum, I'm on the television. You know, because, the old ones who are going out there, it's only because they're not working. They can afford to do this. And then they just sit on the pavement. You know, I think just leave them there. Just leave. You want to sit on the pavement? Sit on the pavement. You know, better to sit on a bench, but there you go. Also, I've got... so there's the Scouts who've been not allowed to do orienteering because apparently these popular woods, which is in Penelgar Forest in Swansea... I don't know why I'm telling you what it's called, but anyway, that's where it goes on. Yes, in case you were thinking, it's become a dogging hotspot as opposed to a dogging cold spot, I should imagine. One local says you could see 12 cars with all men. Dear. What are they saying? I mean, that's very odd, isn't it? That's not even near London. That's not even near London. It's the oddest thing, isn't it? Why people would go dogging last... I mean, you would go out to a dark place, thank you very much. Frightening. Could be bears in the woods. Certainly bears something, I should imagine. Alistair says, when you go to Joe Allen's, is there a specific or favourite dish you go for? Well, I am partial to liver and bacon and mashed potato. I am very partial to that. It's because my mother used to do liver and bacon, and I've always liked it. Some people hate liver. They just don't go for it at all. But I used to absolutely love it. And my mother used to do it. You see, you don't like it, do you? Never had it? Oh, it's lovely. But I always say, because they say, how would you like it cooked? And I always have to say, cremated. Cremated. Because that's the only way I like it. I don't want it pink or anything like that. When you see them cutting meat on the television, and you go, oh no, it's pink. I can see it practically moving. But no, liver and bacon, mashed potato with onions over the top of it. Oh, it's delicious. It really is. I know. It doesn't... If you do it... See, that's actually too thickly cut. That's way too thickly cut. It's supposed to be not thin. Veal liver in balsamico with parsley potatoes. Pretentious. No, it's... I mean, liver and... bit of double cream. I did that the other day. What did I cook? I can't remember what I cooked. What did you cook, Stephen? Oh, I did some mincemeat. Some mincemeat with some onions, with some mushrooms already sliced. I don't slice anything. And then a little bit, tin of baked beans, and then some double cream over the top of it. Yum. It was absolutely fantastic. It was the best. I couldn't even manage it all. I could not even manage it all. My little tummy was so fat. But I've suddenly realised that I quite like... I mean, it's a nice simple meal, isn't it? If you get some mincemeat and then just put it into a frying pan, turn it up full, and then just stick a tin of beans in on the top of it. That's quite delicious. A little bit of mayonnaise, always useful. Steve in Leeds says, did you take your Thousand Island dressing along to your brother's... No, I didn't, actually. Do you know, for the life of me, I can't remember I had fish and chips. I should have taken it, shouldn't I? I should have taken it. Never, I'll do it next time round. Steve says, Shane, my last meal would be emu. It would take days to catch it. They're very fast. They are very fast. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, says Iceman, but you may be in recovery. Yeah, but still an alcoholic. Even people who are alcoholics, even though they've been in recovery, they still class themselves as alcoholics. Gaz are back in the news. Is his old mate Jimmy Five Belly still around? And what happened to James' mother Jackie Budden? No idea. Also, it's somebody else telling me about Gaz's friends. If he had a £40,000 watch, which he bought when he joined Spurs or something years and years ago, why didn't he use that money? Why didn't he sell the watch? That's the trouble. Somebody needs to go into rehab. It doesn't make, any effort himself to do anything at all. Here's a picture of Maura Higgins. If all that hair's real, that'll be the miracle of all miracles. Going out for a drink. I mean, to be honest with you, she could walk down the street. Nobody knows who she was. It's only because her picture's in the paper. But, I mean, they don't look like that half the time, as you can imagine. Also, no, I don't want to do that one. A reality star. Have you heard of this one? She's called Christine Quinn. Christine Quinn. She's the star of Netflix's US luxury home sales. Aren't some of these fakes, these people? They're all estate agents, but aren't they fakes? I thought some of them had only just qualified. They had to do it in time for this programme. But Sassy Christine... Oh, I watched The Housewives of Atlantic City the other day with some vile old baggage called Nene. I mean, she really is a very nasty piece of work. She's almost as bad as... Who's that other one on The Housewives of New York City? Ramona. Oh, she is ghastly. Bug-eyed Ramona, they call her. She's a horrible piece of work. Really horrid. They had one on The Housewives of Orange County. There's always one who's the nastiest person there. And the one who's on Orange County, well, they've got a couple, actually. But one of them professes to being Christian. I don't know what branch of Christianity she's been studying, but she needs to get her head in order. Also, Mark Wright told Towie bosses he won't be returning to the show's 10-year anniversary series. It's fair to say they were a little miffed. He didn't want to do it. He's told you he don't want to do it, OK? Because it's rubbish. The desperados, Sam Fahirs, desperate to do something, and Amy Childs, who is coming back. She's accused Mark of forgetting his roots and the show that helped make him famous. Oh, grow up and get over yourself, for God's sake, honestly. Listen, it's a tatty reality show with a bunch of people who can't talk like that. And that's some of the refined ones. I mean, you've only got to look at poor old Chloe Sims. I mean, honestly, she's been 39 for about 5 years. How much longer, dear? You know, drags it out. Because I said to her, you know, listen to Gemma Collins talking. She talks like a 3-year-old. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Also, Lady Gaga. Do you have an undiagnosed illness like Lady Gaga? See, we've all got some undiagnosed illness. I think we probably have, actually. I think we probably have. I don't know what sort of thing it is. Quickly on the star signs. It says here, when you see fitness as a positive, not a negative, something inside switches. And with loving Venus's help, you can fast forward towards a health goal. Yeah, right. Somebody said to me, so what do you do, Steve, when you feel the need to have exercise? I said, well, I have 2 glasses of Prosecco and I forget about it instantly. It's fantastic. Works every time. That happens quite a few times. I mean, over the last 40 years, probably 3 times. Something like that. I never get the urge. I mean, it never bothers me. I see people running past the bus. You know, Jenny Faulkner used to do it all the time. You know Jenny, who does the breakfast show downstairs? I'll be on the bus going back to Waterloo, and she'll be overtaking the bus. Seriously, I mean, she's way fitter than I am. I mean, years ago I could have taken her on, but, you know, now I can't be bothered. I just sit there thinking, well, be it on your own head. I don't like... If I wanted to do it, I could do it. Seriously, it's as good as it comes, isn't it, really? Oh, dear. So if we're going to go back into the hot weather, I think I'm going to be hibernating again. I've decided I really don't want to go out in hot... Come here. Gordon Ramsay apparently has garnished his new show with a feast of swearing. He apparently used the F word, not for food, on 212 occasions. Can you imagine if this programme, coming to you live from Leicester Square, had swearing in it? Can you imagine what it would be like? Very popular. And, yes, during the breaks we swear. We swear like troopers. I don't know why, because I don't think troopers ever swear. So coming up to 5:30, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We take more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I got some more stuff delivered from Amazon yesterday. I was quite surprised. I got 3 boxes. And one of them, I thought I couldn't remember what it was, and it's these cleaning cloths for the car, for the polishing. And I'd forgotten about those as well. And then the other box was... God, I'm blowed if I remember. Isn't it terrible? No, there weren't any butterflies in this one round. Oh, there's something to go in the garden, which I think lights up and it spins round. I think they call it like a firework display, but it's solar. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds rubbish, doesn't it, really? It sounds... I'll let you know if it works. Probably won't. It's 5:30. Let's have the news headlines down at the news desk. Simon Conway.
The Prime Minister says leaving the European Union without a trade deal would still be a good outcome for the UK. Boris Johnson has told Brussels that if no agreements can be reached by the 15th of October, then both sides should move on. The government's reportedly planning new legislation this week that would override key parts of the withdrawal agreement. Detectives in Birmingham are continuing to search for a suspect more than 24 hours after a series of random stabbings in the city. A 23-year-old man was killed and 7 people were injured in the early hours of Sunday. Labour has called on the Health Secretary Matt Hancock to explain how cases of COVID-19 will be reduced. Almost 3,000 new infections were reported in the UK yesterday, the largest daily figure since May. And the weather, rain in the northwest, which will be heavy at first, will edge southwards. Fog patches clearing the south, then brighter. Feeling warmer in the east, a high of 22 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning at 7 on LBC with Nick. He'll speak to the former Chancellor George Osborne on everything from the economy to Keir Starmer's electability. Nick will also react to news that Boris Johnson has told EU leaders that a trade deal must be agreed by October the 15th. And have you seen these things that have appeared in the Siberian tundra, which is the frozen way? Holes have started appearing. But quite big holes. I mean, not little piddly holes. These are really quite big things. They're like sort of 100 metres deep and more than, I think, 200 metres across. They're certainly big enough. And there's a few of them popped up. They've appeared. They think they could be linked to climate change, and they're quite spectacular. But they don't know what they are yet. They know that they turn into lakes. So obviously these things just sort of collapse in on themselves. They've said don't go anywhere near them, just in case. And they've got pictures of people climbing down. There's one here called the Erkuta crater. And there's ice and snow and all the... because it's a Siberian tundra, but these holes are quite big. And there you go. Absolutely enormous Siberian holes. And they then fill with water after a while. They become lakes. So presumably they've gone down below the water table, and that's it. They were first spotted in 2013, the Yamal one, but then grabbed the headlines in 2014. So there's only a few people, Chuvilin and his team are among the few scientists who've been down inside the craters to investigate how it formed and where the gas that causes them comes from. So accessing them has to be done with climbing gear, and there's a limited window? Very common all of a sudden. You notice that? Window became more common. I became like I was auditioning for Towie. I'm so sorry. I'm far more refined than that. But, so they turn into lakes within 2 years of being formed. No, interesting. You get fish in there or something. You know, when you get sort of... You know, if you dig down deep enough on the beach, when you were a little kid, you go to the beach with your bucket and spade, and you start trying to bury your grandmother, and before her time... And you'd be digging a hole, then all of a sudden it would start filling up with water at the bottom of the sand. So you hit the... And this one must be exactly the same. And obviously it sort of falls in. I mean, how it falls in, I've got no idea. But whatever it is, it just sort of goes... But they think it's climate change. That's what it is. Steve, looking and listening to you talking about all this lovely food, my wife Enid packed me three great big chunks of fruit cake for my lunch later today. Oh, can you tell her because she's listing now? Is that leaning to one side then or something? She's a little bit like that. She's listing. I think you mean listening, don't you? But three chunks of fruitcake, not good at all, honestly. Somebody says you haven't got over your U-turn fine. Of course I have. I paid it. Because I can. I don't know why. Somebody says, cheer up. I'm always happy. Never not happy. In fact, you know, the more miserable other people are, the happier I become. I can't tell you. I thrive on other people's misery. I'm just one of those lucky things. Do you think Diane Abbott could ever have done Strictly? That's why they say Jackie Smith's doing it, because Diane Abbott turned it down. My God, there'd be a miserable person on Strictly. Poor old Diane Abbott. Poor old Diane Abbott. What does she do now? Is she anything? She's still an MP? Good Lord. She just never looked happy, did she? It was always, you know, be happier. Be happier, but she wasn't, actually. Also, somebody says, you reminded me of my favourite Peter Kay car share episode, where Kaylee thinks taking a dog for a walk with her neighbour is called dogging. Oh, well, it probably is, actually. It probably is. You can take your dog out. Didn't they do that on the BBC's weather? They did it on Breakfast Time in a desperate attempt. The old woman who does the weather for the BBC... Carol What's-Her-Face, I mean, what is she, 90, 95 now? She did it. Oh, this is a very big dogging area, she said. She knew exactly what she was saying. She's not stupid. Steve, yes, that's right. Carol Kirkwood, red-faced over Doggers blunder, yeah. It's the only time she ever makes the news. She didn't make it for anything else. Far too much time we spend on the weather. I mean, why do you need to see some poor old biddy in a field, you know, pointing at nothing in particular and going, well, of course it's going to be... Who cares? I'm sorry, it's the United Kingdom. It's either going to rain, or be sunny, or be overcast, or have snow, sleet, or wind. If you find anything else, enjoy it. Okay, why do you need to pay somebody exorbitant amount? I bet she costs more than 50 grand a year. Get rid. Also, why do you need two presenters to do a breakfast show? You don't. Have one. One person. If one person can't read an auto cue, there's no hope, is there? Let Naga do it for a week. And let the other bloke do it for a week. You know, whatever his name is, because we've never quite worked out that. You know, and in the case of Susanna Reid, she handles it quite well by herself. They waste so much money on television. Really ridiculous. But to have somebody reading the weather. God, blimey, they go, so-and-so's a weather expert. And you go, I couldn't really care less. I'm not bothered about things like that. I think we spend too much money. You can pare things down a little bit, quite easily. Quite easily. How old do you think Jane Fonda is now? Jane Fonda, talking about men, marriage and getting arrested. She is 70 would be a good guess. She's 82. 82 now. Which actually, I mean, I can't believe it. Somebody said, some people do look great because they photograph very well. And other people, when you see them in the flesh, they don't look as great because, you know, a photograph covers up a million problems, as I know. I've been airbrushed more times than you lot have had hot dinners. Britain set for a balmy Indian summer with chilly autumn weather not kicking in properly until October. They think the mercury, posh term, nobody reading the Daily Star will understand this. What do they mean by that? The mercury could hit 25 degrees. Yes, I know that, but the people who read the Daily Star wouldn't know that. They're going to go, what's he talking about, the mercury? What's that mean? They wouldn't know. Vinnie Jones says he'll never remarry after losing his wife to cancer. He was on Piers Morgan's Life Stories. I don't think it was the best guest booking at all. And he says, if you ask me if I get married again, that would be an impossibility. She wouldn't want that. Isn't it funny? Because most people, I thought, have said that they don't mind. You know, you can't sit there and grieve for the rest of your life. You know, you have to get on with your life. You know, life is for living. If you've died, it's unfortunate. It's a terrible, unfortunate business for all the people around you. But it doesn't mean that your life comes to a grinding halt. You've got to pick yourself up and you've got to go on forward, because that's what they would have wanted. They don't want you to sit at home. They like to be remembered. I firmly believe that. Firmly believe. And, you know, we all think about people that we've lost over the years. As I said, we went 3 times to the same crematorium. I was practically on nodding terms with the people who worked there. Very embarrassing. But no, that's what they would want you to do. I mean, if you don't want to get married, then don't get married. That's fine. You can do that as well. But don't say, you know, it's what they actually would have wanted. Steve, for my last meal, I'd have an unlimited buffet. How lovely. How lovely. And Chris says, why on earth would Mark Wright say yes to a reunion and risk ruining his career that he's carved out? Don't blame him. Well, I agree. If he doesn't want to do it, don't do it. But you remember, it was only a short while ago, he was talking about being James Bond. He wanted to be, he said he was going to go and be James Bond, Mark Wright. And I remember thinking, he obviously saw himself in a tuxedo and thought, yeah, he's not tall. You know, he's not tall. Seriously. I keep discovering all these things about people, because on television everybody looks huge to me. Everybody looks huge. Well, certainly ours does. I mean, fat would be a better word, but, you know, we don't do fat anymore, do we? Steve, for my last meal, I'd have cheese on toast with an egg on top. Oh, dear. I'm not sure about that. Cheese on toast with an egg on... What, a fried egg? Or what's... Oh, dear. Cheese on toast. I do love cheese on toast. Not with an egg on the top of it. No, that's very peculiar. They do that with a spinach dish. I can't remember what it is, actually. It's a spinach dish where they throw an egg into the middle of it or something. Is it? I don't know what it's called, but anyway. But I mean, no, cheese on toast just stays by itself. If you really want to liven it up, do a couple of pieces of toast, okay, put on the grill, a couple of pieces of toast, butter, then either some Thousand Island dressing spread over, or some Branston pickle, the small little bits, and then grated cheese over the top, and then shove it under the grill. I tell you, you'll think you've died and gone to heaven. Okay? Oh, there's that thing. There you go. And it's got fried eggs with spinach. That's what it's called. So if you put eggs with spinach, it becomes fried eggs with spinach. It looks quite nice, actually, doesn't it? But the egg doesn't look as though it's cooked. I can't do a runny egg. I've never done runny eggs. No, they make me feel ill. Seriously, I look at them. I mean, years ago, I used to eat, you know, in the kitchen you have an egg. What do they call it? Boiled egg. And with eggy soldiers. I can't, yeah, and you dunk them in there. And then after a while, I went right off runny eggs. I remember we used to have a little cafe in Water Lane in Twickenham next to Michael's Hairdressers with Kasia and Paulina. And, so multicultural around Twickenham, we really are. And you get a nice cooked breakfast in there. And she'd do eggs. Michael, my friend, used to have eggs too, and they weren't cooked on both sides, whereas I have them flipped over and cooked on the other side as well. I don't want to cut into an egg and this yolk runs everywhere, and he used to do it deliberately to annoy me. I'd have to turn around and look the other way. I couldn't bear the idea of seeing a runny yolk onto a plate. Oh, no. And then the worst thing for me is if I'm sitting opposite somebody and they start mopping it up with a piece of bread and butter. That's even worse. Well, that is just my absolute no-no. No, I've never had a raw egg in a cocktail. No, I wouldn't. They were little chicks. What are you talking about? What, you're just eating a chick? You think that's okay? Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm an animal lover. In fact, I can't remember the last time I had eggs. Unless I've had a cooked breakfast somewhere, but I haven't had a cooked breakfast for a little while. Just the I just have mince, yes. I couldn't eat eggs. It's just not fair, is it? I mean, some people like a boiled egg. But to be honest with you, oh no, cut the top of it off. You feel quite queasy. It's not good, is it? Everybody's got food, though, they don't like. You know, I'm sure that Corey's got food that he doesn't like, although his stomach has never been told about this. So he just sort of constantly shoves everything down and works out later whether or not he can actually eat it. What do you hate? What do you hate? What's your worst hate? I like peppers. God, you're so middle class. I'm so sorry, we don't like peppers. Everybody else I don't like tin tomatoes or a tin of beans. I don't do peppers. Does that go along with the heated hot tub and the bar at home? Does one have sort of maybe Oriental mix on the counter? Do we have that sort of thing? What do they call it? Where it's got all the little bits of it's Oriental. It's not a it's not peanuts, but it's got all sorts of things in it. Bombay mix. I bet he has Bombay mix. Do you like Bombay mix? I bet you do. So you can get it all year round. You don't have to wait till Christmas for Bombay mix. That's the fun of it. But I think it's very high in calories. I'm pretty certain, because I think a lot of it's fried. I'm pretty certain. But I do like look at that Bombay mix. Isn't it lovely? It's called a snack. Place of origin, Gujarat. And it's spicy dried ingredients such as fried lentils, peanuts, chickpea flour, gatia, vegetable oil, chickpeas, flaked rice, fried onion and curry leaves. Isn't it funny? Well, it doesn't say peas, but it's definitely got peas in it, hasn't it? I quite like it, actually. You don't like coriander? You're so middle class, honestly. Of course, I mean, I should imagine Joe, bless his heart, has even had coriander and wouldn't know what it tasted like if it came out the ground and dragged him in. Have you ever had coriander? No. No, not on its own, no. Oh, Corey has it all the time. You know, we have that with anchovies and different bits of... Yeah, he's got food there now. Yeah. I mean, to him, mince pies is really slumming it. You know, it's not because we have coriander at home, you know, and we know what chickpeas are and lentils because we have those all the time when we're having a detox. It's another world, isn't it? Honestly, I didn't realise. I don't know if you saw Britain's Got Talent Championships, but Diversity have come under fire for turning the family show into a political platform. Well, they had to run it through the producers. They wouldn't have been allowed to do it. Their dance routine would have been scrutinised. Scrutified, I think is a better... Shut up. The dancers' performance on Saturday showed a man dressed as a cop kneeling on frontman Ashley Banjo's neck. And complaints include shame on Britain's Got Talent for getting political, won't watch again. And Ashley says, we wanted to use the platform we've been given to express how the events of this year have made us feel and think. A Britain's Got Talent spokesman have said the show was compiled for a family audience. Did you think that would be a family audience thing to do? I can understand why they did it, but I don't think Britain's Got Talent is a place to start becoming political. You know, over on the BBC, they'd have pulled the plug on that immediately. They wouldn't have shown that, unless it was Labour-induced. Right, morning, everybody. Don't forget, this morning, Call the Cabinet begins on LBC with Nick Ferrari. And this morning, the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, taking your calls. And that'll be starting with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. He kicks off at 7 o'clock this morning. Steve, says Patrick, like you, I also love animals. Peppa Pig, Daisy the cow, Bar the lamb, Mrs. Henny Penny, cooked anyhow will do for me. You see, isn't it funny how we use animals, and yet we're supposed to be this nation of animal lovers, but we're not really. We're really not. If you see, I mean, I was watching the other day. You get some people who've got dogs, and the dog is glued to them. You know, sheepdogs, they're very much like that. It's a working dog, they love doing it. And strange enough, do you remember I told you a story last week before, and it was of a woman who runs barge, not holidays, but she has a barge that's pulled up and down the canal by a horse. And the snowflakes have complained about the horse pulling the barge along, so she's had to close her business down. And I remember thinking, but that's what the horse does. It's walking, it's not galloping along the side of the canal, and that's what the canals were built for. They were built for these boats pulled by horses. And then there was a piece in the paper the other day, nobody said a word about it, and it's the Shire horses who pull the beer lorries and things like that. And they were saying, oh, we have to take them out because they're working horses. They need exercising every day. I thought, nobody's complaining, but where are the snowflakes now? Complaining about some poor woman and her business. And yet it comes down to the Shire horses. And I've seen them, Young's Brewery, I think have got enormous horses pulling the drays. Nobody said a word about that. Dreadful. Steve, get that in the Oxford Dictionary. That's a brilliant new word. Scrutified. Scrutified. I like that. Steve is nailing Monday morning, says Martin. Listen, we nail every day of the week. Steve, I heard Dale was a big fan of the George Formby grill for low-fat cooking. I don't think he'd cooked in his life. Don't think he cooked it. I mean, his must be the only oven in existence that never went anywhere. I don't think he'd ever opened the door. Seriously. He used to buy... If he wanted to eat, he'd go and eat out. friends would go out for dinner with him or lunch or things like that, and he'd have his sort of snacks, and then he'd go to a deli and pick up a few bits and pieces. I don't think he ever cooked anything. I don't remember that. No, he never had anybody round for dinner. Nobody ever went round for dinner. In all the different places he'd lived in, he never had a dinner party. You know why? Because he was worried that at the end of the dinner party, he'd never get rid of people. Because once people have had, because he wasn't drinking at the time, once people have a few drinks, they just want to sit and chat and everything else. But I don't think he ever cooked. I don't. If he did, I don't remember it. Steve Ree, Britain's Got Talent and Diversity. They were reflecting on 2020. It was a superb and power performance. The group are mainly black, so I felt it was understandable that they included BLM, says Vicky in Norfolk. Yeah, and they'd have had to have run it past the producers of the programme. You can't just put something in, because it wasn't a live programme, it was pre-regged. So they would do that, because you can't afford to risk a dance number which could go horribly wrong. So they wanted to do it, and they did it, and the producers would have had to... If the producers said, no, we're not running with that because it's political, then they wouldn't have been allowed to do it. Because, to be honest with you, I don't think we really want to start getting political on entertainment programmes. I know people do, I know people complain, and, it's good to complain. It's good that you can go and stand up at Hyde Park Corner and spout a load of old rubbish, if you want to do things like that. Still like the idea of Scrutified. Very good. Steve, is your good food and cookbook being launched in time for Christmas? No, I've got something else in time for Christmas, but I can't tell you what that is, Dalgleish. It's Freddie. Freddie Dalgleish. Sounds like a footballer, doesn't it? Wasn't there a footballer called Dalgleish or something like that, was there? Was it rugby? Oh, rugby. Oh, no, football. Oh, well, I'm obviously... Kenny Dalgleish, that's right. That was good. Right. Sort of right, sort of kind of get in. And Bill Oddie has revealed he nearly died from lithium poisoning this summer. See, the only lithium I've ever heard of is batteries. I've never heard of anything else. He says, will I return? I hope so. Wow. It's all the people who wrote to him, all the sort of people you would expect would write to Bill Oddie. I can't tell you who they are at the moment, because the producer will get very, very cross with me. But I shall save that to read to them in a moment, because it's very funny, actually. I seem to have ended up with the Metro again now. And it's got a picture on the front of some Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, there's today's soundbite. Mutant Ninja Turtles. Not easy to say, I tell you, on a Monday morning. Actually, exactly, we should have thought about that one. And dear me, honestly. You can't help but laugh, can you, really? Also, Dominic Raab has implored people to return to the office. I think they are this week. Stop it. Not about the... No, I've just moved on from the Turtles. I've decided it was not safe to go anywhere near the Turtles ever again, because they're Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't want to go near them. No, seriously. I don't know why they're on the front page of the paper today. They're actually quite scary. They said heroes in a half shell. But why do they look so scary? They've got one of them's got a skateboard on his back. Were they sort of in touch with the youth of today and things like that? I don't know. John Cleese says PC culture now indulges the oversensitive. Oh, snowflakes everywhere. Love that kind of thing, don't they? Ooh, somebody said something awful about so-and-so. They hate it. The Queen's Windsor, because they do occupy Windsor Castle. She may volunteer to pay tax, but it appears her neighbours don't have the same attitude. The home counties have the biggest concentration of people admitting tax avoidance, with Windsor top of the list. All the tax avoiders there. In the Berkshire town, there were 23 disclosures to HMRC of unpaid tax per 100,000 people. That compares with the UK average of 7. Next was St Albans in Hertfordshire, followed by Guildford and Royal Tunbridge Wells. Wow, people who don't want to pay. An HMRC spokesman said most tax avoidance schemes simply do not work. Well, seem to get away with it for quite a while, don't they, really? Most people do. So if you've just joined us, the bad news is they might have a strike at the Burton's factory, somewhere up the top of the country, and you might face a shortage of jammy Dodgers. And what was the other one? Wagon wheels. I quite like wagon wheels. When I was little, a wagon wheel looked enormous. Now they don't look so big. They've definitely shrunk, haven't they? Because even though we've all got bigger hands, when you sort of had them years ago, I'm sure that it filled your entire hand. Happy days. And then all of a sudden, it gets smaller and smaller, until now it's almost like a bite-sized jammy Dodger. But I quite like them. But I haven't had them for a long, long time. Long, long time. And don't forget, if you have got an electric scooter and it's your own and you ride it on the road, you stand a chance of a huge fine. Mr. Doherty, Pete Doherty, late of that group that we can never remember the names of, the Ordinary Boys. No, it wasn't Ordinary Boys. Libertines. He rode, Preston was the other one, wasn't he? He's a talent. So Pete Doherty rode this electric scooter to search for his dog. It wasn't rented. Only the rented ones have got insurance. If you've got no insurance, they'll stop you. And how much did Pete Doherty get fined? Brace yourselves. £6,000. £6,000. So if you've got one and it's not rented and you have no insurance, they'll stop you and they'll fine you. He's also been banned from driving for 2 years because you need a licence to ride these things, but not on the main roads. If it's not through a company that you've rented it from, you're not allowed to be on anything apart from private land. And private land means away from everything, OK? Make that big mistake and they'll clamp down on you very fast, very fast. And the stalker, I told you earlier on, there's loads of these people out there. He was threatening a woman. His name's Nigel Bundock. He sent more than 250 texts to this woman, 250 texts, and said he would harm her and himself in a bid to get a reply. He tried to coerce her into a conversation by pretending he bought her a dog. He was already under a restraining order and banned from contacting the woman due to his abusive behaviour. He came from Gravesend in Kent. He's been jailed for 21 months. Good. Apparently there have been many debates amongst fans of wagon wheels about the size. Wagon wheels have supposedly shrunk in size over time, but Burton's Foods have denied it. It's been suggested the supposed shrinkage is due to an adult's childhood memory of eating a wagon wheel held in a much smaller hand. Yes, I mean, they might be right on that, because when you're little, obviously everything looks bigger, doesn't it? Well, not everything. And so in this particular, it could be that, but no, it definitely looks smaller. We might have to take this further. You know, we'll never know, will we? We'll never know. Is it smaller or was it your hands? Emily Watson claims the golden age of TV has been a lifesaver for older women. It's funny, actually. I remember only reading a completely contrary story to that. Somebody saying it's not at all. It's not at all. It's, you know, older women find it very difficult. Right, I'll tell you now about these people. Oh, there you are still. So we'll have the news at 6 o'clock, and then we're back for the final hour today, and we've got some more stories. We've got loads more stories from the papers, including caring Anne Nettleship, who hand-reared a jackdaw bird after... Do you know, I was watching somebody the other day on the television. It was so irritating, because it's all the people on the shopping channels. It's my big bugbear, but at the same time, my big addiction. And the jewellery channel is the worst, where they sit there. I mean, they must think we fell out of trees, these people. And they go, and we've got this so-and-so, so-and-so, and this is the rarest stone in the world, and we're doing... Are you sure? She'll say, talking to herself, because the people in the gallery have nodded off due to boredom. And they sort of put all this jewellery up, and then they go, well, this is about you'll never see the price as low as this. And they go, $29.99. And I've got collectors coming in. There are a few on there who are so false, it's almost embarrassing. Seriously, they've obviously been taught to speak while smiling. Little bit like Carol Smiley. Smiley, smiley, Carol Smiley. Hello, everybody. It's a bit like watching, you know, how are you? Christine, you know, bless her heart. It's all a bit plastic. It's all a bit plastic. You need to be more genuine, you know, but to be genuine, you see, if you're not genuine on the television, it comes over as fake. Genuine like Steph McGovern, yeah. Well, we haven't seen the show yet. I can't wait to see this one. I wonder if they have little sketches to prove just what a funny person she is and how she was wasted on the BBC breakfast time. All she really wanted to do is get out and juggle or do something interesting like that. Oh, dear. Steve, I thought I was the only person who didn't like the old lady that does the weather on the BBC. I just don't think you need to waste so much money. And I feel entitled to say that, seeing as I pay for the BBC through my licence fee. I mean, there was talk about abandoning it completely, and so you don't have to pay it because they've got so many free adverts on there. I've never heard anything like it. I mean, every time they have a news bulletin, there's a free advert for something. You know, they're supposed to sort of cover all this stuff up. They don't. You know, and I've decided there must be so many people working on the breakfast time programme, they need to come into commercial radio. We do better with less people. It's a total waste. Each show's got runners. Well, can't the presenters go and get a cup of coffee or make a sandwich or something? God, blimey, honestly. Do you remember when they had something where they say, oh, they're all suffering during the lockdown because they've got to do their own makeup And you think, well, can't you do your own makeup anymore? I mean, the poor old weather woman, I know they shove her in a field, they shove her here, they shove her there, and at the end of the day, why don't they just give the presenters a piece of paper and say, listen, you're paid to read. Read. How difficult can that be, honestly? They still have, says VL, the first wagon wheel ever produced encased in glass at the factory, and use it to prove it's the same size as the ones made today. Whoa. So there you go. There you go. Oh, I like this one. You'll like this one, Corey. My friend's wife has had an affair and left him, but took his complete Bob Marley collection and the satellite. He now has No Woman, No Sky. You like that one? I thought you'd like that one. He doesn't get it. But no, it's good. It's good. Woo! Good for you. Yeah. Just give him the thumb. He doesn't know where he is. He's got no idea. It's all a little bit interesting this morning. Steve, we love your level of scrutification of the Daily News, says Tony and Dis. And Patrick says, with age, Steve, everything starts to look smaller. Yes. And Jason says, did Steve Coogan ever credit you with providing the inspiration for Alan Partridge? I don't do music radio, Jason. I don't do that. And he does pay on a regular basis. But so he should do. So he should do. You know, if you start using, you know, take from the best. That's the way it works. My late parents, says Martin, used to have a sweet shop in the Archway Holloway in 70s, and all the sweets are smaller. That means more money for the manufacturers. Didn't you like it in the sweet shop? They've tried to recreate it now, where they have big jars. But in my day, they weren't plastic jars, they were glass jars, and they would empty them onto the scales, and then they put it, you know, cough candy or toffee crunch or whatever it happened to be. And those were sort of proper sweetie shops. You know, can I have 2 ounces of broken cigarettes? That was very popular. Steve, I agree with you regarding modern art. I was also present at the Tate Modern Gallery when that couple spent 20 minutes admiring a fire extinguisher. I just don't get it. It's a form of turbine hall, isn't it? Oh, Corey likes it. You know, that's it. That's what he sees as educational, you know. I mean, it doesn't influence my programme in any way, shape or form, because I've been there and I've walked round and seen the rubbish. You know, I don't need to... I mean, you might as well say that this desk here, as it is now, is an art installation. It could be an art installation. Well, let's seal the room, charge people an admission to see Steve's studio on the morning of Monday, the 7th of September 2020 at 6:07, coming up 6:08. You know, this is now an art installation. I can be pictured seated here. You could have me embalmed, and I could sit here holding hand wash and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. Tracy Emin's unmade bed. Dirty. Horrible. But again, I can't get lost in art. I want to see art. I want to see a picture of somebody so I can go, that's a picture of somebody. So if you go to the portrait gallery, you can get a nice picture of Henry VIII. I know what Henry VIII looks like. I don't want to see something that's basically a cube with a triangle on top and 2 things that masquerade as legs. That's not art. That's rubbish. That's 3-year-olds. You know, give kids paper and powder paint. You know, and we used to sort of mix it all up. So, you know, in each one of your trays, it was like a baking tray. You'd put a little bit of red, a little bit of blue, a little bit of green, a little bit of yellow, a little bit of black, and then you put a little bit of water in each one and mix it, and then you'd start mixing all the colours together, and it just went like sludge. That was art. That was art. And you do it, and you have your big brush and your easel, and they say, well, what are you painting, Steve? And I go, can't you tell? You know, hate being patronised by people, teachers especially. You know, I can't tell what I'm painting because it comes from creativity. It comes from within. You know, I mean, there have been artists all over the world. You know, one of them who actually made an outfit made out of steaks, all stitched together, and then they wore this... was it Lady Gaga? I mean, is that art? Is that art? Gilbert and George, when they take their clothes off to show their bodies. Is that art? Have you never seen Gilbert and George? Oh. Yes, they have loads of pictures with their clothes off. Loads of pictures with their clothes off. I mean, loads of pictures with their clothes off. I don't know why. I don't quite understand why. Oh, that's the Lady Gaga meat thing. Actually, to be honest with you, you wouldn't know it was meat, would you? But, I mean, listen, it got her coverage. It got her coverage. That's what she does it for. She's an exhibitionist. She's in the business. You have to do something that gets you... If I thought that sitting here in my pants wearing a meat shirt would get me a bigger audience, I'd be doing it. Next live show, I tell you, I'll come on wearing this. Of course, by that time, we'd have sold out anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Have you got the picture of Gilbert and George? I'm surprised you didn't throw that one up on the screen as well. No, I know. Well, they're very famous. They are artists. They are accepted by the establishment. It's just that somebody went to interview them the other day, and I can't remember who it was, and they're sort of, Apparently they call themselves an art installation. Are you looking for it? There you go. There they are. And because they sort of look... Yeah. I know. Yes, that is them, yes. Yeah. Yes, I can tell which one's which, as we all can. I think it's peculiar, but there again, I don't obviously understand art. Do you remember Brian Sewell? Brian Sewell was the art critic, and you used to talk like this, Brian Sewell. He was terribly pretentious. He was a friend of Anthony Blunt's, apparently, which gives you a rough indication where we're coming from. Steve, you're like a pair of wigwams this morning. You're 2 tenths. Oh, the old ones are the best. Obviously, recycling your Christmas cracker jokes, I suspect. Can't wait for those. We've already eaten mince pies this morning, ladies and gentlemen, because they're selling them in the supermarkets. And if they're selling them, then... And do you know, the only thing I didn't look at in that box, look at the box of the mince pies. What's the sell-by date? Just a matter of interest. I'm curious, because the ones that say they've got brandy in, they should be long life. They should go for quite a while. Don't hold the box up. I can't read it. Yes. 12th of October for the normal ones. That's not bad. That's not too bad. But has that got brandy in? No. The brandy ones are 3rd of January. See, that's good. You can keep them for Christmas. But, I mean, who the heck wants to keep them? Because we've got squirty cream as well this morning. So they're the 3rd of January. I think they're last year. Well, they would have been made throughout the year, I would imagine. I don't know. No, they wouldn't know. 3rd of January. Well, that's not bad, is it? You've got October, November, December. That's 4 months away. Yeah, but that's the reason they've got no booze in. The booze is a preservative. So if you buy the Walker's mince pies, which have got Glenfiddich in, they're also probably the same January, February. Because they were accused last year of selling Marks and Spencer's mince pies with a sell-by date before Christmas, which seemed a bit pointless. You know, we'll keep these for Christmas, because my friend, she's slightly worried about what's going to happen in October. And, you know, are we going into another lockdown? As we had 3,000 new cases of coronavirus amongst young people, the ones who are too stupid to wear masks and make sure that they were protecting themselves. So she started stockpiling. She bought cat food the other day, thinking she doesn't want to get to the stage of not having food for the cats. So I said, well, I've got no idea. What do we got here? Close encounters of the British kind. Our weirdest alien hotspots. This is where the Doolally Brigade come in. Apparently, known as Britain's Roswell, the Rendlesham Forest incident is our most famous UFO event. In December 1980, a series of reports of unexplained lights, which was next to an RAF base. Personnel from the USAF have since said they believe them to be UFOs, which again, of course, is a blatant lie. Also, Decky Hill in West Lothian, at the centre of a mystery in November. Forestry worker Robert Taylor saw an object hovering above the woodland floor and said he lost consciousness and woke up covered in bruises. Again, more rubbish. There are no such things. There's no little green men from outer space. There's no nothing. And my friend Joe... Do you know Joe Pike? We were just talking about... He just sent me a text. We were just talking about you in the studio, actually, because you have fans. And he actually repeated, you know, if I don't turn up with mince pies in the morning, my life will not be worth living, which I taped yesterday. So off I went to Sainsbury's, vast expense, and bought 3 boxes so that Corey will be feeling very happy. And Joe Pike has just retweeted it. He must be listening in between reports on the television. Bless him, honestly. He's liked. He's a liked boy. So other things, just in case you're a fan of UFOs, Staffordshire's Cannock Chase has long been a hotbed of unusual sights, from black-eyed ghost children to pigmen and unexplained lights. In 2015, hundreds said they heard strange noises and saw a UFO hovering there. Also, the small Scottish town of Bonnybridge near Falkirk has around 300 sightings every year. A load of old rubbish, really, but it keeps all the people worrying about it. Wagon used to be made by Westons. My mother worked in the warehouse. It was in Adlington, near Chorley, which is Lancashire. Right, 6:15 is the time. Let's company. Welcome to Monday. I know, I feel the same. Everybody does on Monday, don't they? They sort of go... You feel a bit deflated, because the weekend has never gone long enough. You want the weekend to sort of last for days and days, and we've had the bank holiday. I can't remember when the next one is, but I'm sure it'll be something very exciting. Christmas? There's got to be something before Christmas. Good Lord, really? We've got to wait till December the 25th when that laughing old man drops down your chimney and leaves presents under your tree. It's lovely, isn't it? I'm a bit disappointed that we're not having the Winter Wonderland, because I thought we could have done that socially distancing. I thought we could have done. They obviously thought differently, and there was one MP who's definitely keen to get theatres opening as soon as possible. Yeah, we're all keen. All keen to get them opening, please, soon as possible. Also, talking of art, Steve, there is a mural of George Michael being painted at the moment in Kingsbury in northwest London to be unveiled on the 19th of September. A mural of George Michael. Wow. Is there a significance to Kingsbury? Have I missed it or something? Was he... I don't know where... I thought he lived Hampstead. I thought so, but sounds quite nice, actually. Steve, just a question. If the e-scooters have to have insurance, surely the electric push bikes and normal push bikes should as well. Although the other day a push bike came flying through the traffic and scratched my car and scratched the mirror. Time I got out and he rode off, leaving me with a £1,500 bill to repaint the side of the car and a new mirror. Yes, I mean, you get them on their little mopeds, weaving in and out of the traffic with the learner plates on. And, of course, I kept thinking, if you take my mirror off the car, that's got to be a £500 job immediately. And they just carry on going. They're not remotely interested. Dreadful. Dreadful, dreadful. So. Have you seen The Rebel with Tony Hancock and Irene Handel? Oh, yes, he pokes fun at the art establishment. But then everybody pokes fun at the art establishment. Steve, lovely afternoon. At the Big Cat Sanctuary in Smarden in Kent, got to see my adopted African lion called Tiny. He was doing the usual thing, sleeping, says little Julie. Do you know, they do sleep, but the big cats sleep all the time. Paul says the telephone boxes in Kingston, fallen down ones, are art. I've been going to Kingston for years and only just noticed them, really. That features on all the postcards of Kingston. You know, the phone... I mean, they've been there for longer than I've been alive. He's only just noticed them. Perhaps he's only just been there. We used to get a penny packet of broken biscuits at the baker's. Half of them have been on the floor, but we didn't care, says Chris. No, we didn't. We didn't. At all. Steve, anything that's called an installation isn't art, says Matt. No, they're art installations, aren't they? I think Tracy Emin calls hers an installation. Because it's... Well, I'm pretty certain that's what... I've always called them installations. I'm intrigued about a picture. Can you get a hamburger at Joe Allen's? That's all my wife eats. Well, you can, but it's not open at the moment. We're still waiting. Still waiting. It's got to be there. See, I can't bear that. It's an installation, thank you. That's what it's called in the gallery, an installation. Steve, we don't really have much idea what King Henry actually looked like. He was slim and vital as a young man, but the general impression of his appearance comes from a series of posed portraits towards the end when he was bloated. Oh, he was covered. He was an infestation of sores, weeping and everything else. Of course he was thin when he was a young man. Everybody was. But then he got a little bit older and we know exactly what he looked like. I mean, there's more pictures by Holbein and everybody else of Henry VIII, and then he would sit down there. He was fat and bloated. Fat and bloated in the days when, you know, that meant... And people would pay to watch him eat. People would pay to watch him eat. At Hampton Court Palace, he would sit down at the table and there'd be people who'd paid like £1 to go and watch him eat. I'm thinking of opening the same idea myself, actually. I thought of having it with Corey, but frankly, he'd be sitting there for years, because he'd just keep going, wouldn't he? Are there more food coming out for Corey? Yeah, watch him. It's like Man versus Food on the television. Ever seen it? This is where this bloke shovels as much food into his mouth. And there's another one, dives, drive-ins, and something else. It's the biggest waste of a programme I've ever seen on the television. All it is some bloke, what's it called? Drive-ins, dives, and something else, which we'll find out in a moment. There you go. Diners, drive-ins and dives. And it's hosted by this bloke. And all he does, he goes into a restaurant or whatever and he eats the food. He's never not liked anything. It's almost like a paid advert that runs for about half an hour. Guy Fiery, is that his name? Yeah. He's never ever not liked it. He goes, this with it. And I'm thinking, you're just doing a free advert, mate. That's all it is. He goes round to all these places. The chefs have to cook something for him and he goes, this is the best ever. I've never once heard him slag anything off, which of course is rubbish. Because most of this food looks a bit dodgy in America. I mean, you know what they're like, the size of 2 brick houses. They're absolutely enormous, some of these people. They go, this is the best, we do this and we do that. But he never slags anything off. That's all it is. It's a free advert. Hope they all pay you, mate. What's his name? Guy Fiery. Yeah, he's the second one they've had on it. They had somebody else on before. But no, you have to be critical of things. You have to be honest about... If you go out somewhere and it's not very good, then you should tell people it's not very good. I can be very influential in that department. Here's a footballer called Andy Carroll. I don't know anything about Andy Carroll. He's a footballer and he's got a green Mercedes. He was called, 2 rude words, I can't use them, by a furious restaurant owner in a row over parking. He apparently plays football for Newcastle United. He found a letter on the windscreen of his Mercedes after he left it parked outside a pizza restaurant in the city. The business owner was unhappy that Carroll had allegedly taken up 2 spots and hit out on him. The note read, "Listen, you rich..." Then he used these rude words. You have a nice car. I'll give you that. I pay $42,000 a year for my lease. If you were to come into my restaurant and ask if you could use my parking to park nicely, me and my staff would probably say yes. Otherwise, you're a... And then back with one of those rude words again. You don't understand the meaning of money and or courtesy. You're on a different planet to the working class. You do what you want when you want. Hence, why can't you just be nice and take what you want? Carroll shared the note on Instagram, writing, "I didn't like your pizza anyway." However, Mr. Kitchen claimed the 31-year-old player had not once been in his Cal's own restaurant. He said what would be civilised is to come inside and ask if he could park his massive car, especially when there's plenty of on-street parking. He took up 2 spaces. What if a disabled customer came? There's a parking meter down the road which hardly costs anything. Exactly. Get off his property. Always typical footballers, isn't it? No sense of the occasion. I've got a flash car, I'll park it where I want, mate. So he quite rightly got that. And then he lied and said he made horrible pieces. He said he's never even been in here. He just used it for free parking. Dreadful people, honestly. Really dreadful, honestly. It's not good enough, is it? Somebody else says, George Michael grew up in Kingsbury. And Ian the Skip says, the fallen phone boxes in Kingston are called out of order. Oh, right. You get people taking their picture next to them. But it's been there for donkey's years, Ian, hasn't it? I mean, I seem to remember it must have been there at least 30 years. At least 30 years. I can't remember when it was actually put up. But it's 1989. Wow. Been there for ages. 31 years. 31 years. So now you know. Now you know. If you've never seen it, just Google it. It's quite impressive, and loads of people get their picture taken. Let's have a quick look. Russell Grant. Have to read his star sign today. Find out where I'm going with this one. Your versatile mood and good sense of humour will attract opportunities. No matter how keen you are to make new moves, keep a common sense approach and make yourself aware of what be involved. Caution is key, especially with finances. Oh, going home on the bus. What does that mean? Caution is key when it comes... I mean, surely everybody's got, if you're doing finances, always cautional. Always cautional. Cautional is my new word. Cautional, there you go. That's 2 words in a programme. You're very lucky this morning that I had a fabulous education. And cautional. Scrutified and cautional. And why not? Goodness. And what? A Newton. I don't think we'll be doing the Newton Turtles again. I don't think they'll be featured for some years. Art does not have to be pictorial. As for Picasso, his technical abilities were first-rate. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. That's the good idea, though, about art, isn't it? That it's in the eye of the beholder. You think it's wonderful. I think it's a pile of rubbish. We're all entitled to an opinion. Just because your opinion's different from mine, I don't care. You obviously like stuff like that. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. So, you've told me something new about the Kingston phone box. It's out of order. In those days, sometimes, you would see a sign on the post box, on the phone box. It would say, out of... Who uses phone boxes now? Surely every single person, on the planet has got a mobile phone. They must have. There's millions. At one time, you didn't see anything, but you sit on the train. I'll be sitting on the train, and you'll see everybody on the train all on their phones. Because that's your entertainment, isn't it? Before, it was looking out the window. What? Yeah, it must have been boring before phones, because you'd look out the window and you sort of, oh, that's a nice building. Oh, nice building. And that's all you do. And then you think, oh, here we go. And then all of a sudden the train grinds to a halt. Not at a station, it just stops. And then after about 5 minutes, and then the guard will come on. Oh, there's gentlemen, Shigal speaking. Just being held on a red signal. And very shortly we should be making our way into Clapham Junction. This job is so boring. And so if I hear any more news... And then just as he says that, the thing starts moving again. It's like buses. They have to stop at every other stop if there's nobody stopping them, so that they don't catch up the bus in front of them. After I did my hour journey yesterday to get nothing. And then had to go and... But I got the mince pies, and the boys have tried them, and Corey's got, another box of mince pies he can take home with squirty cream and proper cream. I mean, what a treat for a little lad. Fresh out of college. Well, I say fresh, I mean, as good as. And he's very happy. He'll be have those this evening, perhaps with some blueberries, something like that. You can pick some blueberries up, drizzle them over the top, or raspberries. Or no, not really orange, I don't think. You can't put orange. But so it's the boozy ones you're eating next. Right. Fantastic. The ones that you can eat in January. And you've got some satsumas to take home. What a special person you are. What a lucky little boy. Honestly, to have all this fruit to take home. I don't think he ever buys it. I'm pretty certain he doesn't go out to the supermarket and go, I think he'd be sort of heading to the sort of crushed nuts and noodle section. Gemma Collins has been quoted as saying, says Gavin, if there's a chip on my windscreen, I'm eating it. Yes, well, there's a big surprise, because the diet's a bit fake, I'm afraid. What else we got in the paper today? Oh, they've got Extinction Rebellion. They chain themselves to bamboo frames. To be honest with you, I mean, do they really think that by sort of stopping people getting their papers for one day, that's going to endear themselves to people? I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. But they've got sort of all sorts of people here. They've got a retired taxman, a troubled veteran, a former paratrooper, the medic's daughter, the model and actress, seen on top of a bus, a company director, and all sorts of people here. I don't think they're supposed to do this, actually. I mean, surely it doesn't, nobody sort of said this is an open thing. I mean, to be honest with you, the birth striker, this is Lydia Dibben, vows not to have children. I mean, why that would be of any interest to anybody, I can't imagine. But how to beat the bullies, apply the law, says Stephen Glover. And also rewarded for failure. This is the officer at the centre of the disastrous Nick VIP abuse probe sees his total pay package rise to nearly $300,000. Steve Rodhouse has been blasted by victims of the shambolic probe. You've never heard such rubbish in your life. How that one ever got through with the Nick and the VIP abuse, I mean, it didn't even sound believable. But if you can fool somebody like Steve Rodhouse, obviously there's hope for everybody. Also, hundreds of music fans, hundreds of them, flocked to a church in Germany at the weekend to hear a single chord change. That was it. They wanted to be there to hear a momentous occasion, the first time in 7 years that the organ in Halberstadt had played a new note. The automatic organ was built specially to perform As Slow as Possible, a work by the avant-garde composer John Cage. It started the piece in 2001, but the 8-page score is designed to be played so slowly it will last 639 years. So you just go in there and they go, bing, and that'll be it. Cage, who wrote the work, is perhaps best known for his 1952 composition 433, which consists of 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence. These people are mad. Quite mad. It's not a great night out. The next chord change in As Slow as Possible is scheduled for February 2022. So in other words, they troop, these hundreds of music fans, mad as broomsticks, all troop up to this church in Germany to hear one chord. Everybody sits down. The organist places his finger over the offending key and pushes it. Bing! Everybody troops out to the church, and they all presumably go back to drinking alcohol, which is probably what got them there in the first place. Have you ever heard of anything so rubbishy in your entire life? I sometimes think I've wandered into the wrong dream. Yeah, losers. Losers. Because most of the churches in Germany, if they're out where that is, they're not exactly the biggest place, but hundreds of people turned up. How weird. Not looking good. Scores of revellers descended onto the streets of Leeds to enjoy a night of heavy partying. I mean, to be honest with you, you're looking at COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. You're all going to go down. There's a rise of 32.4 new cases per 100,000 people in Leeds. But they're so dumb. And these are supposed to be in the intelligentsia. These are supposed to be students. Thick students in Leeds. And here they are not remotely bothered about the COVID spike. Thickos. Place to avoid, Leeds. OK, you don't want to go anywhere near it. Also caught on CCTV, the smirking suspect who vanished after the attack left 1 dead and 7 injured. And they found the knife dumped down a drain. Won't take them too long to find him. What's the betting? Issues. And there's a lovely picture of a little rare miniature donkey. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen. It's a rare miniature Mediterranean donkey, and it's so tiny. I mean, it really is. He may only grow up to 36 inches in his lifetime. But it's so cute. It's the kind of thing you think, oh, they are sold as pets in both Britain and America, and they're called Dinky Donks. I know, it's so cute. I mean, it really is lovely. The BBC's under fire. Well, they're always under fire, because we own it. They're constantly telling us, your BBC. Your BBC. Andy Carroll was plagued by injury when playing at West Ham. May as well have given him a disabled parking badge, says Matt. Yes, well, if he was plagued by injury, I don't think you just get it for that. They don't hand them out like jelly beans. You get people who misuse them. I see people all the time misusing, even in Twickenham. Seen loads of people. It's quite clearly not theirs. It's quite clearly, a relative's. And if you say to them, you're not supposed to be using that, because you can see the picture of the person, and they say, oh, I'm just going to go and collect them. They're liars. 84850. Talking about never having a bad word to say about anything, says Bruce in Sevenoaks. He said, how about Kevin MacLeod on Grand Designs? He said, nauseatingly sycophantic twaddle at the end of each programme, even for the most hideous of designs. I'm sure the producers sign a contract which allows no criticism to make sure the property price is not affected. I don't know. I like Grand Designs, but he says the same all the time. You're never going to get away with that. That's not going to work. And the next thing, it's all finished. He goes, oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's what you think. Well, you didn't say that at the beginning of it, did you? I love it. My ideal house would be one with a swimming pool in the basement. I've seen people's basements dug out, and next to Holly Willoughby, where she lives, there was a house where they started digging out the basement. The entire house collapsed. So be warned, there are dangers. Steve? Oh, yes, what was Corey's dinner menu was hilarious. It was beef stew. They gave it at... It's Greek stafado beef stew, okay? That's all it is, it's beef, okay? It's got onions and bits and pieces. It's beef stew. They just don't call it stew because it's Greek. They call it... Yeah, but I have shallots and bay leaves in a beef stew. Yeah, and cinnamon stick whatever you like in it. And dumplings and everything else. And we call it beef stew. God in heaven. Yeah. This is Greek beef stew. Stafado, because it's Greek. It's Greek. That's the only reason it's called stafado. Stafado in Greek means beef stew. Okay? That's why it's called that. He tries to make out he's cooking foreign, but he's not. Not really. It's just a beef stew. Yeah, it's out of a tin. You just get it out, or failing that, you get the meat all chopped up. You buy the chopped onions, chuck them all in there, a bay leaf, half a lemon, Bob's your uncle, stir it round, leave it, put a couple of cinnamon sticks in it to sort of jazz it up a little bit to make it stafado. And then all of a sudden we're eating posh Greek food, He said stafado, showed us a picture, and it's beef stew. It even looks like beef stew, because it's beef in a stew. Beef stew. Don't bring any in, please, thank you. What, second-hand beef stafado as well? Even worse, it'll come in Tupperware. Oh, God, no thank you. Definitely, you must be mad. I wouldn't do anything like that at all. The number of people with pre-diabetes who've gone on to develop the full disease has halved over the past 2 decades. That's good, isn't it? So I've lost half a stone, which might not be a lot to you, it's quite a lot to me. And, but I shouldn't have had the mince pies this morning, but they were a bit addictive. But no, sometimes you've got to go reckless. Sometimes you've got to go push the boat out. Remember we had that fool earlier on, Mark, poor soul. Shame we can't reply to the programme now. But, and he was sort of saying, would you still be doing your programme if both feet were amputated? Assuming I'm talking through my toes. I mean, he really was not the full picnic. You know what they say, Mark? They say the lights are on, but nobody's home. Sadly. How can you tell a Yorkshireman? You can't tell him anything. Corey's a Yorkshireman. He's from that neck of the woods, aren't you, Poppet? You're from that sort of wilderness that they call the Yorkshire Moors. Is that? No, well, yes. How can you tell a Yorkshireman? You can't tell a Yorkshireman anything. Okay? You can't, because they know it all. No, Corey, you're not from the Moors side of it. Oh, right, where are you from? Near Sheffield. It's a lovely place, isn't it? Dale and I visited that one day. That was a nightmare. It's like stepping back in time. It really was. It was very odd day. Also, Amazon have deleted 20,000 reviews in a fakery storm. This is the US online retailer, because most of the reviews on there are fake. People put them on there because they're a bit thick and because it's very easy to put on there. Apparently, Justin Fryer from Cobham reviewed £15,000 worth of products in August alone, from smartphones to electric scooters, giving his 5-star approval on average once every 4 hours. There is evidence Mr. Fryer sold many of the goods he reviewed on eBay, making nearly £20,000 since June. He had 1,933 ratings. These have now disappeared because he's a professional reviewer. So they've just had to delete them because they're fake. They're fake. Don't want things like that, do we? Also, first week of the Blitz. 348 bombers, 600 fighter planes in a formation 20 miles wide, heading to unleash hell upon London, because it was 80 years ago today that Nazi Germany launched the biggest bombing raid ever seen to try and bring defiant Britain to its knees. And Jonathan Mayo documents the first week of the Blitz. Did they succeed? Did they heckers like? Did they heckers? Morning, everybody. 10 to 7, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Don't forget, Call the Cabinet launches today on LBC, another first, and it's the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock. One here says, I played horn in a performance of John Cage's 4:33, that's 4 minutes 33, about 40 years ago at university. A couple of people in the audience started laughing. They did it about 10 years ago at the proms. The announcer spent 5 minutes explaining it, then the orchestra sat there doing nothing. You see, I think that's just rubbish. I think that's absolute rubbish. So all these hundreds of people troop to this church in Germany to hear one note, and the next one will be heard in the year 22. I mean, it is almost unbelievable. 2022. I mean, it's just unbelievable, isn't it? Steve, I made a joke in Greece with the courier. Oh, I can't do the joke, Conrad, as you can well imagine. Also, I like the idea of the man shot 200 times with an upholstery gun. Surgeons have revealed he's now fully recovered. Okay? Right, you're barred. Birthdays for today. We celebrate with Chrissie Hynde. Good Lord above. The front woman of the Pretenders has a daughter with Ray Davies of the Kinks and another with Jim Kerr of Simple Minds. She's lived in London since she was 22. How old do you think Chrissie Hynde is today? 58? Good guess. She's 69. She's 69. Also, Laura Ashley died on this day. 1985, the fashion designer from Merthyr Tydfil established the clothing and home furnishing firm after she died, actually. The business was floated with a value of 200 million. It filed for administration this year. David Bowie and Mick Jagger in 85 had the number one with Dancing in the Street, which actually I thought was a bit lame. I didn't think it was such a great thing. And Luciano Pavarotti, September the 7th, today, 2007, lay in state at Modena Cathedral as hundreds of fans queued to file past his body after he lost his battle against cancer. I didn't know that he lay in state, actually. I had no idea. I sort of never quite got into opera and stuff like that. It was always a bit above me, actually. And what was the other one? Oh, Sonny Rollins, the American saxophonist, hailed as a titan of jazz, says the closest he came to death was on September the 11th, 2001. He lived 6 blocks from the World Trade Center, recalling, I lost many prized possessions in 9/11 and learnt a lesson. Possessions are not where it's at. Sonny Rollins is 90 today. 90. We were just working out it. Well, the producer worked it out. But there can't be many people left alive who remember the Blitz. Because, even if, it was sort of 80 years ago. So if it was 80 years ago, even if you were... I suppose there would be, people who were sort of 10 or... But do you remember things from when you were 10? I don't think I remember things from when I was... Do you? I don't. I can barely... Funny thing is, I'll remember something completely obscure. And then somebody will ask me something happened last week, and I go, I've got no idea. No idea. It's the way it goes, isn't it? It's the way it goes. Front pages of the papers, just before we leave you this morning. Priti Patel, I'll change the law to rein in the extinction fanatics. A lot of talk, so far very little action. So let's see some action, shall we? And they've got an eco-zealot. There must be people who are unemployed. Perhaps they've got loads of time on their hands to do all these sort of things. Some of them are slightly peculiar, as everybody said, and I don't think we disagree on it. If you want to glue yourself to the ground, stay there as long as you like. I couldn't care less. Doesn't bother me. As long as it doesn't interfere with the day-to-day running of the capital and preventing people from getting round to their jobs. because that's the thing that we're very keen on. We've had, lean time, 6 months. Thank you very much indeed. You screw it up in London, we'll make sure that that we don't let you. It's as simple as that. Steve, what is it? Oh, somebody says I've had to stop drinking due to illness and medication. I'm now taking, but I just can't stop stuffing my face with ice cream, cake, trifles, and everything else. And it's a bit difficult to try and work out, actually, now, the drink or the cakes. Oh, I'd stick with the cakes. At least that way you can explode, make it marginally interesting for people. Tests hope to halve quarantine air passengers, they've said. On the front page of the Metro today, it's the mutant turtles. So careful with them today. PM vows crackdown on disruptive protests. Media could be designated critical national infrastructure to avoid repeat. And they've got a picture of a rebellion protester. I don't think it was. I think some of them were dancers who were brought in to sort of liven things up a little bit. Whether it did or not, I've got no idea. Daily Star today, here we go. Venues to open again. Little bit presumptuous. I don't think we've actually got, that far just yet. Kate's hubby shock. Yes, Kate Garraway has come back to work again, hoping her husband will be listening in, playing some of her favourite tunes, and for him as well. And Britain, they tell you, is set for a balmy Indian summer with chilly autumn kicking in, but not till October. I wonder if it's going to be a bad winter this year. We were having a guess about this the other week on the programme, trying to work out if we have a very, very hot summer, does that automatically mean that winter's going to be... Because I don't think last year we got snow. Well, we didn't in London. I don't seem to remember... No, you've not had it for ages. No, not at all surprised. And but in certain parts of the country they have that, because Country Life's front cover has always got to be a picture of somewhere with snow, because otherwise it defeats the object. Welcome to the winter edition. Nothing. Green fields and all the rest of it, and daffodils popping up because it's been a bit mild. But no, I don't remember us getting snow in London at all last year. As the producer said, he's not had it for ages and ages. Front page of The Guardian this morning, J Blades. They said I wouldn't amount to anything. It's the repair shops. I mean, to be honest with you, they always pick somebody, don't they, out of all these programmes, and then that's the one that, you know their life story before you're really interested in it. Brexit deal in 5 weeks or Britain will move on, say The Guardian. And Zoe Williams says, I can't wait for you to get back to work. See, I would think this is the week that people are going to be crowding onto the buses and everything else. Are they going to do social distancing? I do hope so. The Telegraph today, the Daily Telegraph. Novak Djokovic, the world number one, thrown out of the US Open after hitting a ball at a line judge. I don't think it was deliberate. I mean, there was the way it went, I'm afraid. And a picture of choristers at Canterbury Cathedral preparing last night for the first choral evensong in nearly 6 months. That's the longest interruption the choir has endured since the English Civil War. So let's see if we can get everybody back. It'd be nice if we get everybody back in this week. It would be good. Bars and restaurants failing to take details. Yes, I'll bear witness to that one. Loads of places. The Telegraph surveyed dozens of establishments in Newcastle, Leicester, Bristol, Colchester, and as many as a third could be undermining the NHS test and trace. I know some hairdressers as well who are not doing it. Police face a backlash over the Knife Man's city rampage. Front page of The Times. And Jane Fonda at 82. Men, marriage and getting arrested. I don't remember the getting arrested bit. Harry and Meghan. Dreary, boring. Panic on set, according to The Sun, for Strictly. A TV crew member tested positive for coronavirus, which means they might have to shelve it completely, which actually no hardship as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't. Just show us repeats. There's enough repeats going out at the moment on all the channels. Every time you see a game show or countdown or whatever it happens to be, there's a full audience, so you know it was filmed ages ago. It's been on 15 years, is it really? 15 years, God. 15 years of sheer hell. Keely's back on page 3. Thought you'd be thrilled to know that. She's certainly thrilled for me to tell you. And the Daily Express, Boris no-deal Brexit is a good outcome. And Prince Andrew joining the royal family at Balmoral, going out hunting, shooting and fishing. Still hasn't made any comment on whether he's going to go and talk to the FBI, so, the shame on the royal family. Not good, is it? Kim Wilde, How the Kids in America Put an End to a Dream Job. That was one of my favourite songs, actually. They're the kids in America, whoa. Heartache and Clueless. This is Marcus Rashford slamming a Tory MP who appeared to blame parents for struggling to feed hungry children. You can read more on that in the Mirror today. Plus the plans to get big crowds back into the stadiums. You think? You think that's going to happen? Listen, that's it for this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mark says, thank you for the advice, Steve. I'll stick to the cake till the explosion. Yes, send us a picture, please. Today on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Penny Lancaster takes Rod Stewart out for another night on the town, even though he should probably be in bed. Brooklyn Beckham continues to keep himself busy by posting on social media. As Lorraine Kelly celebrates her anniversary, we reveal the key to a happy marriage. They were going to take a girl back to their room. Are these people really stupid? And then you look at their ages. One's 20 and the other's 18 or 19. They're obviously permanently thick. Footballers really are some of the dumbest people you've ever seen in your entire life. You know, you're in the England squad and you take a girl back to your hotel bedroom. Scrabble Boys, was it? Or something like that? Perhaps an art class? So they've been kicked off the squad in disgrace. Good. Kick them out completely. Chips are down. That's proper chips, you know, in the fish and chip shop. They want portions to be smaller. Well, I've never had a large portion. I've always, you know... But the fun thing is, if ever I go to McDonald's on the rare occasion, I don't go for a medium chips. That's pathetic. So you go for large, because their idea of large is basically everybody's idea of sort of not many chips. Shame. Happy birthday to Pink today. And Anthea Turner, still obsessed with herself. She is the most boring person under the sun. Here she is on the beach having a photograph taken showing, oh, look, I'm still sexy at 60. Yeah, but you're still boring at 60. Doesn't matter what you look like at 60. It's what's going on between the ears. Doc Martin's hanging up his stethoscope. Apparently next year's Doc Martin will be the last one. Which is a shame because we like that a lot. And Robbie Williams has revealed the joy at not being recognised wearing a mask. Oh, wear it permanently, dear. Wear it permanently. Make us all happy. The UK's biggest burger I found. Producer very interested in this one. It's only got 30,000 calories and it weighs 2 stone. So just your average ho-hum snack of the day, I should imagine, for many of us. Plus the government's setting up some more badger kills. 200? 300? 1,000. 10,000. 65,000 badger kills. Didn't know we had 65,000 badgers, poor souls. Run for the hills, boys, run. Run quickly, and you've got 5 days left to claim £58 million on the lottery. Somebody did not bother checking their tickets. Wasn't me. I get mine checked, you know, religiously. I'll tell you where it is. I think it's down like Devon or somewhere like that. It'll be something. They've been sitting on it for ages, but it's 58 million, and they've left it 3 months. I mean, they obviously don't know they've got it, or they've thrown it away. 58 million quid, and it goes to good causes. I could be a good cause. I could be a good cause, please. One pub shuts every 14 hours. Not at all surprised. You can't do anything in pubs now, can you? It's a bit dull. Although I did get on the 290 bus the other day to go to Staines. I wasn't going to Staines. I was going to Hampton. To go to Sainsbury's, if you remember, which we tried to do the day before, but I suddenly realised that I saw a 290 bus, so I got on it. Unfortunately, as I was about to get on, a drunk tried to force his way onto the bus, so I put my arm out. Like, push it any further, Sunbeam, and you'll be in the gutter. And he had some choice words to say about a woman he'd just been talking to who had a baby in a pram. I cannot even begin to tell you what he said about her, but whatever it was indicated to me that not only was he a sad old drunk, but he was obviously something the matter with him. Because it got from bad to worse on the bus. So we sit there and, you know, we're happily pootling. I'm looking out the window. Very nice. Look at the scenery, looking at the boarded up shops. And we're sort of chatting away. Then all of a sudden, I hear it. Loudmouth gobby man at the back. There's not that many people on the bus. There's a woman, large woman, with a pushchair, and a little kiddie who probably was about 4 or 5. And then there was a big fat bloke on the bus as well, who was standing up, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to be sitting in a seat. And then Gobby starts off, the drunk one. Now, I knew he was a drunk, because as we're standing by the bus stop, he produced a half bottle of empty vodka and threw it into the waste paper basket. So he'd obviously drunk half, and it started, the 4-letter words. Every other word was the F word on the bus. I could hear it at the front of the bus. And he's directing it to a woman sitting on the bus, who is quite clearly somebody who is special needs. Quite clearly special needs, because I've seen her on the bus before, and she just sits there and doesn't say very much. He was using every obscenity under the sun, and nobody said a word. The bus driver, totally oblivious to it. He kept looking in his mirror, but he decided not to stop the 290 and call the police and get this bloke removed. And this girl started to cry, and he's laying into her, you effing this. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Then he tells us, because you knew by this time he was quite seriously a sick person, that he'd been in prison and he had 10 children. Now, because he was a drunk, there's probably very little chance of any truth in anything that he said. But the attack against this woman continued. He was sitting opposite her. I'm sitting there thinking, perhaps I should call the police. And then I thought, no, it's the bus driver's decision to stop the bus and say, either you get off the bus or I'm calling the police now. It's as simple as that. And this bloke was quite threatening. He was a big fat bloke, but he was drunk. He was quite clearly drunk, or he's got some, he was one of those old-looking 30-somethings. I would think probably about 35. But it was just disgusting, and it got from bad to worse and bad to worse and bad to worse. And then one of the blokes who's standing up near the woman with the pram, but he was nothing to do with her, said, listen, mate, leave her alone. You can see that she's not very happy about this and all the rest of it. And so he goes, well, do you want to make something of it? I thought, oh, okay. Nothing worse than a sad old drunk with no talent whatsoever, apart from appearing in prison, which obviously was his kind of thing, and then telling you about his 10 children and how they were the light of his life. I thought, well, a fine example of a father you must be. And the next thing, the big bloke who challenged him against doing the thing is going, listen, mate, I understand it's been difficult for you. I thought, difficult? What about the rest of us on the bus? Old people sitting on there listening to this foul-mouthed old tramp. Disgusting. And then the next thing, they're doing high fives. And I'm thinking, what sort of pathetic git are you? The answer is very pathetic. And then the woman's going, good luck, mate. This is the big fat woman with the pram. Good luck, mate. And I'm thinking, I'm sorry, what about the poor woman sitting behind the woman with the pram who's in tears about being abused by a drunk on the bus? Disgraceful pair you were. Disgraceful. $2.90 yesterday afternoon. Going to Staines kind of figures, doesn't it, really? The holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. But, apart from that, it was a fairly uneventful day. I watered the sunflowers. God, they drink water. By God, they get through a gallon a day. Sunflowers, because if you don't, they go all limp. And once they go, you can rescue them back. If they've gone limp, quickly drench it as fast as possible. And I've got I bought me rubber gloves the other day. Bought rubber gloves, which is very nice. I bought 2 pairs. You get 2 pairs, which is 4 pairs of rubber gloves for £2 in Poundland. Because if I'm doing planting, I don't want to get dirt, because you spend ages getting nail brush out and all the rest of it. So I bought these things, and I'm going to plant up some bits and pieces today. And then at 3:30 this afternoon, I've got a conference call with the doctor and the diabetic experts and all the rest of it. I love it. I tell you, I'm costing the NHS serious money here. But it's all good. It's all good. Everything very nice. Very nice. Steve, I don't know if you've heard, but Darren was on about people buying robots to combat loneliness. I saw this the other day. I saw a robot on but we've had robots around for years. But in old people's... Oh, right, just what they need, isn't it? Some animated creature wandering towards them. But don't they take dogs round? You do pat dogs, and you never heard of pat dogs? Yeah, they take them round so people pat them, because apparently it's very therapeutic. I wanted a hippopotamus, but they weren't over keen on that. Yeah, so robots could reduce loneliness. Yeah, well, how much do they cost? A dog's much cheaper, a bit of animatronics stuff, not really that exciting. So, mind you, if you're in an old people's home, I must imagine anything is exciting. But the idea of a robot does not appeal to me in any way, shape or form. I don't know why, I just don't sort of fancy the idea. I quite like the technology. The technology is very good, and sort of all the other bits and pieces. But if you're sitting in an old people's home, you don't want a robot. What you want is a dog, or a lamb, or a little baby goat, or a little baby horse, or something like that. That's what you want. Do you want something a bit interesting? Or failing that, some conversation. That's all. But yet you go to an old people's home, you don't get conversation. People are sitting around the walls in the common rooms, asleep most of the time. Thicker cream today. Thicker. I don't know how much thicker it is, but yesterday was obviously a bit sort of light, but now they do thick cream. So I did my journey to the Sainsbury's to go and get them. You have to walk such a long way inside supermarkets. Have you noticed? You spend your entire time walking and walking and walking, and then you think, oh, they've moved it. But I had yesterday, it's very exciting, they do a loaf of bread, Warburton's, with all the crust cut off. All of it. So it's just... It's delicious. Delicious, can't tell you. And so I toasted them, and they toast up really quickly. Buttered them, and then I got some Primula cheese spread in the tube. Ate 4 of them. What are you doing now? What's he done? He squirted the cream. It didn't explode at all. You've just made some feeble excuse up. You're trying to break it, aren't you? Oh, it's cream. Eat it. Good. That's going to look good, isn't it, later on? You'll have to wash that today. You won't be able to wear that tomorrow. That's another outfit down. Honestly. They will. People are talking already about it. You know, so he's got 2 boxes of brandy-infused mince pies with extra thick, squirty cream. Which is very exciting. There's not many programmes do that. You have to do it gently, though. You're very, very ham-fisted, aren't you, in the kitchen department? Obviously, since making that beef stew the other day, which came from Greece, but it didn't really. Probably came from Aldi. It came from what? Stefano. It's beef stew. It's beef stew. That's what it is. Okay, it says underneath it, Stefano means beef stew. God, blimey, honestly. Apparently, the robot's not going to be socially distanced. I don't care. I've seen them in Japan, where they sort of, pioneer robots and things like that. And I've seen them, outside, and you think, it's very nice, but it's not really that clever, is it? It's just a programmable machine. It doesn't have any heart or soul. It doesn't have anything like that at all. It's just it sort of moves around and goes, "How are you today, Professor?" And then the thing talks back to you, and you go, "I'm well, thank you." And how? Because they also make them in female version, don't they? Have you seen those ones? Yeah, like Siri. Like Siri, exactly the same. Only have you seen the other female model things? You can have them you can go to this company and they will make the girl of your dreams for a few $1,000s. There's one man who's got loads. All different types, because he obviously likes different types. And they're those sort of dolls. Which people obviously seem to favour nowadays. At least you don't know how to buy a drink, I suppose. Steve, remember to hoover and turn your mattress once a week, says Ted. I think I told you that back in 1964, Ted. I mean, we know you're in Southend, love, but try not to be dim. It really ruins it. Everybody turns their mattress and everybody vacuums it, don't they? Obviously not. But they're supposed to. So I definitely don't want to buy a robot. I definitely don't want anything like that. Steve had a lovely walk around the city yesterday. It's amazing how modern certain buildings like the Shard, Royal Courts of Justice Lloyd still look. Yeah, well, they always say if you want to see proper London, look up. Look up, because that's where they haven't changed it. They'll change the downstairs bits, because that's the bits that you see. But if you go up to Holborn Station, take a picture of the Holborn Empire, which stood right next to it. There's still bits of the Holborn Empire there. There you go. Another piece of useless information you garnered from the programme. So we got peaches and we got plums, which is nice. Because we're being healthy today. Well, we're trying to be healthy. And meanwhile, yeah, on the mince pies. So, did you have the other ones yesterday? Have you saved them for Christmas? I know what you like for stockpiling things. You've saved the brandy ones. Well, they're going to last till January. So, I mean, you can have those at Christmas. And those are brandy ones you've got there. That you're I've no idea what you're asking me for. I don't know. I don't make the blooming things. I don't know how you store them. I'm assuming... I don't think you'd have to put them in a fridge. I think you just sort of keep them in a cupboard. As long as it's dry and clean, that should be okay. Cool, dry place. Well, that'll be your bathroom, won't it, then? That's a very cool, dry place. When you wash out your jumper again. News, isn't it? According to Simon Marks, Trump has hinted... a surprise vaccine could be ready by October. A surprise vaccine for COVID-19. That's what Simon Marks has said. Trump's hinted at a surprise vaccine announcement. Says COVID-19 cure could be ready by October. Thank you. Put your name down for it now. That'll be fine. At the moment, though, there's lots of young people who are now infected. A lot infected. And yet, strangely enough, Matt Hancock, who was on with Nick Ferrari the other day, said it's unlikely before the end of the year. Well, it probably is here. But in the States, they actually might be... And then, of course, they presumably have to license it for here. But they've got loads of stuff in America that you can't get here. But Matt Hancock says here, can young people follow guidelines? Don't be stupid. You can't get any of them to follow guidelines. They're too thick. COVID-19 infections, highest levels since early May. And who are they with? Young people. Young people. School children. I have seen school children in Twickenham going to school with their masks on if they're over a certain age, and I've seen an awful lot not bothering to wear a mask, and those are the ones who are going to become very, very sick. Very, very sick. And then there was the, wasn't it a big argument between Piers Morgan and Denise Welsh on Loose Women. She was spouting off about, they never tell us how many people have died of cancer or how many people... It's the spin doctrine, but of course she believes everything she reads on the internet. And so he basically called her out. He called her out and sort of said, basically deluded old woman who doesn't know what she's talking about. So that now has resulted in a bit of a spat. You get them all the time, don't you? You get them all the time, sort of spats and it's all a bit sort of tragic, really. But then everybody's got an opinion. Every single person has got an opinion. It doesn't matter whether you think you're right or whether you think you're wrong. Did you? I mentioned it to myself yesterday. I thought I must do this story because it's on an influencer. Now I don't know if you know what an influencer is. I don't know what an influencer is. I'm assuming it's somebody who actually goes on to media and people take notice of what they do. This one was called social media. Yeah. This one was called Ethan. And you'll know Ethan because he was this boy of 17 who started putting on makeup, and they used him for all sorts of campaigns. And I'm pretty certain that they used him on a television programme, because I remember seeing somebody on this television programme where he did all his makeup, and he did his makeup very, very well. And he became sort of very, very famous. Famous for those people who follow people like that. Unfortunately, he had a slight contretemps a few years ago when he'd used transphobic and racist comments. But he seemed to be well liked in the beauty industry. And then a year ago, according to his best friend, Ava, he turned to drugs. And the reason was, we are told, that it was the pressure of being famous online at such a young age. He became a problematic recently due to drug-induced mania. Because people who do certain drugs, they imagine all sorts of things going on. And he died the other day. Ethan Peters was his name. He only had 500,000 followers, as Ethan is supreme, and he was only 17. And you think to yourself, what a waste. What a waste of a life. And he died, they say, from an overdose of, and I don't know what the drug is, and I have no idea, whether it's accurate or not, but that's what his best friend Ava Louise said, and he died from an overdose of it. What is it about drugs nowadays that, people at 17, I understand how the fame thing works. Do not get it wrong. I understand more than most people how the fame thing works. Somebody goes on a reality show, the next thing an agent picks them up, they shove them around all over the place, they give them, this, that, cars here. They tell them that they're famous, that they're stars. They're not they aren't stars at all. They're media personalities, and sometimes they don't even have the personality. And then it all goes a bit pear-shaped. And it goes pear-shaped to such an extent that nobody's interested in them. Because they have to play the game. You don't play the game, you don't get anywhere. You don't get anywhere. So, you listen to the ponderings of sort of the Gemma Collins types and things like that, and she lives in a total fantasy world. She's desperately unhappy. Jordan, desperately unhappy. In a case of Ethan, he was 17 and obviously got some sort of pleasure, whatever that would be, out of taking various drugs. I'm lucky. Drugs bypassed me. I went through the 60s, but I never bothered about drugs or stuff like that. Imagine trying to do my job if you were on drugs. Good God in heaven, it would never work at all, would it? But at 17, his life is finished. But I'm sure there was a documentary on the television. I remember thinking, is that a boy wearing all this makeup? And it was beautifully done and beautifully applied. And he became sort of like a poster boy for female makeup and everything else. It was almost like that What's the Matter with Jamie show. Who's the boy who wanted to go to the dance? Is it called What's the Matter with Jamie? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Which again is sort of it's a controversial thing, but they turned it into a show and they turned it on its head, and it's turned out to be absolutely brilliant. And it's about, I think, a gay boy who wanted to go to the prom, and he wanted to go, I think, dressed up as a woman, and that was it. And so everybody's talking about Jamie, and it's a 16-year-old teenager who overcomes prejudice, beats the bullies, and steps out of the darkness to become a drag queen. Because I watched RuPaul's drag thing the other day from Canada. My God, they were ugly. Dear Lord above. These people are really peculiar over in Canada. It's not the biggest place in the world. And, we've got it here too. Do we have RuPaul's drag thing here? Right. Joanne is obsessed with the drag programme. She loves it. More women than men like drag. Funny that, isn't it? Yeah, it's very much a female thing. I think basically because, women look at somebody and go, my God, you look better than I do. But the Canadian ones don't. So rest assured, you're fairly safe. You're fairly safe on the Canadian ones. Steve, they got mime tricks you won't know. Yes. And somebody says, can you tell me the best flowers for tubs, hanging baskets? Ideal World have got hanging winter pansies. Hanging winter pansies. Who hasn't? I mean, let's face it, at this time of year. Hanging winter pansies. They look quite good, actually. Look very nice. So go on to their garden section. You'll find them. I think they're about 15 quid with postage free. He says, not that I remember anything off the television. Yeah, winter flowering pansies on Ideal World whatever they are. On the thing. They are trailing pansies. Cool Wave. That's it. Look at this. $14.99 free post and packing. Do you know, am I uncanny or what? Seriously, it's almost embarrassing. I can also read the Tetley tea bags. Some people, they have to have loose leaf not me. Tetley tea bag. And I was reminiscing the other day about a friend of mine who hadn't phoned me for ages. Very vain person. And I was thinking, that's strange. I've not heard from this particular person. Then blow me down. I get a text message from them today. And it's just a passing friend, and well, it is now. and so isn't it funny? You think about somebody, and all of a sudden they then write to you. Perhaps I'm psychic. Perhaps I've got a gift of sort of having. I can empathise with other people. I know what people are thinking. I know when Corey looks at me, I know exactly what he's thinking. How much longer? How much blooming longer? Joe, nothing. There's a blank there. My television's gone funny. I'm going to have to unplug it again. It's only picking up 3 channels at the moment. 3 channels. Those seem to be okay, yeah. It is like the old days. It's like the war years when we didn't have a television. And so what I've got to do when I get home today is unplug it from the mains, leave it 2 minutes, then plug it back in again, and it thinks it's a new thing. I learnt that with my computer. Because sometimes turn it on and turn it off again. And they always worked. Somebody said to me, unplug it, and then plug it all back in about 5 minutes. And that worked. If you've been having trouble with your computer, I keep telling Warren to do the same thing because he has a lot of trouble with his computer. I keep saying, turn it off and leave it off. It's the only way. It's the only way forward. So more of your texts and emails, 84850. steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know what the average home sells for in this country now? £245,000. See, that doesn't seem very much to me. That seems quite... Yes, in London, I wouldn't like to imagine. Average house price in London? It's got to be 300,000-400,000, hasn't it? Couldn't be 245,000. That, I would think, would be over the whole country. Is it further? 550,000 average price of a home in London? Here we go. £653,965. That's the average price. Blimey. Small wonder you young people out there. That was in London. It's a rise of 1.3% in the last 3 months. And in terms of property type, flats in London sold for an average of 532,000. 500. Small wonder young people that I work with stand no chance at all unless, Corey's mum and dad get rid of the bar and the hot tub. And even then, you're going to be a few £1,000 short, aren't you? Unless I'm his only hope. If I win the lottery, I've said that I'll help him out. I'll give him that little boost up the ladder so he can have a deposit. And that's, I'm not going to win the lottery, so there's no danger of that. So he's got to rely on his parents getting rid of the hot tub. The hot tub's got to go, if you want to sort of... But otherwise, he's going to be spending... My parents said to me, there's no point in renting property because you're throwing your money away. You don't get anything for it. And I said, yeah, but I can't afford to buy anywhere. And that's when they said, we'll help you. And that's when I went, thank you, Mummy and Daddy. Because without them, I couldn't have done it. Bought a little flat, £41,000 it was. £41,000. That for a one bedroom, 1 bathroom, kitchen. That was last week. And I wish... Oh, it was years ago. I can't remember, actually. I moved about 3-4 times. Until I settled on Twickenham. And it's actually been a bit of good move, even though I have had to pay the bus lane camera charges of £65. But it doesn't bother me. I'm quite capable of doing things like that. Steve, we can't afford 10 grand in Birmingham. H says your TV needs retuning. That's why if you just pull out the plug and then plug it in again, it does it automatically. It's an automatic. Gone are the days where you had to sit there and try and adjust your TV for all the different channels. You don't do that now. You just push a button and that's it. In fact, sometimes you don't even need to push a button. So I shall do that when I get in, actually. Steve, listening to you, and you were talking about mince pies. Anyway, as soon as Iceland opened, I headed straight down for their pack of the standard deep-filled ones. Also bought some double cream after your discussion. Oh, right. There you go. Well, I bought another 2 boxes. Corey's slowly ploughing through them, as you can well imagine. That's the trouble with him, actually. He is like the eager beaver puppy. You know, put food in the bowl, he'll eat. You know, if there's no food in the bowl, he won't eat. But if there's food in the bowl, he will. Kevin the Kent Milkman says, Steve, will you be buying Dolly Parton's new Christmas album when it's released? It's called A Holly Dolly Christmas. And the old bag at 74 is bringing out. It's got incredible duets. Michael Bublé, Billy Ray Cyrus. Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart. Miley Cyrus as well, getting the whole Cyrus family in. Jimmy Fallon and Willie Nelson. Plus a special song with her brother, Randy Parton. Magic. I'm Darley, this is my brother. He's Randy. Love it. So it's a Holly Dolly Christmas, and the first single coming off it will be Michael Bublé's "Cuddle Up, Cozy Down Christmas." Oh, sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? Is that a bit of a hoedown thing? Of course, I'll be buying it because it's Dolly Parton. And what else does it say on it? Has it got anything else on it? Got the Michael Bublé gushes over his wife and children and into his smooth radio. We like Michael Bublé. I like him. He was singing. Oh, here we go. The track listings. Okay, first track, side 1. Oh no, there is only a side 1, isn't there? Holly Jolly Christmas, Dolly Parton. Christmas is featuring Miley Cyrus, Dolly Parton. Cuddle Up, Cozy Down Christmas, Dolly Parton, Michael Bublé. Christmas on the Square, Dolly Parton. Circle of Love, EastEnders. Circle of Love, Dolly Parton. All I Want for Christmas Is You. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Coming Home for Christmas, Dolly Parton. Christmas Where We Are, featuring Billy Ray Cyrus, My Achy Breaky Heart. Pretty Paper, you can tell how she's going to sing that one. Pretty paper round the presents and under the tree. A little bit like that. Yeah, Marilyn Monroe. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. Somebody's just turned on the radio. They go, do you know, it's uncanny, isn't it? They've actually got a live interview with Marilyn Monroe. How is this possible? Also, I saw Mummy's Kissing Santa Claus. That was always my least favourite Christmas song. I saw Mummy kissing Santa. You Are My Christmas, featuring Randy Parton. This is my brother, he's Randy. And You Are My Christmas. You are my Christmas, my only Christmas. You make me happy when skies are blue. And then Mary, Did You Know? Well, I'm assuming she must have done. I mean, come on. We know it was an immaculate conception, all of that. Well, we'll have to get the album, won't we now? We'll have to get the album, definitely. Matthew says, talking drunks on the 290 bus, you could put Denise Welsh into that category, but with a lot more money. Do you know, I quite like her. I like her. I think she's a bit feisty and fun. That's what I like about her. I mean, the fact that people in the business have spats, I don't see as a problem, actually. That's what keeps the whole thing going. If you didn't have spats and Piers Morgan didn't ban her, you know, then she wouldn't have had an effect. But she'll have lots of people who support her. Most of the loot's women. I think Nadia Sawalha supports her. I think Carol McGiffin has also been barred by Piers Morgan. Probably find I've been barred as well. But have I had spats? What, with a celebrity? No, we did have one celebrity. I nearly called him out on it. In fact, we did, because he actually had heard via a 10th hand that I'd said something which I hadn't said. And so he wrote to me. So we wrote back and said, be very careful. OK, and he wrote back and apologised, which, of course, I would expect him to grovel. Yes, yeah. He got it completely wrong, but unfortunately, because he was a bit dim, he didn't bother checking his facts first, which, of course, and the person had written to him, another thick one, who sort of basically said completely the opposite to what I'd said. Steve, I thought the alphabet was doing it how it's like a common language with very little effort. OK, A, job role, B, learning, so-and-so, so-and-so. Are you on drugs? Are you on drugs or something like that? What does that mean? I thought the alphabet was doing it like how it's a common language. Yeah. I don't think so. I tell you what, ask Matron to give you one of those special injections. You know, the one, you know, with the one where you start counting to 10 and you get as far as 3. That would be the one, definitely. One pub shuts every 14 hours in this country. I didn't know we had that many pubs. Did you? I had no idea that there were that many pubs in this country and that they were closing at the one every 14 hours. And you want to lift your spirits. Saying I love you and making loved ones laugh are two of the top ways through. If you say that, if you say to somebody I love you, of course if they don't reciprocate, what's the point? You know, I love you. Yeah. Do you want beans with that? I love you. Yeah, do you want some bacon or sausage? I love you. They ignore you. That means your suitcase is packed, okay? Don't turn around because you ain't welcome anymore. You know where you're going. Straight down the road. 7 Greek islands added to the quarantine list. I'll tell you who they are later on because you need to know these things just in case you're going. And we found the biggest burger in the world. Corey would like this one. You could cope with this one. This is 30,000 calories and it weighs 2 stone. It's quite tall, big. It is actually quite a big burger. Quite a big burger. And it's lovely to look at, but you could never eat anything like that because you just explode. Just explode. And it's not very good. Strictly legend Len Goodman is feeling good as gold after skin cancer treatment. Good. We love him. And here they are. 2 of the stupidest pair in England football. This is Phil Foden asking what a pair of Icelandic girls plan to do at their hotel, to which Mason Greenwood replied, "What do you think? Stupid boys. Kick them off. Kick them off. They're shamed." One of them sent a picture of his bottom. They hooked up with a Miss Iceland, and they were sent home in disgrace, breaching COVID rules. Stupid boys. Stupid boys. Honestly, now as thick as young footballers, because they think that they know everything, but shamed Phil Foden last night, issued a grovelling apology and admitted he had a lot to learn. You're an idiot, mate, OK? An idiot. I won't ask you to spell it, because I shouldn't imagine you could probably manage that. The Royals have coughed up, yes. Oh, we don't like the press. We're leaving the country. Oh, wait a minute, start litigation in Los Angeles, shall we? And Canada, and do all the rest of it. They really are. What a pair. What a pair. And so they've repaid the taxpayers, bowing to pressure. I wouldn't mind, but he always had the money. Don't give us this baloney. We're not stupid, Harry. Your mother left you loads of money. The Queen Mother left you money. Why are you not spending that? You don't buy anything else, do you? Now you've got to buy all your own clothes, and apparently Prince Charles is not supporting them financially either. Well, that's what they've said. I hope it's true. You know, they're so sort of keen on, we're going to be self-supportive. You haven't had to do anything at all. Mind you, not actually done anything. So, not so good, is it? And, Steve, mentioning Push the Button, I remember the Sugar Babe song. Push the button. Yeah, I remember that song, but I can't remember anything more of it. Talking of Christmas, the Pogues Fairy Tale of New York. I love Christmas, says Matt. Yes, I could go the Pogues. Yeah, it's got a rude word in it, hasn't it? Yeah, you cheap lousy. And then they sort of, and you think that they've been playing that on the radio for donkey's years. Now all of a sudden there's a word in it that they don't like. Bit worrying. Love may be rekindling for Sophia Ritchie. She's a model, daughter of Lionel Richie. Never heard of her. Never heard of her. We like Lionel Richie. Like Lionel Richie a lot. And the best tea bags can cost more than 50 times as much as cheaper rivals. What tea bag costs more than 50 times the amount of a rival? So this is from Good Housekeeping. They're very good on. They're as good as Which magazine, I think. Their top-ranked brew, Whittard English Breakfast, is 30 pence a bag. Second placed, Ahmad Tea, Royal Breakfast Tea, cost £10 for 15 bags. £10, equivalent to 66 pence each. The best value bags were Twinings English Breakfast at £5 for 100, rated in 4th place. Bestsellers such as Tetley and PG Tips are between 1 and 2p a bag. See, I like Whittards. I do like Whittard. English Breakfast. I like Earl Grey, Lady Grey, any of those sort of things. But the tea bags that we've got here at work, and we've got more kitchens than most places, are fantastic. They're really nice. It's a very nice quality tea. Steve, Who cares about LA? I like LA. I've been there. I quite liked it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says here quickly, good to hear somebody talking about the elephant in the room. Drugs are basically a pandemic where I'm from. Nothing seems to be done about it, says Callum in Mansfield. And never seems to be anything done about it by local authorities. Well, they had a bloke the other day. He was stopped on one of these police programmes, and he'd apparently fallen off his bike. Now, he was either high as a kite or he was drunk. The police couldn't make up their minds what he was. You know, he was doing that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm going to go home. I'm going to bang on the head and all this kind of stuff. He was talking like that, slurring away, and then he went, You're a vicious piece of work. Talking to one of the police officers. And then he confused somebody from the ambulance. So they'd wasted time and money. And then they said, what's your name? We'll take you home. Oh, telling you, scumbags. It was seriously. Like the bloke on the 290 bus yesterday. You know, with a driver who did nothing. Fantastic. Obviously, sort of, doesn't know about all these different things. Somebody else says LA is so corrupt. Well, listen, I should imagine you'll find corruption just about everywhere. Every single city of the world, you will find corruption. It's as simple as that. It's the way it is. It just means you either get caught up in it, or you're a good boy or girl, and you don't do anything about it at all. Question Time host Fiona Bruce says she became very anxious during lockdown. She says, in the first week or so, I was fearful and worried for my family. Oh, well, don't worry. The Beckhams both got COVID partying in LA. And apparently they got it back in March. But they've managed to keep it quiet until now, which is so unlike the Beckhams. They normally tell you within 2 seconds of something happening. Staff were hit too, family quarantined in the Cotswolds. Oh, right. Did we see any of them with masks on? I don't think so. Did you ever see a picture of Dave with the funny hair and Vic with a mask on? I mean, it'd have to be a designer mask, wouldn't it, or something like that? But no, we haven't seen anything like that. And they never mentioned it before. Why did they not mention it before? Funny how it's only just come up now, isn't it? I'm always very sceptical of anything that the Beckhams do. Anthea Turner's a ray of sunshine. No, she's not. No, she's absolutely not. She's very, very irritating. And she says, being 60 doesn't mean you don't look fabulous in a bikini. I think it does. Okay. The TV presenter braved the... TV presenter? When did she last present something on television? She was in Greece on holiday after joking she felt old because of her lack of Botox. Oh, Lord above, honestly. Irritating first time round, third time round, definitely irritating. Coming up to the news at 5, that's what this music means. And it's Tuesday, 8th of September. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's nice to have your company. A banned driver caught for the 16th time after swerving between lanes on a motorway. How these people get away with it, I'll never know. And the soccer aid stars, furious at being repeatedly fat-shamed by Clive Tilsley. Steps making another comeback. And Britain's hottest new strippers, the Chocolate Men, apparently. Make of that what you will. And Mr. Hancock says on LBC the hopes of finding a story about Phil Foden and Mason Greenwood being axed from the England squad makes the front pages of all the papers, actually. Fined £1,400 each by the police after breaching COVID-19 rules. And Foden admitted we made a poor decision. Well, you're an idiot, aren't you? I don't think there's any two ways about it. Either you're a complete thicko, or, you should be kicked out completely. Mind you, this came as 13 of the Queen's Guards were jailed for breaking COVID rules at a party. This is from Windsor. Now, we've had problems with Windsor soldiers before. Drug taking has been to the forefront, so they don't have a great reputation, I'm afraid. They should buck their ideas up a lot. 13 of them have been jailed, handed tough prison sentences. These were the ones who took part in the televised Queen's Birthday Tribute Parade, thought to be the first time performed at the castles. Whilst jailed, the soldiers will have their pay docked in line with military law, meaning they'll lose half a month's pay. Their punishments have come. So I don't know what they got sent for, actually. It doesn't say. So they threw a boozy party close to Windsor Castle. I mean, I can imagine it must be quite difficult. You know, you're young, you want to get drunk, you want to do all these bits and pieces, and then you suddenly discover that you can't do it, so they go out and do it anyway, and then wait to see if they actually get caught. And they got caught, and they've gone to prison. So there you go. So 65,000 badgers will be killed as this controversial cull is extended. This year, the massacre is being widened to 11 more parts of England, a total of 44 areas. I didn't know there were that many badgers in the country. I seriously didn't know that. It never even crossed my mind. Netflix and Bill, Harry and Meghan repaying both of it. I'm glad you look happy out there because it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Another picture of Anthea Turner. I mean, really? It's finished, Anthea. Get over yourself. OK, please, do us all a favour. How many badgers are there in this country? Well, if they're saying they're going to kill 65,000, there's got to be about 280,000. Is it up higher? 460,000. 485,000 badgers. How do they know? Do the badgers have to sign a form or clock in or something? Or they have to register, have to go onto the app on their badger phone and then go, I am a badger, I'm living with my wife, Mrs. Badger, and three badger cubs. And we have friends who live... Because they always, when they find badger sets, they try to keep them quiet, don't they? Because they don't want those nasty people who go round there and try and dig them out with dogs and things like that. Sadly pathetic people. An 88% increase since the 80s. Well, give them condoms. Hello? It's not difficult. You know, we've managed to sort of, you know, keep down the young people and things like that. But obviously badgers are at it like rabbits. Or like badgers, I suppose. Can't they just sort of inject them? Could they not sort of fire a dart into them which would release something which would sort of make them, you know, infertile or something? Then that not be a good idea? No? Oh, obviously. So we have to kill them. Why do we have to kill them? I don't like them being killed. We could give them a little... No, vasectomies too. You must be able to inject them with something which would make them infertile, mustn't you? No? I don't know. So, a mystery lottery punter, and what a punter they are, has 5 days left to prove that they've won a £57,879,670 jackpot. They came forward to claim the March the 17th prize in April with a ticket purchased somewhere in Ayrshire. The Euro Millions jackpot would make them richer than World Cup winning... They all say that, don't they? Richer than so-and-so, richer than so-and-so. But the operator Camelot's been unable to validate the player's ticket. Ah. So in other words, they produced a ticket, but they're going, no, we can't validate that. So they go through a rigorous validation programme. You've got 180 days from the draw to claim the prize. If the claim is not received within this period, the prize money is passed to good causes. So they came forward in April after March the 17th, and Camelot went, no. So we don't we don't want to pay that out. So the story led to speculation of what went wrong. Theories including damaged or lost ticket. Camelot said it was reasonable to assume tickets were lost in the past. Wow. Overall, lottery punters won $4.1 billion in 2018-2019 financial year. Unclaimed prizes were 3%. So it's not that much, but obviously somebody was a bit dodgy with this one, so they weren't too sure. Steve, to save you unplugging your TV, go to settings menu and use the option to retune the TV set. Well, it doesn't have one. Modern TVs don't have that now. You just literally plug the thing in and it immediately goes into setting up. You know, putting everything up that you need on there. You don't have a push button now. Can you do it manually? Are you sure? I don't think you're right. I don't think I have a manual. Or a menu. I don't think I have a menu at all. John Sargent says it should not be a criminal offence to watch TV without owning a licence. OK. And the glamour and luxury of the Savoy. Secrets of the Savoy. Glamour rules. It does. I used to park my car there. They like cars like mine being parked at the Savoy. It makes them feel very happy about things. And Dale used to park there as well. And all you do is you give the keys to the man on the front desk, tell him what time you're coming back, and... you know, you say, well, you know, will you be here when we get back? And he goes, yep. So then you give them money. I mean, it's more expensive than paying for a car park, but to be honest with you, it's looked after and everybody looks at it as they're going into the hotel. So it works for most London hotels. Most London hotels do it. Here we go. This is Anita Rani and Laura Whitmore say there's no better home for your old clothes than TK Maxx as their Give Up Clothes for Good campaign begins. Oh, right. Laura Whitmore, honestly, how to drag out a tortuously slow career. Also, Maisie Smith. Loads of coverage of Maisie Smith. I'm not sure about her. I'm not sure. She's going into Strictly, and she's obviously very keen on exhibiting herself in sort of various sort of ways, I suppose, but I'm not sure. She was in EastEnders. I don't think she's in EastEnders anymore. And from next month, it'll all be out her swing, her cha-cha-cha and everything else. Lovely, lovely. Oh, here's a picture of, you'll know him, Frank Lampard, otherwise known as Lamps. and he's married to Christine Lampard, and he has a secret weapon to make his job as Chelsea FC manager easier, and it's her. He says he admits he often turns to the TV presenter when faced with tough decisions about the Blues. She coaches me, says Frank, and I do throw a lot of things off Christine. Oh. Slightly disturbing, isn't it? I wouldn't have thought she knew anything about football at all, but it's only a guess. Ever wondered what's in meat-free burgers, sausages and mince? I didn't until I watched a thing the other day. Hex. I think they make sausages. And Heck. And they showed them being made, where they tip all this gunk into a machine and out comes something like 1 million sausages a day. And now they do a vegan sausage made with all sorts of things, and it's green. Looked disgusting. But they were showing us how many people work in the factory and tipping all this sort of meat, and then there's a meat that separates the gristle, and I know it sounded disgusting. Don't ever ask what's actually in sausages. You won't like the idea, I think. You buy tubs of sweets for $3.50 in Tesco for Christmas. No, I always get them in Costco. Always get them because they do tins of... In fact, I nearly bought Quality Street in today, but I thought, no, let's be healthy. Mince pies. Mince pies and squirty thick cream. Thicker than Corey's had for a long time. Yesterday was sort of average, thin cream. And I've also got, to tempt him in a moment, some plums, and which you could probably put, squirty cream on as well. And peaches. Why don't you just lie down and... Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Do you know, I bet he does that at home. I bet he's actually tried that at home. He's put the nozzle in the mouth. Yeah, I'm only joking, Steve. Yeah, look, you know he's going to do it. Look. Oh, that is so disgusting. So disgusting. Is it nice? Yeah. I bet you've done that at home loads of times. I could just tell by the way you did it. Not the first time you've done that, is it? You've done it to impress me. Go, look what I can do. Whole tin. Easy peasy. Steve, is it just a coincidence that today, when Harry and Sparkles pay off their debt, Netflix raises their subscription fees to £17.99? Suckers. Steve, I can imagine you on X Factor, says Suba. Oh, no, you really couldn't. No, you really couldn't. I mean, I've never even done karaoke. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I've got friends who've done karaoke and have run karaoke evenings, but not for me, I'm afraid. Not for me. Steve, I'm devastated. You know I'm gay, says Shane in Sydney. My friend was HIV positive, and then he got the virus, and he died. Well, unfortunately, Shane, as you know, that is the sad state of life, isn't it, nowadays? You know, people... I mean, when you think... Years ago, when people got the virus, when they got the HIV virus, the chance of survival was very slim. Now it's very strong with drug combinations and things like that. But with COVID added into the mix, it kind of becomes a bit of a lethal cocktail. I mean, I still think about it occasionally being a diabetic, but I try to keep it out of my mind for most of the time. Because you think, if you worry about it all the time, you'd never go out, would you? You'd never sort of do anything at all. I love the idea that the Daily Star never mention Harry and Sparkles. They always call them a publicity-shy man and wife who finally paid back $2.4 million in taxpayers' cash after almost 8 years of campaigning. The couple announced last night they were returning in full the loot they took to renovate fancy Frogmore Cottage. And a contribution has been made to the sovereign grant by the Duke of Sussex. I think they should take their title away, both of them, Duke and Duchess of Sussex. There's no way she's a duchess, only by the fact she's married to him, but then I don't think he's a duke either. I don't think they should have any titles. So, but the cottage is the Queen's property, which I thought was... Somebody says they've now paid for the renovation. And they go, yeah, but only because they've done this deal with Netflix. They didn't offer it before, and they had the money, didn't they? Which is a bit of a shame. Megan, who's this? Megan, singer, I don't know. Katy Perry. I've only heard of a few of these people. It's very difficult to try and work out who these people are, actually, all the time. Developers building posh student homes cut down a memorial tree for murdered TV presenter Jill Dando by mistake. This is the student complex on the former BBC Studios, where the Crime Watch star started her career, was only approved if the developers agreed to preserve the Acer tree. Yeah. Gone. Oh dear, diddly-dum. What are we going to do about that? That's a bit terrible, isn't it? 5:15, what do we do every morning? I love the story in the paper today. E.T. likely powered by petrol. I mean, it's sort of, the aliens, they say, could quench their thirst by filling up on petrol, so say scientists. They suspect extraterrestrial life could eventually be found on Saturn's largest moon, Titan. It's too cold for water, with temperatures plunging to minus 179 degrees Celsius. But it's thought there are lakes filled with hydrocarbons similar to petrol, mainly methane and ethane. How lovely. Setting fire to a lake. There was a lovely thing the other day, some Somalian pirates. You know, they could have been pilots as well, I don't know, but these ones were in the ocean. And they were trying to, what they do is attack oil tankers, hold them to ransom, get millions of pounds, and then squander it, because that's what they are. They're a bit stupid. Unfortunately, there are so many films of them on YouTube being caught out. Basically, one of them, the Navy, who was shadowing this huge tanker with all these things on it, just basically set fire to their little boat. So they all had to swim for their lives. It was very funny, actually. Very funny. As they were sort of firing shots off the starboard bow. Steve, I actually saw a car being chased by the police, like in one of the Interceptor shows last night. They crashed into a shop window and ran off in Wandsworth. Oh, bless their hearts, Roger. 2 years ago, we were on a train from Glasgow to London when it stopped suddenly in the middle of nowhere. The driver announced over the intercom, "We appear to have lost power." I'll tell you what, I'll switch it off and then on again. It worked, and the journey proceeded, said Sid. Do you know, it works for a lot of things. Worked for an awful lot of things, but computers especially. If yours is playing up a little bit, turn it off, leave it 5 minutes, turn it back on again, and it'll be... Sorry? Phones as well, exactly the same with phones. Because, we've all had things freeze, haven't we? I sometimes get the mouse that freezes, because I think the batteries are run down. I'll stick another 2 blooming batteries in. And I'm looking at the horrendous scenes in, I think that's Belarus, where the police just seem to attack people. The trouble is, there's a lot of plainclothes people. Yeah, this is a Minsk resident, Arthur Komenko. It's good, nice. It's got the nice surname, but it's the first name, Arthur. Perhaps it's something very long and complicated. They couldn't be bothered to spell it. But the police were issuing out beatings, literally with huge sticks. You really want to turn round to the police, don't you, and sort of say, "Got a bit of a surprise for you, mate." Brace yourselves. Here it comes. Here it comes, the poem for today. Bit of culture, the producer says. It's by A.A. Milne. Yes, the very same A.A. Milne. Not to be confused with A.B. Milne or A.B.C. Milne. This one is called The Wind on the Hill. Okay? And why not? No one can tell me, nobody knows, where the wind comes from, where the wind goes. It's flying from somewhere as fast as it can. I couldn't keep up with it, not if I ran. But if I stopped holding the string of my kite, it would blow with the wind for a day and a night. And then, when I found it, wherever it blew, I should know that the wind had been going there too. So then I could tell them where the wind goes, but where the wind comes from, nobody knows. Very sweet, little bit of culture there, very sweet, thank you. Culture if you're 12, and, get you thinking on that one, eh? Where does the wind come from? Actually, I've got another poem today. Would you like 2 poems? Would you like 2 poems? I can do you 2 poems. And the reason I can do you 2 poems is because Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, has not been well. He's not been with us for ages because he's been off work since March due to COVID. Okay. He says, "It's made me reassess my situation a great deal. I, like many people, have been affected badly by this sorry situation. It's given me real cause for concern, but it's also allowed me to realise the most important things in life are less stress and more fulfilment." Yeah, nothing's worth killing yourself for. Seriously, it's like, people saying, "Oh, I'm going to work every hours God sends it." I said, listen, you don't want to be the richest corpse in the cemetery. The whole idea about life is less stress, more fulfilment. Meet people, socialise with people. But he says, "I want to thank you and all of your listeners for help, encouragement and support you've given me for all the years I've been listening to you and sending in poems." So Michael says, "For the time being, no longer the Black Cab poet." And the poem is called, you'll probably guess, "Time for a Change." The taxi trade is dying on its knees. quite worrying to various degrees. Lockdown has made me reassess some things about my job, the stresses that it brings. Employees work from home now where they can. For them, a safer option rather than risking their health commuting to and fro, maintaining a safe distance as they go. The London Mayor and TfL imposed regulations and restrictions, supposed to be a benefit to those of us who cycle into work or take the bus. Big money threw their finances behind a newcomer who purposely designed to undercut the market, gain control, but if they do, you'll pay a higher toll. Domination, and by whatever means, brown envelopes exchanged behind the scenes. With friends in high places, I can't compete. I, with a heavy heart, admit defeat. As a result, central London is dead, so I must find another trade instead. I have no skill or job to fall back on. At 54, I feel my chance has gone. I'm not afraid of hard work, but I fear a viable option will not appear. I have some savings that will tide me by, but how long, Bo, before this fund runs dry? These days one has to play a different game, as looking for a job is not the same. It's all online, a mystery to me, and closed if you don't have the right CV. Assessments all programmed to decide which candidates succeed and who they will ditch. Such online questionnaires intimidate. An algorithm now controls my fate. But now it seems a new path faces me. It's a career in food delivery. Employment with a supermarket chain means I will soon be back in work again. Well, that'll be the first person that you've heard of, probably on LBC, Michael Dennis, who's actually said that the taxi trade is dying on its knees. And unless you've got the savings, as Michael will bear, because he had COVID to get through as well. That's the problem. How many people... They said, the majority of people in this country don't have any savings at all. Nothing to fall back on. And we actually did a little survey on this programme to discover that actually, it seemed quite right. Some people had a little bit of money put by for a rainy day. But if you've been... And I remember coming into London after the COVID started and we were in lockdown, you would come into London... Nothing. Not one car, not one bus, not one taxi, nothing. It was like a ghost town. A friend of mine cycled round and took photographs of all the main attractions with nobody there. It was seriously, it was like they were making a film about Armageddon. This is what it was like before the bomb, and this is what it looks like now. Because there was nobody. Nobody was coming into town, nobody was going out. We would drive out of town and not see one car coming in the opposite direction. Black cabs, non-existent. Non-existent. People who've really suffered quite badly, and those are the ones we should remember. And then add to that the problems of COVID. People sort of say, I've got COVID to contend with, we've now got to self-isolate. If you don't have any money or you've lost your job, for example, with most of the big companies who are shedding people left, right and centre, well, as there aren't any jobs out there, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed... And we haven't even reached October. You wait till we reach October and all of a sudden all the people who are furloughed, and they're slightly worried about furloughing at the moment because they've actually discovered that we've coughed up an awful lot of money for COVID, and it runs into billions, I think. And they think some of it, they haven't told you exactly how much, but some of it is as a result of fraud. People have taken money. £3.5 billion handed out in the furlough farce, as they call it. And your cash may have been lost in fraud and blunders because lots of people have been claiming money. Some people, of course, can't claim the money. If you're self-employed, you couldn't just go in there and they would give you a little package. It doesn't work like that. But I always feel sorry for all the people that, I've sort of met over the years, and they go, it's bad. If you're a retired person and you've been good and you've saved your money, and you can eke out together with a pension, then it's fine. Life for you is okay. Not brilliant, but it's okay. Somebody says here, Steve, why is it that most of us sat at home for 5 months? The minute we go back to work, they start digging up the roads. It was a nightmare trying to get through Knightsbridge yesterday. Oh, they've been doing that for ages and ages. Roadworks everywhere. I don't know. And also, round in Twickenham, just by the green, they've got a digger there, and it's digging up the road. Well, for 3 days... nobody worked on it. It was just the most shameful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Really bad. Steve, if there was a Steve Allen museum, what would you put in it? Well, Steve Allen, quite obviously. I'd be embalmed. I'd be like Jeremy Bentham. And before you ask me who Jeremy Bentham is, you'll have to go and Google it and find out, OK? They bring him out for meetings. Yes. He's dead. He died some years ago. He's been embalmed. Have you never seen Jeremy Bentham? He lives in a cabinet. And they bring him out for important meetings at the hospital, which is just up the end of Tottenham Court Road. You never heard of it? There's a pub up there called the Jeremy Bentham. It's very... I think it's UCL. Yeah, he's very famous. He was embalmed. I think he came up with a process of embalming. And so they bring him out of a... It's a box that they wheel into the room. He's on casters, and they open the box, and there he is, sitting there in his clothes. Opposed to his pants, I suppose. You've got pictures of him? Have you found him? Yep. There he is. That's him here on the right-hand side. I mean, all the other pictures, there are lots of pictures of him. And that's him sitting in his box. He died years ago. Years and years and years ago. It's a bit creepy, isn't it, really? It does... Well, he is... I mean, he's embalmed. So, I mean, how much of him is genuine, we're not sure. Yeah, that much. He's because it's like going to see Lenin, isn't it, in Red Square? I mean, he's been, done so many times that what you're looking at is not Lenin. What you're looking at is a waxwork, basically, because he's been filled in. But still people troop past it. It's odd, isn't it, really? I think we should have had the Queen Mother done. Seriously, she was such an icon. I think people, there's something, that was warm about her. She came from a different generation. I know she was fab, actually. Steve, so, I mean, everybody else talking about the roadworks in London. Not just roadworks. It's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. Everywhere you go now, it's roadworks. And people seem to stand there, and so many people on roadworks. When we were in Copenhagen, Dale and I went there donkey's years ago, and they were doing roadworks on a bridge next to the hotel. They started on the Friday. By the Sunday morning, they'd finished doing it. They worked throughout the night. Different teams. Over here, that's a 3-month job. Knightsbridge, they've been faffing around with like a bunch of guides, for ages now. So it comes down to one lane, a main arterial road into London. It's probably the same where you are in your neck of the woods. It's just one of those sort of things, isn't it, really? But you're right. You stay at home for 5 months, and then all of a sudden, you come back and they start digging up the roads. Steve, Harry and Meghan should be known by the names Henry, Duke of Sussex, and she should be called just Meghan. Well, I don't think he should have a title either. He's opted out of the royal family. Give them to the people who deserve it. I mean, he's basically a waste of space. He couldn't even manage a little job like dressing up and shaking hands with a few people. No, because he wants to be a celebrity. That's what he wants to be. He's had a little taste of mixing with famous people. Have you noticed that the Beckhams try and pretend that they're really chummy with him? Really chummy. So, of course, we're waiting to see if, when Brooklyn Beckham gets married, to the billionaire, Mr. Peltz, whether or not they'll be inviting members of the royal family. Well, I shouldn't think so, because they're not Brooklyn's friends, are they? Brooklyn doesn't seem to know anybody apart from the latest squeeze. But as one of his ex-girlfriends said, he's not the brightest penny in the box. He accompanied Steve Allen's early breakfast. Woody says, Richmond Theatre's opening up for Panto in December. Got an email yesterday regarding our Post Office Kids Panto day out. Yes, I mean, it appears that they are. How they're going to do it, I've got no idea. And we don't know. It's Cinderella, but we don't appear to have a cast list, which is odd because all these people get booked, back in the moment the Panto finishes, people are booked up for the next one in the year. So they get, so they don't want to sort of, put people on a poster and then all of a sudden they pull out at the last minute. So they always book people for ages and ages. But, so Richmond have said they're actually doing it. But how they're doing social distancing in the theatre, I've got no idea. They use the theatre, of course, in the film about the Krays. That turned out to be the Regency Club that they owned. They used the exterior of the Richmond Theatre. It's a lovely theatre. Lovely little theatre on the green. So in summer, you can sit outside on the mud and look at some nice houses. Very nice houses. So, Woody, who's starring in it? Who's starring in it? Roger says, the longer it takes to work on a road, the more money these contractors rake in. I know, I think what they should... What they should actually do is they should say to people, right, this is the amount of money it is, and you're not getting any more. Okay, if you're not finished by a certain time, we're going to fine you and sue you. I think they operate that in certain boroughs. So there you go. So if it's opening up, I want to know who's in the blooming thing. Thank you. Steve, they started roadworks outside the secondary schools in Sevenoaks, making sure they timed it perfectly for maximum disruption for back-to-school traffic. Ridiculous, says Georgina. I know. By the way, I don't think Meghan will ever actually come back to the UK. Why would she? She hates us. She hates us. She doesn't like us. She doesn't like the press. She doesn't like anything at all. She just wants to be famous. But, of course, she was never famous, really, for her acting, which was, not considered, the best. It was okay. But there's 1,000,001 people like that. Not working, of course, but there's 1,000,001 people like that. No, I've confidently predicted that I don't think they will last. I think he's lonely. The money, very nice to have money, isn't it? Very nice to have money. But, of course, they haven't had to do anything for it. They just had to be ex-members of the royal family, although she wasn't there long enough to be considered a member of the royal family. Jeremy Clarkson's new farm shop faces closure. We love a farm shop. We love a farm shop. After hay bales, which people sit on, have been declared a COVID risk. I'd never have thought of. Would you have thought of that? Hay bales out there would be a bit of a risk. It's not so good, is it? I had to laugh the other day. A friend of mine, Will Manning, who works for one of our sister stations, was complaining about how he went to the gym the other day and got stuck in the shower for 20 minutes. Why did he get stuck in the shower for 20 minutes? He'd left his towel in the dressing room, so he didn't have a towel. I mean, all you have to do is put, a finger down or something, and you can cover yourself up, Will. It's not difficult. Seriously. And then you can then run, as fast as your little legs will carry you. I mean, nobody's going to care unless it's a mixed changing room. I don't know whether they have things like that in gyms anymore. Do they have mixed changing rooms in gyms? Do they have... Yeah, wrong person, I know. Obviously, can't do that. Joe's still walking around the field, waiting for everybody else. Are we nearly at the end? Yeah, they're in. They're on the next lesson, by the way, now, Joe. But, so the poor little soul had to sort of eventually wait 20 minutes before he could come out the shower. I mean, you just run out with a flannel or something like that, or holding your shampoo in front of you. Nobody cares. We've seen things that small before. It doesn't matter. Honestly. Goodness me. Pip Schofield earns more than ever before. He's up £800,000. He did 2.5 million last year, which actually I didn't think was a lot. Not considering how many programmes he was on, practically everything on ITV, what with the Cube and with the awards ceremonies, and then doing This Morning. And does he do the Cube? He also does Mr. and Mrs. He does all sorts of programmes, and all that, and only 2.5 million. Ooh, I don't know. Needs to find himself a rich boyfriend. That's what it is. Sorry? Oh, the Cube's finished, is it? Oh, thank God for that. I never liked the Cube anyway. It was always one of those programmes that never quite made it. Also, what else do we have, actually? Oh, a nice day for a fight at a wedding. This is a woman. She goes there. She's having a fight with a guest. She saw him sitting at the bar and she thought, you're not invited, so she wrestled him to the ground. Fantastic. Love a good punch-up at a wedding. You can't beat it, can you? Emmerdale set to be shaken up. They do it every so often. They do it all over the place. It's not just Emmerdale. It'll be, Corrie, and it'll be EastEnders and Hollyoaks. They were doing a story about Hollyoaks going, oh, this is... I thought, who watches Hollyoaks? I thought that died years ago. I had no idea it was still on the television. Very worrying. But Emmerdale's going to be shaken up as a host of new characters join. Now, you know what they say? If a host of new characters join, there's a host of characters which are going. Because they can't, sustain both of them because everybody's cutting back at the moment. You've got to be seen to be cutting back. Also, although I've not found the picture of the burger. Can you find me a picture of this giant burger? 30,000 calories and weighs 2 stone. It's in a couple of papers today, but I can't find the paper with which it is in. And it had a picture of this thing. And I want to know exactly what's in it. Here you go. Right. Who buys this kind of... are there people who sort of seriously could eat this thing and not explode? So you can chomp your way through the equivalent of... I love the way it's put in a bun. 56 burgers, 24 pounds of beef, 20 slices of bacon, and 2,000 calories of cheese. And it says here... Kyle Barlow of some takeaway in Workington in Cumbria said, just eating the cheese will be a challenge. The beef alone is 30,000 calories. The cheese is 2,000 calories. So just eating the cheese is the thing. I'm 100% certain nobody will finish it. We put 56 burgers together to make one giant beast of a meal. I mean, who would buy that? I mean, what would be the point? You're not going to seriously eat that for one person, are you? I mean, I love the way we're sort of looking at these things. 24 pounds of beef goes into the 2 stone burger. And here's some bloke. Well, he can't pick it up and eat it. It's got the bun at the bottom. So the 11 kilos of beef is 27,500 calories. 20 pieces of cheese is 2,080 calories. 20 pieces of bacon, 860 calories. Oh, that doesn't seem bad, does it? And a large burger bun. The burger bun, 600 calories. And that's just the burger bun. Total. Yeah, I mean, it's the calories, fast food favourites. I mean, it looks delicious, but just one of the burgers would be enough for it. You couldn't, and it appears to have tomatoes in it as well. It could be, do you think it's chorizo? Chorizo? Pepperoni, honestly, how sweet. And a bit of a contribution there from our well-known pepperoni lover. Oh, look, we're having a pepperoni today. I mean, it is big, but you'd never lift it up and stick it in your mouth, could you? A little bit of cucumber just to make it healthy. It's a healthy burger. Bit of cucumber on that one. You see, where's the Thousand Island dressing? And the cheese looks processed to me. It doesn't look like proper cheese. It'll be rubber cheese, which is not the same at all. I mean, it's very nice, but what's the point of it? You know, we're trying to cut down on obesity, and you see a picture like this, there'll be people opening up their papers today, The Sun, and they'll be going, let's go to Workington, we can get this burger. Because you could basically have it for the whole family, couldn't you? The whole family could have that. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm surprised they haven't stuck a pile of chips with it as well. That's normally how it works. Doesn't say how much it is. Apparently, the Cube is coming back. According to my friend Kevin Hughes, and he knows these things. Now, where did I see a picture of you the other day, Kevin? Who were you sitting next to? There was a picture of you sitting next to somebody, and I can't remember what it was, and I can't remember where I found it. But anyway, it is indeed coming back, he says, after 5 years off. Pairs from households taking part. Jackpot $1 million. Pip filmed it during the summer. And then he says, sounding fabulous. Why have I got a picture of you? Is there a picture of you, Kevin, sitting at a table with somebody next to you, and I can't remember who the person is next to you? Why can't I remember this? Isn't it funny? You watch, I'll go home and I'll go, I know what that is. I'll have to send a message to Kevin. But anyway, in the meantime, so the Cube's, it's 30 quid that, do you know that's not bad value? That's not bad. You get your money back if you finish it, and also you get a hospital visit as well, which will be thrown in, because you can't eat something of that size. I mean, I'm assuming, actually, there must be some people. They say there are enough calories to feed an average person for 2 weeks. Oh, and it comes with fries. Why haven't they got a picture of the fries, then? That's the bit we like. Good old Workington, eh? Keeping the end up there, thank you. Steve, the last time I watched Emmerdale, Betty's husband was still alive and 2 old blokes were running the pub. I started to think I'm old, says Paul. There were 2 old blokes. Nay, Mr. Wilkes, went Amos Brearley. I mean, to be honest with you, they had to be gay, didn't they? There were 2 old men running a pub in Emmerdale, middle of nowhere. Nay, Mr. Wilkes. And Mr. Wilkes was sort of fairly dapper. He was obviously sort of the dominant partner in the relationship, and Amos Brearley was the one who just sort of did all the dogs. He had huge sideburns that came all the way down. It was so funny. Everybody was sort of going, they look very happy together, don't they? And somebody went, don't be so silly, we don't have gay characters in soaps. You think, now you can't move for it. There you go, there they are. Amos Brearley, I love it. I don't think he's with us anymore, actually. That was in the 19... I think he looked a bit old in the 1980s. But, yeah, Amos Brearley. Oh, I loved it. Great character. And that's the other one. That's the other half. And standing next to him, which is Mr. Wilkes. Henry Wilkes and Amos Brearley. Come home to a real pint of lager. It was good. I loved it. I loved it when it was called Emmerdale. Oh, by the way, they're changing the name, Kevin. It's called £1 Million Cube. £1 Million. So it's been filmed. Kevin knows. But who was he sitting at a table at? I wish I knew. I shall never find out. Steve says it's going to be called blah, 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 blah. Thank you. Do any of your listeners happen to work on the roads? Don't be so ridiculous. None of my listeners work. Work? Are you mad? Certainly not on the road. Honestly, what do you think this is, a working class programme? I mean, it might be for working class people, but we don't have working class people working on it, apart from Corey's. And they have a hot tub and a bar. I'm surprised we haven't had a picture of the hot tub and the bar. I'm really surprised. I thought by now, they'd have sent pictures down going, see, jealous now, aren't you? Your mum going to send me one? on Twitter. Good. A Prosecco and orange. I've not had orange for ages. You mean orange juice? I can't have that. I'm diabetic. But I have to be honest. I used to keep a fridge full of Tropicana with bits in. And then when I became diabetic, that went out the window. Well, it didn't literally go out the window, but obviously I discovered I couldn't sort of drink orange juice anymore. No, not Britvic orange. No, that's made from concentrate. Yeah, I like the Tropicana with bits in, so it's freshly squeezed. I've told you that before, Corey. Freshly squeezed, easily pleased. You know, that's the way it goes. Jack in Guildford says, I work on the road. Jack, don't be silly. Nobody works on the road, OK? We just stand there looking into a hole, and that's it. Somebody says the COVID testing service does seem to be in high demand at the moment, says Roland. Now, why would that be? Exactly. Young people. John says, I just want to thank you so much for your show. Yes, I want to thank me for my show as well. Says, things aren't going so well in my life right now, but I always wake up early just to listen to you, and somehow I just feel a lot better even for a short time. Well, listen, if we make you feel better for a short time, that's what it's all about. That's because most people don't care about other people, do they? We do. We do care. We're a bit like the Mickey Mouse Club. Travel, yes, why not? We do the travel as well, John. So here it is. A check on... Steve, COVID has stopped me being freshly squeezed. Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? And then Kevin came back to us as we're trying to find it. No, I wish I could remember who you were sitting next to. He said, was I sitting next to you? No, it definitely wasn't me, Kevin. He said, or was it one of the Roger Moore or Shirley Bassey photos? Roger loved talking to you. We loved Roger Moore. Seriously, he was so lovely. He was so lovely. I just kept thinking, I wish we'd met him earlier in his career. That's what I thought, actually, but it didn't happen. Steve says, Jack, it's not called a hole, it's an excavation. Excavation. Oh, dear. Steve, the Krays were the last prisoners kept at the Tower of London. It was for a failing to attend national service. I thought it was because they were criminals and they killed people. That's what I thought it was. Yeah, they had all sorts of prisoners at the Tower of London, which was very interesting, actually, wasn't it? I mean, I thought so. Fernando's a London Blue Badge tour guide, although I haven't seen a tourist since March. Well, you're not the only one, Fernando. Nobody's seen them. Nobody's seen. That's why when we heard earlier on from Michael, the Black Cab poet, he said the cab trade's dying. It really is. People, you know, are sort of... I mean, I don't see the amount of orange lights in London I used to see all the time. Guess who else was kept in the Tower of London? Guy Fawkes was kept in there. He was an unfortunate, wasn't he, really? There they are, Ronnie and Rogie. They spent a few days in the Tower of London. Rudolf Hess also was in there. He was a follower of Adolf Hitler, one of the last state prisoners. And... I think after 4 days of interrogation, he was held prisoner at Mitchett Place in Surrey, died aged 93. I think because he was sentenced to life in prison at the Nuremberg trials. Guy Fawkes, of course, he met a grisly death because after he was imprisoned at the Tower of London, he was taken out and they tortured him. That's what they did in those days. And it was used at the Tower of London to get information rather than punish, but only a handful of cases were recorded, mainly in the 16th and 17th century. When so-called gentler tortures failed, it was likely Guy Fawkes was put on a rack, a nasty contraption which pulled limbs until they dislocated or even separated. Do you remember seeing them? They would sort of turn the handle and it would stretch your body until eventually things disappeared. But on January the 31st, 1606... Guy Fawkes and his fellow plotters were dragged behind a horse through London to Westminster Yard, just down the road from here, where they were hanged, drawn and quartered, which was very grisly. Very grisly. Oh, we go back to Anne Boleyn in a sec. But, yeah, so they would half hang them. How you half hang somebody, I've got no idea. Then they would hang them on a wall, and the executioner would walk up a ladder next to them and literally open them from bottom of their chin all the way down to their waist while they're alive. That's the whole idea. The idea was to make them suffer completely. And then they started dismembering. So it was hung, drawn and quartered, and then your body was thrown into a lime-based pit. Because there was one particular man who was drawn, as they say, with the sword straight the way down, or a knife or whatever it was, and he screamed so much the crowd laughed. Because the crowd were witness to all of this. I mean, really dreadful. Poor old Anne Boleyn. She was Henry VIII's second wife. Taken to the Tower, accused of adultery and incest, but instead of going to the dungeon, she stayed in the apartments where she had in happier times awaited her coronation. But anyway, she was surrounded by luxuries. She still met a fateful end. She was found guilty, sentenced to death by having a head chopped off. Her husband, the king, did make sure a skilled French swordsman did the job rather than the axeman, because that made it any better, because the axemen were generally drunk. And they didn't have much luck, actually. Meanwhile, Henry fancied one of Anne's ladies-in-waiting, Jane Seymour, who he married 11 days after Anne was executed. You thought they would have seen the pattern emerging. Don't marry the short, fat one, OK? There's a very good chance you won't survive unless you give him what he wants. I mean, it must have been ghastly, mustn't it, really? Poor soul. But those were the people at the Tower of London who was sort of there and incarcerated. Not so good, is it, really? I'm going to come up with these 7 Greek islands, which I've got for you, added to the quarantine list, because you might know people who are going out there, or people who aren't. They've held a man after that rampage with a knife through the streets of Birmingham. I knew they would. They're very good. And the 5 days left to claim the 58 million. It's obviously not the person who put in the claim the first time round, because they've got issues with it. John Sargent says it shouldn't be a criminal offence to watch TV without a licence. No, I mean, could you not say that you don't watch the BBC? You just watch ITV on your television. Why don't they make a television that doesn't pick up the BBC? We'd all be a lot happier. So much easier. Matthew Kelly admits he'll never get a TV job again. I don't know why. He's very good on television. You could put him in all sorts of things. He has made his career in theatre, and he's done very, very well at it. Also, what have we got? Chips are down, cutting the portions to tackle obesity. Then they show you a picture of that 30 quid Burger Fest. I mean, if there's a load of you in the family, you could probably all share it, couldn't you? Couldn't you? Yeah, but it doesn't say how many people have to eat it. It just says, you've got to eat it, and then you get your money back. Get the kids in. Get next door in. Get everybody in. Take the entire family in. Also, the family in the papers today. Hilarious story. Only hilarious because it doesn't happen to us. They were trapped for 2 days. Delivery men dumped their furniture in their hallway. They couldn't get out. They were kind of trapped in there. Presumably they had the one door in the building. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Anne says, I've just tuned in. I was feeling very stressed. Not anymore. Yes, your show always lifts my mood. Yep, let's talk about more executions and things that went on in London. It would have been a day out. We would have finished the show, over a weekend and go, OK, see you all, the Tower of London, 10 o'clock this morning, 2 executions. Or you'd go up to Hyde Park and you'd wait there by the hanging tree, which is commemorated by a plaque in the middle of the road. Try not to go into the middle of the road to see it. You just have to take my word for it. It's there. And that was where they used to hang loads of people. They used to go up Oxford Street on the carts, and all the people in the pubs would lean out the windows and buy them a drink, as they were going to their death. It was a very jolly little affair. At least we made death look appealing. So the time you got there, you were so far gone, you couldn't have cared less whether you jumped off the back of the truck or they pushed you off the ladder. Didn't seem to make any difference. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, how fair is this? Been good as gold throughout the pandemic. Kept my distance, kept myself and others safe. Last Thursday, for the first time, went to a restaurant for a friend's birthday, got food poisoning. Sod's law, Sabrina. Sod's law. I thought I had food poisoning the other night, actually, when I didn't feel very well, but I hadn't eaten anything that was unusual. So I don't know why, actually, I got the food poisoning. Another one here. Martin is a white liner, and he works on the road. That's somebody who we used to. Do you remember years ago when you were at school? Oh, perhaps you don't remember it, but at school, I always remember the groundsman, as we called him, Bins, and he had a little machine which was like a box, and you filled it up with this white stuff, and it had a wheel at the front, and then he pushed it, and it did the white lines on the playing field. Do you remember that? Good. Thought it was just me again. But, no. It's still... Well, how else? Oh, wait, I bet it's not electric. No, I bet you still have to push it. I used to love it. I used to think that was such a cool thing to have, doing the white lines. And they do it on the roads, but it's not quite the same sort of thing. I watched them. Did I ever watch? I can't hear you. Sawdust stuff? What's that? Do they? Sprinkle it on if you're not very well? Really? Oh, no, never had anything like that. What, were you constantly sick at school? Of course, because you didn't want to do games, I bet. I bet you were the kid in class, they go, OK, Corey, will you be joining us today in the gymnasium? Corey's retort would be, feel very well. Yeah, I bet you were absolutely... Really? I bet you were a ghastly person at school. Absolutely ghastly. So glad you weren't in my class. Mind you, if you had been, you'd have been sort of in your mummy's tummy, I should imagine. In fact, even further back than that. What is further back than that? I do not know. What? There it is. There's the perfect striped line. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? But it says here, easy to use, compatible with the traffic paints. This is for car parks. You can't use it on a football pitch. It's only £149. Let's buy one. Let's start putting lines up. So when they all come in the morning, we've got white lines running all over the place for social distancing. We can have a set of traffic lights. You have to wait by the foot of the steps here until it goes green. We could keep them there for days. What a brilliant idea. If it was Will Manning and we put a shower in, he'd be in there for the rest of his life. He'd never get out. He'd shrink. I love it. Big up Martin the White Liner, says Jack in Guildford. I know. Don't think we've had a white liner before, which is very good. But I like the idea that it's not called a hole in the ground. It's actually called, what do we call it? Oh, I've lost the blooming thing now, actually. So it isn't actually called a hole. It's called an excavation. Oh, I've seen sinkholes. Have you seen sinkholes? 1 minute you've got a car, the next minute you've got a hole and a puddle. Terrible. I mean, I like looking into them, but I don't think I want to see one. It's where the ground erodes underneath, where you get all this water, and then all of a sudden... I mean, I've seen people's houses disappear into sinkholes, and they go, I'm sorry, the cat's still in the front room. Can somebody get the cat out? And the cat's going, now what? What's going on now? Coming up to the music means coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning. So we've kicked 2 England footballers off the squad in disgrace. What an embarrassment they turned out to be. Stupid. But that's the trouble, you see. Young people kick footballs around doesn't mean you're intelligent, as we've discovered. 8 jailed in the Khashoggi murder trial sham, as we thought it would be. And the Beckhams, how they survived coronavirus. It's funny, actually, I don't see any pictures of them wearing masks. That would be an improvement, wouldn't it? And 2 ways to lift your spirits, saying, I love you, and making loved ones laugh. And that apparently works. Doc Martin is hanging up his stethoscope, and aliens could quench their thirst by filling up on petrol. How that works, We have found one. We have found the Stadium Max wheel transfer line marker. £224. It's a beast of a machine, but it's in yellow. Now, our ones just used to be in metal, presumably because it was just functional. But then Steve, the Waltham Abbey school caretaker, says, I can confirm you still push the white line machine. So there you go. See, I always remember it because you could look out of the school. That's why we daydreamed. Because when we were at school, you would look out the window, and if you saw the caretaker or the groundsman pushing the thing around, you'd be fascinated by that more than anything. You really would. It's sort of very interesting. Very, very interesting. But you can still buy well, obviously you can still buy them, otherwise how else would they do it? Brilliant, though, isn't it? We love stuff like that. Always interesting. What am I going to do with a white line machine, Corey? I mean, for goodness sake, that would be ridiculous. I could go on the patio and start marking out lines so we could socially distance. Yes, my plants, your plants. No, sorry, just my plants. I think that would make it a lot easier. It's good, though, isn't it? So thank you. And also, we've got school caretakers listening in, which is even better as far as I'm concerned. Must be delighted to get people back into the school again. So Steve is the Waltham Abbey school caretaker. Steve, they now have sat-nav-guided white lining machines. All you do is put it in the field, tell it what sports pitch to do, and off it goes. You tell it what sports pitch? How does that work? I like that one. Steve, you were lucky, Steve. We had a concrete playground. But do you remember whitening your plimsolls for games, a tube with a sponge on the end? Yes, Linda, I remember it very well. Do you know, we used to have plimsolls. I have to explain, they're young people, they don't know about these things. And it was, used to have plimsolls, which came in either white or black. They weren't trainers, they were plimsolls. And you put them on for playing games, but they would get dirty. OK, so put in plimsolls and you'll find out what they actually look like. We have to do this for the benefit of the younger members of the team. OK, so you know what they look like. And then you would buy a tube of whitening stuff and you took the top off, and there was a sponge. And you push the pin in, and that pierced the top of the tube, and then the sponge, you'd squeeze the tube, and the white colouring would come out onto the sponge, and then you would whiten your shoes. It was shoe whitening, wasn't it, Linda? Listen, that was what every school kid had to do. You know, apart from the cherry blossom, cream for cleaning your shoes for going to school in, you had the whitener for doing your plimsolls. It was quite normal, actually. If you're, of course, over the age of 35, you'll know what that is. If you're under the age of 35, you won't have the faintest idea what we're talking about. But it was there. My friend Biggins phoned me the other day, and he said that he went to a dinner party, I think it was the other week. He said there was a man there who was your biggest fan, Steve, and his name's Henry, and he listens every morning. So he phoned me to tell me that Henry listens every morning and he's my biggest fan. I think people could sort of disagree, couldn't they, on who's the biggest fan of Steve Allen? Who is the biggest fan? But Henry listens every morning, so Biggins and Neil, thank you very much indeed. I had something else I was going to tell you all. Henry, hope you're well. Hope you're well. And Deborah says, I listen to your show every day. Sometimes I'm a spiker, sometimes I listen to the recorded catch-up. I have a heart condition, and sometimes in the night I suffer with anxiety and I'm scared. I clock watch for 4 a.m. because I know you'll be there, and it's really strange, but as soon as your show comes on, I know that everything's going to be all right. She says, I've heard people say that, but it's true. You make me laugh with your stories and the banter between you and the boys. You make everybody feel a bit better. The lost, the lonely and the sick. I know, that's me encompassed in one person. I am the lost, the lonely and the sick. And at 4 a.m, the world is suddenly going to be brighter and everything's all right. Because to be quite honest with you, that is, I know it seems a bit dark, we've said it a million times before, but during this coronavirus, and it hasn't gone away, it's still with us, this pandemic, the one thing you needed when you turned on the radio was somebody to be a little bit less tight about the whole thing, something just a little bit looser. And so I became the sort of the NHS bit. You know, you can listen to this programme, you won't believe half of it, but at least it might make you smile. And if it makes you smile, it takes you away from all the things which are giving you a problem. Steve, am I right, says Roger, in thinking plimsolls cost about £2.50 back in the 70s? Well, £2.50 in the 70s was an awful lot. Raj says, I'm 30. No, you're not. And says, I remember plimsolls, wore them for PE in primary schools. You see, everybody did it, but it was that tube, wasn't it? It was that tube with the little sponge on it, and you did it round the thing. I mean, I never liked black plimsolls. We didn't do black plimsolls. We did white plimsolls. But you're right, they were cheap and cheerful. I suppose they were the forerunner to flip-flops, which were cheap and cheerful, but you didn't obviously wear flip-flops to school. But plimsolls you did. You would take them, and you would put them on if you were playing in the gym, because they had to have, I think it was a plain coloured base, because you didn't want to scratch the floor of the gym with black. So you had to be very sort of careful. But no, we used to love it. I loved stuff like that. But yet, strange enough, I hated school. I hated school. I just didn't... I spent most of my time staring out of the window. Because out of the window was marginally more exciting than what was going on in the classroom. Didn't seem to affect anything, though, did it, really? The Isle of Wight gang are back. Thank you. Groovy gang here. All systems firing this morning. Well, I say all the Groovy gang, just one. Steve, I'm starting a new job as a train driver. 16 weeks training in a classroom, and I have to get up at 5 every day, so you're my new best friend. Well, there's a job for life. We're always going to need train drivers, always. It's a closed shop, though, isn't it? I was led to be. You can't just apply for a job as a train driver and get it. You have to work your way up, I think, to be a train... But once you've actually got the job, I mean, that's it. Well paid. Overtime and stuff like... very well paid. Very well paid. One of the few jobs where you still get overtime. Quite unusual in this day and age, because most people get no overtime? I don't think so. No. Excuse me 1 minute. Oh, delicious. Sorry, Henry. Makes everybody else want to go and have a cup of tea now, doesn't it? Everybody goes, oh, I love a cup of tea first thing in the morning. And you think, by the time this programme's finished, we've probably done about three cups of tea. Is it 3? Yeah, I've done 4 cups of tea this morning and a cup of coffee. The cup of coffee which kickstarts my day, because I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday, and we finished up just laughing, and I said, go away, you're boring me. And so she disappeared. I put the phone down, and I'd already paid the fine for being in the bus lane, so that was sorted out as well. Everything was going quite well, and now all I've got to think about is this 3:30 with the diabetic experts, 4 of us. 3 their end and me my end, and they'll send me a link and I'll click onto it and they will, all of a sudden we'll see pictures and then we can have a little conversation about the diabetes. Because, what reminds me, I've got to order some more tablets, actually. Only got a week's worth left. I have to get them done. I get them put in these boxes. There's a name for these boxes, but I'm blowed if I can think of them. Steve, the term on off the wagon was when a condemned man was taken from Newgate prison to Tyburn to be hung. The guards would stop at an inn and give the prisoner... I've lost it now. Where have we gone to? And give the prisoner a beer to get him drunk, hence being off the wagon, says Gary from Blackfen. See, you all know these things. Because it was a day out. To go to Tyburn, the Tyburn Tree, it was a day out for people. They'd be selling oranges and, get your imitation executions here. They did exactly the same in Paris, France. Definitely. And somebody says, Steve, talking about that mega burger earlier on, you mentioned tomato being on it. That'll be one of your 5 a day. Yes. To be honest with you, I do like little tomatoes. I can buy a box of tomatoes and just eat all of them. I don't have any problem eating tomatoes. But the trouble is, I want to dip them. I want to dip them in salad cream. I love salad cream. I've started buying sauces and stuff. I shouldn't really. But I was very good the other day. Because I know I was talking about my cereal in the morning. Sometimes I like a bowl of cereal. Sometimes at night I'll have a bowl of cereal. But of course it's full of sugar. So I bought a box of cereal. It was only £2. And it was Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre, which you think is sort of healthy. But when you look at the sugar content, forget it. And so I had a couple of bowls and then I had to get rid. I have to get rid of things because I get guilt. I get total guilt. Not very good at all, is it, really, when you're a diabetic? Johnny in Watford says, I still sell plimsolls in my cash and carry. Kids sizes, £2, black or white, non-marking soles. Love the show. Well, you're a joy, aren't you? You're a joy to behold. You've actually got a cash and carry in Watford. How fantastic. And he sells plimsolls. Because little children like them. Little children put them on. Because, we didn't have all these posh trainers. We can't afford stuff like that. Oh, a friend of mine who spends over £100 on trainers. You can spend... and apparently, if you don't have the right trainers, you can be ostracised at school. They have to have the right trainers on. I wouldn't know. £130 for a pair of trainers. That is outrageous. But, do your feet feel any better, or right. Cushioned, oh, right. Do you have memory foam in there? Is that the thing you would have? No, they've just got... No, are they... Oh, right, not at your age. Are they sort of a special make of trainer? Are they Nike? What's that? They're Nike, okay. I'm assuming Nike are probably the biggest maker of trainers in the world. But they bring out so many different... and then people queue up to buy them. Because, you've got to buy the latest thing. They've got to be fluorescent green, or they've got to be bright orange. And I'm thinking, oh, horrid. Not my kind of thing. So I actually do not possess any trainers. Difficult for a man of 37, but, that's the way it is. I see women getting off the train. And the only reason I mention it is because it looks so unusual. You get somebody very smartly dressed in their suit for work, woman, getting off the train at Waterloo, wearing trainers. And you go, oh, right. These are them here. Nike Air Max. £140 for that. They don't even look attractive. They've got lights in them. Wheels. I like it when you see the kids on the wheels and they've got the little lights in there as well. And you can pay it in 3 monthly instalments. Do you know, right now, 11 other people are looking at exactly the same pictures we're looking at. Go away. Dreadful, honestly. Dreadful. Anyway, what have we got? Oh, we got the news coming up very shortly. Steve, it's hanged, not hung, says Carol. No, we were talking about something completely different, Carol. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that. Also, I used to stare out my window and had a piece of chalk fly past my nose, thrown by the fed-up teacher. Oh, we didn't throw chalk in our one. He used to throw the whole rubber from the board, and it would hit you, and you get a cloud of dust. So we used to retaliate. We used to put non-safety matches into the board, the rubber that he used for cleaning the board. So when he went like that, they ignited. Always a good one to do with the religious instruction teacher, Mr. Caperns, who was very good, very funny. Not now, we wouldn't do it now, but they used to have non-safety matches where you could strike them against your thumb or a nail. Yeah, you do them on the ground, things like... Do you remember those? No, just me again. I'm obviously so old, honestly. It's so... Honestly, when I was out with the Bryant and May match girls, standing there, you want to buy matches? Obviously nobody else remembers it. 6:15 is the time. Let's have a check on the news headlines. 6:19, the little noise you can hear. I'm just doing my blood pressure. I have to do it every so often now. So this is the one that upset Corey when he thought he was sort of borderline, whatever he thought he was borderline. And so it just means you put it on your arm and then you push the button and it basically squeezes your arm into a pulp and then it gives you a reading. And I think I'm supposed to be, I can't remember exactly what it is, about 140 over 80. I think that's what they said. And I've been sort of roughly about that. Although earlier on today, I wasn't roughly about that at all. And I haven't dared do the blood sugars. Oh, there we go. I'm 162 over 88. I think that's too high. I don't think. But you're supposed to do we used to do 3. Every time you go to the doctors and they do your blood pressure, they do about 3 of them. And then we used to take the average, which always worked quite well. I thought so anyway. I've just bought some new garden lights for Christmas, because we're heading towards Christmas. And these ones, when I looked at the picture on whatever it was I looked at it on, Amazon, I think, it looked like a sort of a wheel. And what it is, it's lots of wires with little tiny lights on because it's solar, so obviously it doesn't have too much power. And it's wire with little. Well, I mean, you've got to arrange the thing yourself. It's far too complicated for me. Honestly, I'd never manage anything like that at all. England stars sent home, according to the Guardian this morning, and also the Light of Our Life, the tributes paid to the Birmingham knife victim. Also robots. This is the story that Darren was talking about earlier on this morning on LBC. And I kind of picked up on it because they've said that robots in care homes reduce loneliness, which is probably, I mean, quite nice. They're called Pepper. It moves independently and gestures with robotic arms and hands. They're designed to be culturally competent, which means that after some initial programming, they learn about the interests and backgrounds of care home residents. That allows them to initiate rudimentary conversations, play residents' favourite music, teach them languages and offer practical help, including medicine reminders. Just what you need in an old people's home, isn't it, really? A bit of music and have you taken your medicine? It's going to go down well, isn't it? All of that. I mean, how people... Yeah, I want one. Makes you feel as if you've kind of arrived in life, doesn't it? You've got your own robot, the Steve Allen robot, which goes around and says, have you taken your medicine? Which is one thing I'm fairly good at doing. A new presenter for Woman's Hour, but I mean, is Woman's Hour still relevant? Is it really? I mean, I don't know what the audience figures are, but it began in 1946, presented by Alan Ivemi, I think it is. Fast forward 75 years, and it will begin a new chapter with a new host on it. But I mean, isn't that a bit patronising? Woman's Hour. We don't have Men's Hour. Why would you have Woman's Hour? Is it from a woman's point of view? Because I don't really know, actually. Because the last host had been there for 33 years, and the other one 13 years. So it obviously has longevity. Subjects over the last few weeks have included corroboration in rape trials, rural domestic abuse, miscarriage in lockdown, Botox and bulimia. Sounds like an ideal bundle of fun programme, doesn't it, really? But is it relevant? The new edition of Radio Times asks whether we need a news magazine focusing on women's issues. The classicist Mary Beard is a fan, and she said, I love it because it's a programme that's for everyone but on women's terms. Well, there should be a men's one, shouldn't there? But didn't they try that on Loose Women? Didn't they have Loose Men? It was the biggest pile of rubbish you'd ever seen on the television. It was... Did they try men's on the radio? Because, I mean, what sort of men does that appeal to, then? Because the sort of people you see blokes hanging around, on street corners or getting on offer, they're not going to be listening to Men's Hour, are they? It's like, I used to laugh at that advert on the television where it had a fishing boat bobbing around on the North Sea, and they say, fishermen on the North Sea use Neutrogena hand cream. And I used to think, of course they do, dears. Of course they do. Yeah. Hey, Barnacle Bill, pass us the hand cream. OK, we'll use that. As if. But is it relevant? Who knows? Some people think it is, some people think it isn't. But of course, the BBC loves wasting money, and they're very good at it. Somebody said, now that they've got the money from Netflix, do you think Harry and Meghan will pay back? They paid it back. 2.4 million. But of course, that was a bit of a hogwash, wasn't it? Because Harry has got 2.4 million. He could have paid it back out of his own bank account quite easily. Could have done that because he's got that money. But of course, being tight, he doesn't want to spend any of his own money. He'd rather spend Netflix's. I just hope that it works out for them, because God help them if Netflix decide to dump them because they're not producing it. I mean, who's going to be interested in what they've got to say about anything? Nobody. Especially when they were drumming down our throats only a short while ago about, why we left the country because of the press and the intrusion. And here they are milking it for all it's worth. You know, it's a little bit embarrassing. Harry, apparently, is going to be an after-dinner speaker. Talking about what? Talking about what? My privileged lifestyle. There's nothing to talk about. We know everything about it. Also, what have we got here? Retailers are warning, this is a bad one, that a no-deal departure from the EU will inflate the cost of food. You know, looking at, £10 for a punnet of this, for a punnet of tomatoes and, £5.50 for sort of apples and stuff like that. I mean, there's no doubt we're going to be affected. Oh, here we go. Blood pressure and diabetes affect the brain function. God. Yeah, turnover. Let's look for something else, shall we? They say that it impairs thinking and memory. Doctors examined brain scans and medical data from 22,000 volunteers enrolled in the Biobank project and found significant structural changes in the grey and white matter among those with diabetes and high blood pressure. The same individuals tended to fare worse on cognitive tests that measured their thinking, speed and short-term memory, raising the possibility that the medical conditions were driving mental decline. Well, there's a happy day to Tuesday, isn't there, really? That's so marvellous. I feel so much better about... Oh, blimey, here we go. I feel so much better about life. I've never known the phone make a noise at this time, but I can tell you now that they tried a programme called The Locker Room with Tom Robinson a while ago, but I don't think it had the same appeal, says Johnny Perry. Well, but when they did Loose Men on the television, all they could come up with, people like Joe Swash and a few other people. It was who the producer fancied by the look of it. It was all a bit disappointing. And it didn't have the same impact. Mind you, I think Loose Women's lost its way. It really has lost its way. They're not dealing with enough stuff. It's not as interesting without the audience. You need the audience for that programme. There is no doubt about it. There you go. That was it. ITV, when was this one? Wait a minute. 2016. Loose Women... Sorry, ITV announced Loose Men, and who did they have on it? Mark Wright, Vernon Kay and Peter Andre. I mean, I ask you, goodness sake, honestly, what a meeting of the minds that must have been. Steve, on my way to the Norfolk Broads today to stay on a boat for a week, looking forward to not wearing a mask for a week, say Lisa and Chris. Oh, you'll love it on the Norfolk Broads. We loved it. We went on a boat on the Norfolk Broads years ago. That was a disaster. Do you remember I told you? We had one of those sort of boats, and we moored up at night. We appeared to be the only people on what we thought was a very pretty part of the Norfolk Broads. And so we moored up. When we woke up in the morning, we turned out to be high and dry. The place was tidal, and our bit didn't have any water in it. So we had to wait there for the tide to come back in so that we could then sort of get off the sandbank we were stuck on. It was all very embarrassing. Mother cooking breakfast as we're sitting on a sandbank. Not the same. Steve, says Frank, in Bristol. Woman's Hour used to be on air at 2 p.m. on the Light programme immediately after Listen with Mother. Life was so uncomplicated. Oh, was uncomplicated. Listen with Mother, of course, that was the one that went bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bong, bong. Hello, children. It was all very nice. We sat down, in our best little shorts and little plimsolls and everything else, and we listened to all the Listen with Mother programmes. It was great stuff. It was great stuff. If only commercial radio had picked up on it first. Steve, from Des in London, that's why I love your show. Not afraid to say it how it is. The world's gone crazy. Well, freedom of speech is not politically correct. I don't buy into politically correct anymore, actually. I've just decided all those people are snowflakes. It becomes very silly. My first job, Steve, was in Woolies, on the Plimsoll counter. The princely sum I earned was £1.50. Was that a day or a week? Because my first salary back in, a long time ago, was £5.19 and sixpence, so just under £6. At LBC, yes, LBC. I can tell you what LBC paid me in the first year. They paid me £8,400. That's what they're on now. See? Isn't it marvellous? You can still get people. They're so good, honestly. They really are. You're a credit to the younger generation. But yeah, £8,400 a year. I thought I'd arrived. Well, I had arrived, obviously, as I was getting the money. And it was very exciting. Very, very exciting. You actually were doing something that you knew people were listening to, although you can't visualise. I mean, if I had a screen where you could see every single person who listened because radios had a thing built in and it could put up a moving picture of you, that would be fantastic. It's never going to happen. But it would be really, really good fun, I think, to see what it's like. But you sit down, you do something, and then at the end of the month, with a bit of luck, they give you some money. Darren and Gina in Staines by the river. Now, you know it's called On Thames. Another one here. Tony says Woman's Hour is the most depressing, supercilious drivel possible. We could liven it up with Sheila Fogarty. Oh, she'd probably like doing it, I should imagine. Why not? Gok Wan was a loose man as well. I'd heard. And somebody says here, people talk about their first jobs now. And somebody says, I've written to you before, tell you how much I love the show. I'm amazed you can speak non-stop for so long, says Linda. Well, I have to, otherwise I get into trouble. You know, you have to be able to... you remember years ago... Well, you probably don't remember years ago. I can barely remember yesterday. But there again, I've got high blood pressure and I'm diabetic. What hope for me today? And I did a phone-in. It was a phone... I know, a long time ago. And I said to my boss, what do I do if I don't get any calls? He said, you talk. And so that's what I learnt how to do, until gradually the talking overcame anything else. And so now I don't find it so much of a hardship, because there's always something to talk about. Always something to talk about. Steve, Women's Hour was meant for the housewives at home. It was when it started, women didn't work after they got married, said Mo. Do you know, you might be right. You might be right. I mean, that seems perfectly plausible to me. And Susan says, did you discover who did the waves painting? No, I completely forgot about it. I shall check. All right. Make a big deal. I shall check today. And Henry's written to us. He says, you're now number 2 on my fan list. Biggins has shot to my number 1. But I think that's outrageous. I thought I was number 1. Now I'm number 2 to Biggins. It's not good enough, is it? Really isn't good enough. More of your texts and emails coming in a moment on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, I was the first one in my school to have a pair of Nike trainers. People used to ask if I'd pinch them. You know, as in niked them, says Trevor. I never had anything like that. I don't think my parents, even if we'd had the money, could ever have forked out the sort of money that these things cost. My mother had been horrified. I mean, I can get a decent pair of shoes for 65 quid nowadays. I certainly wouldn't be spending £140 on a pair of trainers. I mean, no matter how gorgeous you think they are, I seem to have a limit on what I would pay for certain things, and it wouldn't be on that, let me tell you. Wouldn't be on that. The Times this morning... we've settled the debt, says Harry. No, your PR's done it because we don't think you can talk to us anymore. And also, here's Elizabeth Lee from New Malden, who's won an RSPCA Young Photographer Award with an Instagram image of her Whippet Lucky. I quite like Whippets. They're okay, aren't they? Greyhounds I quite like. And what's that other dog that looks like a greyhound, but it's not a greyhound, and it doesn't bark? A lurcher. Is it a lurcher? Could be a lurcher, yeah. I think it's a lurcher. They were never the most attractive colour scheme, I didn't think. They also... A friend of mine had one. It was sort of... And when I say colour scheme, it's, you know, if you could have it painted by Dulux, you know, get some bright colours going on there. But I don't agree with painting dogs or doing anything else. Yeah, a lurcher. They're lovely. It's most commonly a herding dog or a terrier. Historically, a poacher's dog. Oh, right. Interesting. But I thought that they didn't bark. I thought that was the whole idea about lurchers, because my friend had one. And I don't think it barked ever, but it was lovely. It was so grateful to be liked, you know, which I find appealing in dogs. Steve, says Mark, you're talking of your diabetes, reminded me to take my meds today. I've also learnt what the saying off the wagon originates, so the show so far has been both helpful and educational. I think so. Anne says, you're my number 1, Steve. I know, I felt quite miffed I'd been shifted down to number 2. Never been number 2. Goodness sake, honestly. My parents made me get a holiday job, says Jonathan. When I was 16, in 1973, I was paid £16 for a 48-hour week, standing in the lobby during the Lily-White sale in Piccadilly Circus. I was so nervous. My mates from the golf club would come to town for new clubs and see me there. I had to tell celebs like Princess Anne and Henry Cooper which floor their sport was on. Later, I told people I was a director of Lily-White's. Is it still there, Lily-White's? I can't remember if it's still there. You think it is? So many shops are disappearing now. I get quite panic-stricken. But we think Lily-White's is still there. Is it still there? Oh, thank goodness for that. Honestly, there is a God. Doesn't open till 11. What's the point of that? You know, as far as I'm concerned, shops should be open when I'm here. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, opens 11 a.m. In fact, it seems to open 11 o'clock every morning. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well, does it? I mean, by 11 o'clock, most of us have gone home. I couldn't hang around there. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Another picture of dreary old Anthea Turner. She's got this, they call her a Greek goddess. Yes, and you know what Greek goddesses are. Stone. She says, this is me, age 60. I'm so sexy. So boring. The England stars in the bubble sent home for seeing girls. I mean, really, it just beggars belief. I don't know why we bother, actually, trying to educate people. The Beckhams and their boring story about their COVID battle, which apparently they had in March, but managed to keep it quiet from everybody, and they came home to self-isolate. Doesn't quite make any sense, does it? And they're doing in the Sun today the old story that we did about 3 days ago, about jammy Dodgers and wagon wheels under threat from strikes. The GMB union accuses bosses at the plant which produces them of making a derisory pay offer. To be honest with you, I would have thought the whole system would be automatic. Do you need people there? Can't the machine just sort of turn out jammy Dodgers and wagon wheels without somebody saying... They don't hand make them, do they? It's a machine. Yeah, people check... Well, don't bother checking. We're not bothered about perfect biscuits. I couldn't care less if they're a bit lopsided. They employ somebody in Manchester to do Jaffa cakes, and they've got a spike on the end of a long rod, and if it comes through on the machine, I know because I've seen it, it comes through and the jam is not in the centre, they take it and throw it away. Take it, throw it away. There's hundreds and millions of these things. I'd eat them. Because it's got a machine, the little Jaffa cake bit, and then the jam goes and squirts on it as it goes through, and then the next thing it tips over into the chocolate bath, which is on a grid kind of thing, and it comes the other end, it flips it back over the other side, it's then into a tunnel and it dries them, and they get packed. But you've got to have the jam in the middle for it to look properly nice, apparently. Properly nice, where's that coming from, honestly? Oh, dreadful expression, honestly. Yeah, I've gone all cockney on you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not like that at all, honestly. I felt like going up the apples and pears, you know. I love the idea, because we had this debate the other day that we think that wagon wheels have shrunk, but apparently 'tis not the case. It's because when we were little, they looked bigger. Okay. And, Steve, you've made my day. I've got a greyhound and a lurcher. Wow. And I'm walking them now, listening to you. How nice. Steve, it's not a lurched, it's a whippet that looks like a greyhound. It's a lurcher. They're Irish in origin. Don't start that. I'm not going into doggy history. Sue Mason says the breed of dog that doesn't bark are something else. Now, I thought it was a case of... I didn't think lurchers barked. Well, my friends didn't. Perhaps it was frightened to bark or something like that. You know, because some dogs bark and then they frighten themselves. Don't they? Have you seen that? Oh, right, that's me again. And Soccer Aid stars, somebody called Chunks and Tom Davis. Anybody on either of them? I've never heard of Tom Davis. I've never heard... There you go, lurchers hardly ever bark excessively, and due to their naturally laid-back dispositions, they're simply uninterested in barking, unless for a good reason. Yeah? They're laid back, like, chill out, I'm a lurcher. Leave me alone, I'm a lurcher, okay? I might go on holiday with the family, or I might not. Imagine, laid-back lurchers. You can imagine sitting there with a pair of dark glasses on, sort of ring of flowers in their hair, looking quite cute. So, hippies, yes, they've gone hippified, haven't they? Gone hippified. So can somebody tell me who Chunks and Tom Davis are? They're being repeatedly fat-shamed by Clive Tildesley. The 66-year-old made a series of jibes about funny man Tom, that's Tom Davis, and his rapper teammate... I've never even heard of him. Chunks. There you go. What's his real name? Amin Mohammed. And he played the role of Asni in the 27 novelty song Man's Not Hot. Lovely. And he's in Soccer Aid, is he? Somebody who's barely known. Barely known. He's 24. Occupation, entertainer. Yeah, see also, oh, Maya Jama and Man's Not Hot. Okay, that famous name that crops up so many times, doesn't it? Maya Jama. Where there's a rapper, there's Maya Jama. But they aren't happy. He made jokes about them. As Chunks came on, Tildesley said Tom Davis is about to be replaced and by somebody bigger than him. He also sniped that Chunks' real name, Amin Mohammed, was exhausted before he even started playing. Well, look at the size of him. Of course he's exhausted. He said that Chunks was so big you could take guided tours around him. Well, I mean, he's trying to make you famous, dear. I mean, surely you can see that. You should send him money. Oh, God, what a horrible picture. Simon Boyle's bizarre column today. It's basically plug, plug, plug all the way through. And today it's just plugging Steps. Because I don't know what the combined age is, probably about 1,000, I should imagine. And they're coming back. They've teamed up with Carl Twigg, who's actually written songs for them. Oh, riveting. And so here they all are. Faye, H, because he can never remember who he is, Claire, Lee, and Lisa. And they're going to be, please God, not touring. Please God, not touring. But H made history as one half of telly's first same-sex couple. Well, you could have knocked me sideways when somebody told us he was gay. I couldn't believe it. H from Steps. The butchest man from Welsh Wales. You're joking, of course. No. And, but I don't think he's done anything else. He's called for ITV bosses to get in touch with him for I'm a Celebrity. Yeah, but they can't do that, can they, H? His real name's Ian, by the way. But they can't do that because you're not a celebrity. OK? You're in a failed group. Steps have finished now. Tragedy, when the feeling comes, you can't go wrong. I didn't learn any of the dances, but I do know people on this floor, not on our side, but round the other side, big fans of Steps. Big, huge fans of Steps. Unbelievable. I don't mind watching them, actually, in sort of concert. It's quite good, but I'm not totally convinced whether or not everybody was singing at the same time. The brawling, I'll tell you about in a moment. This is a wedding which ended in chaos. And they've said here the bride was in a drunken dust-up. And I've never been to a wedding like that. Never been to a wedding at all like that. But this one, the bride had a drunken brawl with a gate crasher. Because you do get people who gate crash. I mean, I've known people, in fact, I do know people, who have walked into a wedding reception, pretending to be the entertainment, sat down at a table and eaten food. They just went for the buffet, yeah. They've just, because there's always going to be empty seats at empty tables where somebody's not turned up. They don't have funerals. What, for the buffet? Unbelievable, isn't it? The things people do nowadays, honestly. I'm quite a clean living boy, actually. Steve, what's your favourite biscuit? Go away, this is not BBC Local Radio. Thank you very much indeed. And at 14 years old in 1966, I did a milked round, Steve, with my late father every day for 6 weeks. 15 quid. I bought a 6-foot by 3-foot snooker table with a huge amount of money, says Greg, in Milton Keynes. Milton Keynes? Somebody's got to live there. Used to be famous for concrete cows and red balloons, I seem to remember. But I've never been there. Can't think of any logical reason why I've not been there. I just haven't been to Milton. I wouldn't even know which motorway it was on. I've no idea. Not a clue. Odd, isn't it, really? Well, 7 on a Tuesday. I don't even know what the weather is like for today. Because I spoke to a friend of mine. She's down on the coast, down Brighton, neck of the woods. And she said the weather was actually quite good yesterday. And I looked out of our window. And it was it wasn't clouding over. But it certainly looked up. I mean, today, thick cloud and a gentle breeze. So 25 degrees, they've said. Double it and add 30, so 50... 80 degrees today. If it's 25 degrees... 80 degrees? You sure? Seems like an awful lot, doesn't it, today? Cool, blimey. 80 degrees. Oh, well, there you go. So, thick cloud and a gentle breeze, but no rain is forecast. In fact, the next bit of rain forecast is... it's not. In fact, it looks like 25 degrees all the way through sort of 19 degrees... on Thursday, 23 degrees Wednesday, 20 degrees on Friday, 19 on Saturday, and then up to 23, 24, 25... Oh, next week, we've got the heat back in again. Not going to be enjoying that, am I? That's not going to be a day that we want to talk about. Thank you very much indeed. Front pages of the papers. As the England pair is sent home, hotel girls' pick of Foden's bottom. For some reason, Phil Foden was snapped showing his bum to 2 girls smuggled into the team's Icelandic hotel. Fools. Absolute idiots. Absolute idiots. Harry and Meghan have finally repaid the 2.4 million of taxpayers' money. Isn't it funny? Had they not done Netflix, they'd have been paying it off on a monthly basis. Their mortgage is said to be huge, like 50,000 quid a month. But of course, if they end up with the Netflix money, if they turn out some programmes, but to be honest with you, I think it's a bit of a one-trick pony. Doc Martin fans have been given a kick in the teeth. The ITV favourite to be axed after the 10th series next year, which is not good. Martin Clunes is fab. We love Martin Clunes. And Len Goodman is feeling good as gold after skin cancer treatment. He had a growth removed from his forehead last month. He's 76, and he said, I'm good as gold. I had a tiny mole on the side of my head, probably from playing golf, and it was such a simple process. He said the doctor put a few injections around it, took it out, and I'm back to my gorgeous self. Sounds a bit dangerous to me, doesn't it, really? 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. My first job, Steve, was in Watney Market, East London, helping the materials stall holder. My pay was £2 and a cheese roll and a cup of tea. That was at the age of 8. I carried on, and until what? You were about 16. Oh, how lovely material. I remember the material stalls in the markets. They were always great. I like the sweet stalls, because they do sort of bags of like broken up crunchy bars, honeycomb. They did a lot of honeycomb and things like that. And the towel man. I always liked the towel man in the markets. You stand there watching them selling towels, you know, and people selling pots and pans and stuff like that. You don't find those good old market traders anymore, do you? Do they still exist, the people who stand there? Nowadays, people wander. They tend not to group in front of market stalls anymore. You know, it's all, you know, people go there, they know what they want to buy. They don't need to be coerced into buying something. There's always jewellery stalls, and stalls, I mean, loads of fakes. The markets try and keep them out, but they're fighting a losing battle. Shamed Phil Foden issued a grovelling apology, admitting he had a lot to learn. Well, he's a child, isn't he, really? He says, I apologise to Gareth Southgate, to my England teammates, to the staff, support, and also my club and my family. He says, I'm a young player with a lot to learn. You're an idiot. An absolute cast iron idiot, I'm afraid. Also, apparently, new prison vans will be fitted with comfy seats and screens telling lags all about their new jail. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Makes you wonder why we bothered, doesn't it, really? And also, Nagaman Chetty. She risked the wrath of the new Director General, Tim Davie. She's been caught moonlighting for a second time. She was doing a series of business interviews for NatWest. I mean, I don't think they were allowed to do that kind of thing. That shows a bias, doesn't it? How can you trust her ever again? You can't. Well, let's see if Mr. Davie does anything, because he's being very ineffectual at the moment. Plus. Tiger Joe, pardon me, plea to Trump. Do you know, I must have missed out on this story about Tiger Joe. I mean, I don't know anything about it at all. Joe Exotic, I know nothing about it at all, which is the most bizarre thing ever. And who's this one? Morning, Steve. I'm in Madrid, filming a new show called Glow and Darkness outside in very thick clothing, as it's based in the Victorian era. Wow. That's a bit cool, isn't it? Very cool. So there we go. But in fact, actually, this is the same. You have to work this out, actually. Because, well, it's Stuart Manning, you know it is. He says he was on the A9 in Perth on the way to Inverness, stopped twice looking at the snow-capped hills, which is lovely. That he says, he says, I wear a mask everywhere I go. You're mad if you don't. And the only things he needs in the morning is looks like a cup of coffee with some syrup. So in Madrid, God, you've lost an awful lot of weight, haven't you? Well, you look as though you've lost an awful lot of weight. I love the size of the lights around your dressing room. About the biggest I've ever seen. Absolutely amazing. But very nice. So at least you're well. So filming in, what do we say, Madrid. They're funny, you'd think they'd be filming over here. But no, Madrid. So Tiger Joe, pardon me, plea to Trump. So is he in prison? And is it? Well, we don't know, do we? Tiger Joe Exotic's legal team, well, this week asked President Palmer, he found fame in the Netflix documentary serving... Oh, he's in prison for 22 years. So, not exactly nipping out. Wow, his lawyers claim he was wrongly convicted, and so... But he sort of became famous. A friend of mine told me it was a really interesting story, but to be honest with you, it sort of went in one ear and out the other. The Beckhams both got COVID partying in LA, and then apparently they came back here. So while they had COVID, they were travelling to come back to this country. How is that possible? They secretly battled it. After nothing they do is secret. You're joking, of course. Nothing is secret. It's all on display. Everything. Every single thing. Also, yoghurt. I haven't had a yoghurt in ages. But what? What's the matter? Oh, yoghurt. Well, it was like, oh, yoghurt. Because I love yoghurt. But apparently, it holds the key to getting astronauts to Mars. Did you know that? You see, this programme is not only educational, but it's informative. Apparently, it was found to prevent bone and muscle loss in low gravity, as well as helping relieve stress during a long flight. The balance of good and bad bacteria in the gut is helped by the fact that yoghurt contains ingredients that boost levels of good bacteria. I shall go and buy a yoghurt. Heavens above, I was wondering what to do today. I shall go and buy... I'm going to buy 10 boxes of yoghurt. I'm just going to sit down. We used to have them when I was younger. It was a pudding when I was younger, and it was ski. Remember ski yoghurts? But not in the same size pot. Ours was a proper full pot of yoghurt. Nowadays they're piddly little pots, aren't they? You know, petit filou, and that's your actual French. And we used to have ski yogurts, and it used to be classed as the full of fitness food. Of course it was. It was full of sugar. So nowadays you have to look around for things that aren't full of sugar, and it's very difficult, very difficult. Although we've now discovered that the very big burger that was on offer for 30 quid with 30,000 calories, the bread bun has got more calories in it than the bacon, which is interesting. What is David Beckham's hair like? I mean, what is it? It's sprayed on or something? What is it? We need to know. The Daily Mirror, young stars Foden and Greenwood sent home. Silly boys. Silly boys. But, you know, that's their business, isn't it? Martin Clunes confirmed he will walk his talk about hanging up his boots as Doc Martin. And Jungle Fever has hit the area where I'm a Celebrity be filmed. Shops in, I think it's called Abergele, Conwy, are taking part in a window contest to mark the arrival of the show. So, well, they'll have never seen something. Because all of a sudden people want to go out there to this castle, which is haunted. Not. I mean, really rubbish, isn't it, really? Oh, yes, we've got the ghost. Oh, no, you haven't. Don't be so silly. Stop telling lies to people. It's very embarrassing. As adults, you're supposed to tell the truth. You know, unless, of course, you've got cast iron proof, which I think is unlikely. Steve. Get on the M1, off at Junction 14, go over about 10,000 roundabouts, and that takes you to my mother-in-law's great home in Milton Keynes. Right. Steve, I earn now what you first earned with the LBC, says Anne. I don't mind as I'm glad to have a job which I love. Well, I'm glad to have a job that I love as well. In fact, we're all quite lovely to have a job that we love. Corey loves it. Joe loves it. Everybody loves it. We're all very happy, aren't we? It's just a bit... I don't want it to be 80 degrees today. I'm not sure I can go out in 80 degrees. I've got to plant up some things. I'll just undo an extra button, you know, that'll kind of cover it. Sit in my air conditioning, which is great. I bring in next door's cat and it just waves its tail around and that sort of keeps it fairly cool, which is good. Telegraph this morning, Esther Ranson, Giles Brandreth and Jane Corey on the grandparent conundrum. To hug or not to hug? I've done hugging since. Don't know whether it works or not. I'm not too worried. The public are too relaxed about coronavirus. Good. Well, we can set your record straight on that one. It's still with us. OK? And Bianca Jagger says, I'm a climate radical, but XR were wrong to blockade the press. Oh, everybody thinks that. They made a big mistake. Big mistake. Mind you, ill-informed. But, you know, whatever. That's it for this morning. Thank you so much for your company. It's good today. Managed to get loads in, actually. I have a free little bit extra podcast. Dave and Vic Beckham back in the papers. Huge relief there. We got quite worried. They were away for about a day. Bad news for music lovers. Steps are making another comeback. I don't know, how many can you do? I know that Sinatra did about 3 or 4. Philip Schofield's wealth is revealed. It's not as much as you thought. Well, I didn't think it was much, even though he's up 800,000. You know, to 2.5 million quid last year. It's not as much as I thought. You can download from the LBC app, the Global Player, or wherever else you get your podcasts, as well as listening live to LBC. You can listen back to this and other LBC programmes on the LBC app, as well as listening to a huge range of podcasts. Just go to lbc.co.uk. You download the app for free, and then you download all the podcasts absolutely for free. It doesn't cost you 1 penny piece, and there are thousands of them, absolutely thousands. We go back, I think it's about 7 years on the podcasting, so you enjoy that. I'm Steve Allen, and I shall be back with you tomorrow morning at 4. So I'll try and find out who did this wave painting. I know, because it's going to drive me mad. So I'm going to have to go through the country lights that I've got in the bathroom to then decide which picture. And as soon as I see it, and then I'll tell you, and you'll all look at it and go, that is the best picture, Steve, we have ever seen.